Morning. That's a guten Morgen. Good morning. And I'm very happy to announce something very special to us. Ricardo and me always try to make this room more attractive. And I don't know whether you notice, I am moving. I am slowly moving, like the whole stage is a rotating stage. And that was the whole idea behind it, to have like a campus atmosphere here in the so-called Immatrikulationshalle of the Technical University. So we kickstart the day with our first panel, and that's called Boosting Europe's Capital. Europe wants growth, innovation, and sovereignty, but none of this happens without a strong and efficient capital market. Europe has the savings, but too much of the capital still sits on the sidelines. And we want to change that, and I'm very delighted to introduce to you Dr. Stefanie Eckermann, member of the board at Deutsche Börse Group, bringing the perspective of Europe's capital market. Take a seat. And Dr. Ingrid Hengster, CEO of Barclays Germany, with deep expertise in aligning public and private capital. And our co-host and wonderful moderator, Christoph Kaserer, Dean of the renowned TUM School of Management, and also a researcher in corporate finance and capital market. Perfect fit. Christoph,
thank you so much.
Take a seat and don't get...
It's really moving.
It is really moving slowly, so we've got a great perspective on Europe's capital market.
So, sorry for that. From time to time you will see my back, but that's the idea of this moving stage here. So welcome to all of you, and well, we have a big competition, because on the other side there is Carsten Spohr speaking. So thank you so much for being here. I think this is an extremely important topic, boosting Europe's capital. I mean, we are discussing about this topic for a very long time. Capital Market Union, just as one a landmark that we had in the past, now 10 years ago. And still we are struggling, I would say. We know that the capital markets in Europe, compared to, I don't know, especially to the US, but also to other countries like UK or Australia, Canada, are somehow small or weak, however you would like to call that. And we recognize, I mean, we have recognized that, I would say, already for many years, that this is a problem. It is a problem because we face all these challenges: the green transition, infrastructure financing, which is a big topic, and it's high time, also financing of innovation. It's high time that we somehow, let's say, boost our capital market. So I'm very happy to have two guests here that really come from the core of our financial markets, from different angles, of course. We have Stefanie Eckermann, which is a board member of Deutsche Börse Group. So in some sense, we could say you are representing the capital market side. And then we have Ingrid Hengster, which is the CEO of Barclays Germany. So you are representing the banking side, but of course Barclays also is an important player on the capital market, so you have both views, I would say. And I'm really looking forward to this talk here. And we said that we started with a short, let's say, perspective impulse from both of you, and then we can enter into a discussion. So maybe we just start alphabetically, and so I would like to ask you, Stefanie, to share with us your ideas.
Thank you. Many thanks for the introduction. No, I mean, we're living in a world of fundamental change. No, AI is revolutionizing entire industries. We have a geopolitical map that is currently being redrawn. And we have climate change that is creating new realities every day. And I think in Europe, as you said, this is creating huge challenges, and the financial system is no exception there. So key questions are, how can we build an ecosystem that helps companies to flourish? How can we open real long-term investment opportunities to a broader investment base? and how can we fund that crucial shift you mentioned to a more sustainable, more digital economy. And so how can we create a financial ecosystem that supports a strong, future-proof and resilient European real economy? And how can we use that to enable us to remain the reliable and confident global partner? I think the answer is very complex. It requires actions on 3 levels: policy making and regulation. You mentioned it. We need a regulatory framework that is harmonized. We need a harmonized legal framework, the Savings and Investment Union. I think second, super important, is culture. We need a stronger equity shareholder culture in Europe. And third, technology. Now, it needs highly efficient infrastructure to make sure that the capital flows where it is at its greatest impact. All 3 levers are crucial. And as a board member of Deutsche Börse, I'm really familiar with the interplay, the complex interplay between these 3 levers. But maybe let me focus a bit on technology, because that is where has really an impact on capital markets infrastructure. That's really exciting, and also impact on the area I'm responsible for, post-trading. So post-trading is a bit behind the scenes, the logistics of capital. And let me quickly explain you why this logistics of capital can really make a difference. If you step one moment back to a world of logistics, and before the invention of the shipping container, in this world, goods were transported in a chaos of bags, crates, and barrels. Slow, costly, inefficient. And the invention of the shipping container really revolutionized that all. It created a common standard where ships, cranes, rails, all could use that common standard, base their design on that common standard, regardless if you would carry bananas, car parts, Lego pieces. And that really revolutionized shipping, logistics. Uploading, loading times were dramatically reduced from days and weeks to hours. And if you now take digital assets, this will revolutionize the financial infrastructure, as container ships have revolutionized global logistics now. It makes processes faster, more standardized, more efficient. A digital security can be issued in seconds, and that is a process that previously used to take more than 2 days. So it's an enormous difference. And it's even more, it's not just a metal box, it's really a smart container, a digital asset, because the rules, the internal rules, are built on that digital asset. So imagine a container that pays automatically custom duties whenever it is crossing a border. If you take that to the financial industry, take the example of a digital bond, it pays automatically the coupon payment. And the result is less manual intervention, fewer errors, and enormous upscale in efficiency. So that is really what we see happening on the digital side, a revolution that is out there. The entire industry is working towards that vision, and a digital securities platform is really the first stepping stone towards that vision. We are far ahead in that now. Via our digital platform, we issued more than 80 billion, so that is a technology that's working at an industrial scale. And at the same time, the markets of digital currencies are really maturing now, taking stable coins, but also take the important work of the ECB. ECB is doing with market participants on the digital euro. So that is all advancing well. Still on the technology side, you need a bit an innovation. You need patience. Now it took 20 years from the first voyage of that shipping container to an industry where shipping containers are used everywhere in international trade. And so that's also what we're seeing, that we need to take the market along. Digital disruption is a bit faster than the shipping container revolution, but it still takes time, and this is really where the market needs to come together. You need to take along public and private sector across the whole financial chain. But that is coming, no? Still, so you see there is a huge impact of technology on a digital infrastructure in terms of efficiency and transparency. Still, that is not the silver bullet. You really, really need a framework, a regulatory framework that works, that enables innovation, but that also incentivizes market participants to use these infrastructures. And at the end, you also need productive capital. And that is a bit, and I'm sure Ingrid will talk about, that is a bit the structural disadvantage we have in Europe. No, we lack access to a broader retail investment base compared to all other major capital markets. And that's why we need to invest in a broader financial education, and we need also appropriate incentives to make sure that that capital flows into productive investments. Now, it is comparing again to logistics. It would mean you have an efficient infrastructure and still the goods stay in the warehouse and never go out. And that is a bit what's happening in Europe right now. No, but I'm very sure that if we work all together, the infrastructures, sell-side banks, the buy-side, and the public stakeholders, we are on a really exciting way and have a great opportunity in front of us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I really like this idea that there are these three levels. It's regulation, it's about culture, and it's also about technology. Yeah? So all the three things have to come together in order really to get a significant step forward. So I'm very interested in hearing your perspective, Ingrid. Maybe if you can share your ideas with us.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure sitting with you, Steffi and Christoph, and talking about such an important topic like how to boost capital in Europe. And I will also talk about three levers, but maybe a little bit from a different perspective. Very often when you speak about the financial industry and capital, it's a bit technical, sometimes even a bit boring. So I'm really grateful that we have this opportunity to talk about this here in this room. And I really would like to make it tangible and make it practical, because all the exciting projects we are discussing here today and tomorrow, they all need one thing in particular, which is a lot of capital, and without enormous investment, they would not be possible. Let's talk about AI, robotics, and similar activities. And we have to make sure that Europe is in a position to finance all these investments at scale and with confidence. I think we all know that less capital means less growth, less innovation, fewer European AI solutions, weaker infrastructure, and lower pension. And I'm sure there are many more negative things which are connected with less capital. More capital means more growth, better technology, stabler European politics, better jobs, and more money in all of our retirement accounts. And so it's really important. And so if we all agree that more capital is good because it allows us to make these opportunities real, then let's look at the different ways how we can increase the productive capital in Europe so that these opportunities can really become real. And there are these three levers which I would like to propose, and they're somehow interconnected with you, Steffi. The first one is, of course, a modern capital market-based pension scheme. I think this is very much also linked to everything you were proposing. Second, regulatory convergence to create a truly European capital market. You, Christoph, spoke about it. We talk about this since a long time, but we really need it. And the third, from my perspective as a banker, a smarter securitization framework, which will help banks to finance more. So let me start with the pensions. Pensions are the most natural source of patient capital. We all know the demographic reality. Pay-as-you-go schemes are under pressure, and citizens need better ways to build retirement wealth. At the same time, too much household wealth is still stuck in low-yield formats. In Germany, just to provide you with one number, households' financial wealth has now crossed the 10 trillion mark, but the structure is still too conservative or very conservative. More than one-third, roughly 3.6 billion, sits in cash and bank deposits. So the first lever is to expand and strengthen funded capital markets-based pension schemes, both occupational and personnel, that invest long-term with strong governance and transparent costs. The ambition should be clear: create pension schemes that allow broad participation in capital markets, deliver better outcomes for citizens over decades, and create stable demand for Europe's equities and long-term assets. This is exactly what we need if we want to finance innovation and projects. This is not about pushing people into reckless risk, but allow long-term investments done responsibly with diversified portfolios, clear rules, and predictable incentives. I touch this topic, reckless risk, because very often you hear from the other side people who are still opposing that this is too much risk, but in the end, if you look at the outcome of these plans, I talk about it in a moment, this is really impressive and convincing. Countries that have built funded pension pillars show what's possible. You get stronger retirement outcomes, and you also build deeper domestic capital markets. As an example, Norway's sovereign fund realized staggering 15% in returns last year in the year 25, in total amounts $250 billion, which is an amazing amount. If we want more of that growth in all of Europe, we need to start where the long-term money is, in the pensions. With this, I would like to move on to my second topic. We need to tackle fragmentation in the context of the Savings and Investment Union, because fragmentation is Europe's hidden cost of capital today. Today, cross-border investment and market activity remain very complex. Different rules, different processes, different supervisory practices, and that raises costs, reduces scale, and ultimately makes Europe less productive and less attractive versus markets that offer one set of rules and a deep market. The Savings and Investment Union is the right direction, but the test is the final delivery. We should prioritize measures that reduce frictions for cross-border investing and financing, remove barriers that keep capital stuck with national silos, allow market infrastructure and asset management to scale and drive supervisory convergence so that passporting works in practice and not just on paper. My banking colleagues in all the different organizations across all institutions and I are really eagerly waiting the European Commission's next proposal that is expected to be published this spring. The goal should be simple: give investors confidence that they can deploy capital across Europe with the same predictability, legal certainty, and operational ease they expect in any truly integrated market. If we succeed, we will unlock liquidity, improve valuations, and attract global capital that is currently looking for depth and clarity. And let me come to my third pillar for this, which is necessary to boost European capital, and this is the topic securitization, a topic very close to many bankers' hearts. It's a bit more technical, but I think we need to revive securitization because it's a core mechanism to expand financing capacity without expanding balance sheets indefinitely. A workable securitization framework enables risk transfer, frees up capital, and supports additional lending to households and businesses, especially for SMEs and innovative sectors. In Europe, we don't have the issue of the absence of rules. The issue has been that the framework is often too complex, too costly, and not sufficiently risk sensitive. We have to simplify requirements, remove duplicative checks, and make reporting and transparency proportionate and usable. And importantly, we have to make synthetic securitization easier because it's a critical tool for bank management and risk transfer, allowing us to do more financing, again, for SMEs and innovative purposes. Synthetic structures can be tailored to investor needs, but they need a regulatory environment that supports standardization, predictable treatment, and efficient execution. And if we get this right, especially for SME, corporate, and infrastructure portfolios, we really can create a multiplier. Banks, we can lend more, investors get access to diversified risk, and the real economy benefits from a larger pool of capital. So let me come to my conclusion. I would like to zoom out a bit. Not everything is bad in Europe. We can really say we have a lot of great things here in Europe. Investors like what Europe already offers: stability, rule of law, high-quality assets, world-class technology, and industry capabilities, what we see here at this conference. But they also point to what slows us down: complexity, bureaucracy, slow execution, and too much fragmentation across markets. These are the obstacles that we must remove to mobilize more capital in Europe. So global capital is paying much more attention to Europe again, and that is a big opportunity for us. But attention only turns into investment when investors see speed, clarity, and follow through. If we succeed in mobilizing savings, harmonizing rules, and easing risk transfer, we will not only strengthen capital markets, but we will also strengthen our capacity, Europe's capacity to grow, innovate, and compete. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our conversation.
Thank you so much, and I think we have seen from your, we have seen from your statements that this is really a big and complex issue, so we have to cover it in 30 minutes. This is why, of course, we can just, let's say, pick out very few things. Maybe one thing that I would like to ask you is, I mean, despite this capital market union that started 10 years ago, despite the banking union that started 12 years ago, we still hardly see banks or also stock exchanges that really have a European business model. Yeah? So at least in my view, one of the very few banks, for instance, that really can be considered to be a European bank is UniCredit. But if you look at others like, I don't know, Deutsche Bank or Commerzbank, I do not see that they have really a European business model. I'm wondering what is your perspective on that, and if you agree, what is the reason for that? And the same question would also go to you, because we also do not have a European stock exchanges. We have a couple of different important exchanges. Deutsche Börse is one of them. So again, the question here is, what's the reason why we do not have more a kind of a European market infrastructure? So maybe if you start.
I think I'm just going back a bit, even to the financial crisis, 2008, 2009. I think banks really had to deal with a lot of aspects to overcome this crisis, which I think, as you said, has led to the creation of the banking union and all the features linked to the banking union, and also to this intensified debate about as we call it now, European Savings and Investment Union. I think it's banks have different organizations. I think the key aspect is the fragmentation, which we still see. I think it's not only the fragmentation in the different countries, the 27 countries of Europe, but also you have a fragmentation. You have public sector banks, you have private things, the three-pillar system, which we have in Germany in particular. So, and every system in itself is optimized. I would not agree that banks do not have a European model, because you see most of our competitors, also Barclays, we're working across Europe in different products. When you look at capital markets activities, debt capital markets, equity capital markets, ECM, you do it cross-border and you do it across Europe. But of course you have to, if you want to act in Europe at the moment, you really have to apply to local regulation, which still exists in all the different markets, and it takes time to get this harmonized. And probably harmonization is so difficult because in the end, you start with a European regulation, and then you still have what we sometimes call gold plating until certain regulation is transferred into a specific country and adapted in that country. And this attempt to have it even done better in a single market makes it sometimes really difficult to have things unified and not fragmented and done according to one system or to one legal framework, to one legal regulation. I think we will. This is why I said we are waiting for the next initiative from the EU, which is now coming in spring, because they should exactly address these topics. But I think at the same time we have to be realistic. Things take time. This is not happening from one day to the other. But clearly people have recognized that this is a big issue and makes us less attractive and less agile compared to other markets. When you look at the US market, when you have one set of regulation, and to pick one specific element, we're talking now about the 28 regulations, so that people, if you start a business in one of the markets in Europe, you do it on the basis of this so-called 28 regulation, which should be then a unified set of frameworks which are applicable in all the different countries, and we will see whether this is coming through with the next steps we are expecting from the EU. So in summary, it's a long project. People know the problems we have, but it needs time to really get it changed.
We can also hear your perspective, and maybe if I can add one additional question, because you mentioned technology, and the things are also moving. Well, from the outside, I would say a little bit slowly. I remember that it was an Austrian bank that around 10 years ago or 8 years ago did the first blockchain-based bond issue. And still, I would say there are not so many things happening. So where do you see Europe, or especially then also Deutsche Börse, in an international context?
No, it's a very good question. Thank you. No, and first of all, I truly believe that there is a European capital market infrastructure. There is for sure one that's called Deutsche Börse, but what is inside is a European capital market infrastructure. And there I also would disagree a bit, looking at all the reports that are out there from Draghi and Letta, Noyer, because if you look at European capital markets, they are consolidated. Now, if you look at post-trading, more than 90% of the volumes sit with 3 infrastructures. And I think this is a healthy competition. No, not all the comparisons to the US are a good one. And if you look at these infrastructures, there is quite a competition on technology and innovation. And that's why in many of these areas, Europe is leading on the post-trading side. If you look at the capital market infrastructure we're having. But we're really not good in Europe to do some marketing on the good things we're having. No, I mean, we have Eurobonds, which is the largest fixed income markets outside the US, if you take out China. We have UCITS, mutual funds, a super successful investment vehicle in Europe. The US does not have that. And we have T2S, it's a cross-border settlement infrastructure the ECB has created. But we're all just moaning about what's wrong, what's taking too long, and I can't count me in. Typically, I would sit here and make a lot of pressure on ECB what needs to change. But you could also just sell that infrastructure we're having that is not existing in the US and be proud of it and just force people to use that highway. And so I think there is really something we need to change, and I think technology has really a role. Europe has been at the forefront in terms of tokenized regulation, all the regulation around blockchain. Some of the leading first movers are European players, as you said. And I think we just have to accelerate and become even better how we do innovation, no? Because all that head start we had and we built up for a couple of years is now gone. If someone in the US is just throwing a regime unregulated out there, and stable coins and tokenization is something that is then really moving at a different pace. So I think in Europe we need to do better marketing, and we need to learn how to faster innovate and use technology. And there's also a couple of super, super exciting examples out there. If you take the neo-brokers and the neo-banks, and many of them are sitting in Berlin, coming out of Germany, they're really revolutionizing how finance is done with technology, with customer experience. If you take the Revoluts and Scalables, Trade Republics of this world, they change Europe by their technology and their ease of use. And so you can really see that there is a role to play in Europe, and technology is really helping.
So I'm happy that we can finish this panel here with this positive outlook. So thank you so much. Very interesting. We run out of time, so we have to stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Schafft ihr es runter? Thank you, Ingrid Hengster and Stefanie Eckermann, for boosting Europe Capital and showing us some ways how to do so. So let's now open the space track at MMK, live on Mars. Everyone knows the famous David Bowie song. More people are coming in, going out, so have a seat in the front row, because now we are getting towards Mars. And beyond the music of David Bowie, the planet Mars has become a symbol for the extraordinary. The red color, temperatures of minus 60 degrees, almost no oxygen, and very cold and hostile. So compared to its little brother, the nearby moon, Mars has always been the more extravagant planet. So, will there be life at Mars at all? Hard to believe. So it was with great excitement when we discovered not planet Mars, but Professor Dr. Gisela Detrell. Gisela is an aerospace engineer, come to the rotating Marcy space. Give a big applause. Gisela is an aerospace engineer exploring how we, you and me, hopefully with longevity on our side, could one day live at planet Mars. So-called, I love that phrase, off-Earth habitation on Martian cities without any supply by Mother Earth. By the way, she's also a member of the Sustainable Off-World Network. I hope I will live that long, so please give a big hand to Gisela.
Thank you, Franziska. Exactly, the topic of my talk today is life on Mars, but I'm personally not that interested if there is or there has been life on Mars so far, but rather if there will be, so meaning if and how we will actually be able to live in the red planet. So first, let's have a close look at Mars. Mars has a couple of nice things. The day is more or less the same length as here on Earth. Gravity is only 1/3, so imagine jumping much higher than we can do here on Earth. But it actually has a couple of problems. Temperatures on Mars go down to minus 140 degrees, so it gets quite cold. A sandstorm can last for months. And, well, the atmosphere, quite thin, is mostly composed of carbon dioxide. That makes it unbreathable for us. So with this nice panorama from Mars, who would like to join to a trip to Mars? Yeah, okay, understandable. It is a crazy idea to think that we can live on Mars, right? Well, if you had said anyone, I don't know, 200 years ago that we humans can fly like birds, they would have told you you're crazy. And nowadays, we take a plane without thinking it twice, we go on holidays, and we don't think how amazing it actually is that we are able to fly. In a similar way, if you had told someone 100 years ago that humans can live in space, they would also have told you you're crazy. For more than 25 years now, we have had continuous human presence on the International Space Station. So if all those crazy ideas were made possible, why should not be possible that one day we actually live on Mars? like that on Mars? Who would like to join? Convince a couple more? Perfect. So the images you have seen here are a small project, 6 months project I did with an international and interdisciplinary team. We were a group of aerospace engineers like me, but also architects, scientists from absolutely all disciplines, psychologists, and we dreamt together for 6 months. We dreamt how a city could be on Mars for 1 million people. So it started with a quite crazy idea. The city itself, I'll explain a little bit more the details about it. You can see here in the picture again. It was quite a big challenge, and the question is, how do you even start designing a space mission? Well, designing a space mission, it's not that different than when you start thinking how to plan your holidays. If you're going for a short trip, let's say a weekend hiking, you take everything you need with you in your shoulders. You take your bed, you take your clothes, you take water, you take food, everything, the weight is in your shoulders. But if you're going away for a little longer, for several months, you pack completely different. You assume that you will be able to reuse the things you're taking with you, and you assume that there will be things waiting for you at your destination that you're able to use. So in a similar way, we design a space mission. So our city, Nuba, is designed in the cliffs of Mars. The cities are located, we have actually different cities, so we are close to the resources that Mars offers, and are built in tunnels in the cliffs of Mars. These tunnels provide us the right structure for our habitat, thermal control, and protection against cosmic radiation. And the city itself has further infrastructure on the top of the cliff, in the bottom, to provide everything the city needs. But overcoming the technical challenges or the architectural challenges even is not enough. A permanent city on Mars has to be a pleasant place to live. So we need to make sure that even if we're not able to get out of the city, because the atmosphere outside is unbreathable, we have to make sure that the city itself is a pleasant place to live, with nice areas, green areas, so we still have the feeling of being outside, even if we have to stay inside. But now let's take a step back, come back to Earth again. What do we have here? What do we need? Well, to survive as humans, we need oxygen, we need water, and we need food. But to live, we need much more than that. We need our house, we need schools, we need hospitals, we need the streets to be able to get to all those places, we need our clothes, our phone, we need internet, and all those things don't exist on Mars, so we have to create them from scratch, right? How can we do that? Well, we can think, what do we need as human? So each human, how much percentage of streets, of hospitals, of everything we need. And we can then look at the materials that we would require to build that. Then we can look at the materials available on Mars. It might not match 100%, so we might need to identify other materials that can substitute those. And then it's pretty easy. We just have to be able to extract these materials, so we need the machines to extract them and process them, and for that we will need energy. Straightforward, easy. It gets more complicated than that because we need to create this energy, we need to create the machines that will allow us to process and extract and process these materials. So we're kind of moving in circles here. We will take some things with us at the beginning for a Mars trip, but at some point we'll have to start generating things on zero, creating the source of energy and so on. So that brings me to the point where we can say that for a Martian city, we're taking the concept of sustainability, of wise use of our resources to the limit. We cannot really waste anything on Mars. We don't have many resources, and we have to make the best use of each of all those resources that we can get there. A good example of that is the field I work in, the life support system. The life support system makes sure that we have the right environment to survive, so this oxygen, water, and food that we humans need. And we can do that by using plants. We can see here a picture of the agricultural module, and that's not that different of things that we already do today here on Earth. Everyone has heard about vertical farming. We're using artificial lighting to be more efficient in the growth of plants. We're even considering an atmosphere rich on CO2, so the plants would grow faster than in normal conditions. So we're designing a system that is able to take all the waste that we humans produce and with that create everything that we require for surviving, getting fresh oxygen, water, and food from the waste that we humans produce. For that, we would need plants and other living organisms, and altogether we'd create a closed system. So we're finding our way to live in a sustainable manner on the red planet. But now, everything I've explained now, it's really far away, might even sound a little bit science fiction direction. It's far away from where you all and I are today. So let's have a look where we are today here on Earth. If we look at a couple of parameters and look for the differences, here on Earth, in Germany particularly, we're using about 120 liters of tap water per person per day. On our Martian city, we're planning to use only 10 to do the same things we do here on Earth. Here on Earth, we waste 1/3 of our food. It just goes to waste. On Mars, we cannot afford that. We will have 0% waste on terms of what we produce as food. So that shows us how we're bringing everything to the limit. We have to use the resources as wise as possible, recycle as much as possible. That brings me to my point, the message that I hope you all take with you today, and is that all this research that we're doing to design a city on Mars, it's not just a crazy idea, futuristic idea, but it actually helps us to think how we can do things better here on Earth. So we actually don't need to go to Mars as a plan B because we have fucked up our planet here. So I hope really that we will see this Martian city. I'm not sure if we'll be able to send Franziska and all of you there. Maybe your children, the children of your children might be the ones living on Mars permanently. But I really hope this will happen. This will become a reality at some point. But most importantly, I like to bring you a message today, thinking about bold moves, thinking about how to change our future. And that message, please take it with you, share it with your family and friends, would be, let us all be, all of us here on Earth, so today and here on Earth, a little bit more Martian. Let's learn about all those things we want to do on Mars and use them already wisely to do our Earth a better place already now. Thank you all for your attention. Still on time, I hope.
So, thank you. Ta-da-da. Okay. Gisela. So I didn't promise too much, and I just put gardening on Mars on my bucket list for this year. Okay, another big applause, please, and let's get... So, hello? Yes? Hello? Okay. So, I got it now. Space is no longer science fiction, but already embedded in our industry. Take satellite-based connectivity, navigation, climate intelligence, or security applications. Today, we explore what it takes to build space at scale. And we're bringing up 4 chairs now for our next panels with the space riders. Matthias Spott, space and defense entrepreneur and investor, who is showing how space is already embedded in the industrial value chains. Next comes Chiara Pedersoli, CEO of OHB Systems, bringing the prime contractor's lens on delivering complex systems at scale. Marie Niehaus-Langer, CEO of EOS, demonstrating how advanced manufacturing is redefining competitiveness at scale. And also our friend Adrian Reich, partner at EY, adding the strategic lens on markets, investments, and Say it again, Marie. Thank you. And also is offering a great masterclass later today at 12:20 at the Academy Room, who is interested to discuss it in further detail. So fasten your seatbelts and let's launch. In mission control today is Raffaela Kraus, director of the Metis Institute for Strategic and Foresight, and also professor for leadership at the University of the Bundeswehr Munich. So give a big hand to our next panel and welcoming Matthias, Chiara, Marie, and Adrian. Yeah, please come on stage. Moderation, and there you go.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm really happy to talk with you with this amazing panel about space at scale. Why is it important? I want to make 2 short points. One point is space is infrastructure. Why is it like this? Space is not a frontier. Space is already, as we know and experience, for example, in the geopolitical conflicts, It's critical infrastructure for all industry in Europe, but all over the world also. So let me give a few examples. If you think about satellites, we need it for banking, we need it for software-defined military operations, we need it for our GPS, we even need it for Tinder when we want to find new partners or interesting relations. So, but still it's also important for tracking, for example, climate change, observing where are wildfires in California and so on. I could go on like this forever, but we want to discuss it. So 20 years ago, space was more about exploration, but now it's embedded in our industrial value chains. And the topic, which is maybe a little bit critical for us all in Europe, especially, is the strategic asymmetry we are observing at the moment. When you compare, for example, the number of launches, we have about 197 launches of SpaceX and other US rocket launchers in 2025, and 80 in China, and guess how many in Europe? 6. That's not very much. So the US dominates at the moment the space industry very much, and China is also integrating industry and the state strategy and even defense. So that's the problem we are facing, and we want to discuss how we could solve it and how we could overcome this situation. First of all, I want to introduce my esteemed speakers or panelists. Chiara Pedersoli, she represents the European industrial backbone of space. She is CEO of OHB Systems in Bremen, right? And OHB is one of Europe's leading satellite system integrators. And without exaggerating, she's a rocket scientist, aerospace engineer, and began her career at the ESA and also at the DLR before moving into industry roles. Chiara, I don't know if you have prepared slides, but you want to say a few words, a short impulse on what is most important for you when it comes to scaling at space.
Yes, I believe, first of all, thanks for the invitation and thanks for being here. I believe that in these days, and literally in these days, we see the importance of space more and more. You have mentioned this already. And this obviously implies a deep transformation of the space industry. If we look back to more than 50 years ago when we started really conquering the universe, and we were building completely different types of machines compared to what we do today. And we see we have in front of us both an evolutionary but also revolutionary transformation for the industry. Revolutionary because we obviously are following the steps of other industries. We are going towards automation, production of higher numbers, but also revolutionary, especially thanks to the impulse and the approach that has been brought in by new space companies, which has spilled over to the traditional, let's say, space industry. And this has been an incredible push in the last few years. And what we see now, at geopolitical level, and the awareness of the importance of the space industry and of the space assets in this day and age, is actually giving the last push to complete this transformation. And we see this reflected at different levels in the, let's say, day-to-day industrial life. And we see it at the technical level in terms of the what we are designing and how, meaning finding the proper solution for the customer, and the customer does not come anymore, or should not, and this is part probably also of the transformation, with very detailed requirements. The customer comes with a problem and the industry should have a solution or propose a solution. Obviously space is different to others. It's more difficult to have a ready-made product because the type of issues and type of problems are normally very specific. And also there are other considerations and other type of requirements that are coming into, meaning specific supply chain, strategic interest of specific countries, or for the EU to be able to have knowledge inside the nation or inside the EU specifically. And so this drives the what we're going to design. The how is going to be designed. Design is actually something that probably is interesting also for a lot of the students here, because we are changing completely due to not only digitalization, but what I call a meaningful use of artificial intelligence inside the industry. And it's changing really the way we are designing. We will need, additional to this, a cultural change inside the company and in the way that engineers are also thinking, meaning that you still need an in-depth knowledge, no matter what people think about the fact that AI knows everything. You still need this knowledge to be able to apply a critical review of what you're seeing as a result. You don't need maybe to do 20 loops of analysis, but you need to be able to assess whether the results you see is actually valuable or not. And that implies that you need both an in-depth knowledge, but more and more you need a system-level understanding of what the implications are, because it will be the value added of a human being, let's say. So this is, let's say, from a technical point of view. Obviously, we have a transformation, also an operational point of view, meaning automation, production for the space industry. This is, you see it obviously, as you mentioned already, mainly in the US. But there we have a completely different ecosystem. Musk is producing the Starlinks, is developing the boards for the onboard computer himself. He's just built factories of this. And we don't do it in Europe. And it might be a strength or not a strength. We can discuss about it. I think it's going to be interesting also to discuss about the approach to supply chain, which we have here. But I think one of the strengths we've got in Europe is also to be able to build upon the different perspectives and the different views and the different brains and that we've got in Europe, and to make exceptional products out of it. I never get tired of pointing out that a lot of the space systems we have developed are actually more performant than the ones that have been developed in America. We have an incredible ecosystem for Earth observation, which we should not forget, and we keep investing into this system. This system that can be also used for military, these technologies can be used also for military applications, and this is what we will see. So just to round it up, I think we have got really an incredible path in front of us. I think as Europe, we should build up on our strength, but still look right and left to be able to gather the knowledge and the stimulus we get from other countries, from other approach, open mind to the startups, and I think we will literally reach new frontiers. We have seen a fantastic presentation before. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chiara. And you mentioned also the revolutionary way startups are acting in the new space sector. And I want to introduce Matthias. Matthias Spott is one of the earliest new space experts, pioneers, I would say. And you already were talking about satellite constellations when everybody said, well, what is this about constellations? I never heard about this topic. And you were working as an executive for Airbus, for GE and IABG, and also for McKinsey. And then 2014, you disrupted yourself and developed the business case for a European satellite constellation before others talked about it, and long before these LEO constellations became mainstream. So now you're working on developing the European space economy further, and well, let's hear your short impulse.
Thank you very much. Actually prepared some slides, yeah. I don't know if I have a clicker or just saying, huh? Whatever. Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's great that this year's colloquium, under the motto of bold moves, is talking about space at scale. And when we talk about this new space race, I think it's important to understand what is the new space race actually, at least in my understanding, because it's not that new anymore. I mean, it started like in the early 2000s with the foundation of SpaceX. And the first 10 years were a lot about technology disruption, making access to space much cheaper. And then the next 10 years, starting around the 2010 years, it was about the commercialization. It was about satellites, satellite constellations. Digital business cases were possible because launch was getting cheaper and cheaper. And for me, we entered now the next phase, the third phase of new space in the early 2020s, which is what I would call the orbitalization. We will see orbital infrastructures at scale very soon as we have the transportation means, as soon as we are starting to work on commercial space stations in microgravity. So that's the thing we need to keep in mind when we talk about new space. And just to show what it means, space at scale, access to space much cheaper on the left-hand side. We do see how launch cost dropped from $100,000 per kilogram to low Earth orbit to 1,000 to 100 very soon with the Starship, the large rocket SpaceX is producing. At the same time, we are bringing objects into space into the 10,000s and potentially 100,000s. This is exponential growth, just the last 2, 3, 4 years, of course, very much driven by Starlink, the satellite constellation. And as we heard before, I mean, this is very much in all our daily life, be it personal life or business life. It's about Earth observation, it's about communication, it's navigation, and it's touching every individual and every company. And we really need to keep this in mind. I always ask at my speeches, who has to do something with space? And very often people don't show up with that question. If you ask who has a smartphone, everybody's showing up. And then I ask the first question again, and everybody says, yeah, of course, it's in our daily lives. And talking about space at scale, so far we are just touching 2 out of 8 verticals, really. We talk about launch, we talk about satellite, spacecraft. This is just the beginning. The next era are the 4 blocks in the middle, which is all about building a low Earth orbit and lunar economy. And low Earth orbit is not that far away. It's starting at 200 kilometers and ends at 2,000 kilometers. These are all distances we all know from Europe. This is not going to Australia. This is really around the corner. And we will see habitats there, we will see activities, we will see commercial human spaceflight. It's an anti-ecosystem. And I heard one speech from a consumer goods manufacturer in the US. They say we will see 1 million people living in space by 2040. Let's just imagine this, if this number is true, or just 10% of it. It's amazing. And not talking about the last 2 verticals, which are space resources and space energy, which we also could harvest in space. And we heard about its geopolitics, and just showing these pictures here, we all know that the Ukraine war started with a hacker attack on one of the communication satellites, and that Starlink was a very important factor in the war dynamics which we have seen. So space is part of our daily lives, unfortunately, also when it comes to geopolitics and warfare. And where are we in Europe? And you mentioned that, and I'm showing this picture here because my first company was indeed about satellite constellation when no one was talking about it. And fun fact, we were even 10 days ahead of Elon Musk in making the necessary regulatory filings. So I can claim to be faster than Elon Musk at least once in my life. The rest is unfortunately history because everybody looked at us like, what did you smoke in Silicon Valley? And I'm not showing this to talk about the past. I'm talking about the headlines in 2015. And it was in the press and in the media, and in Europe, no one has seen this come. And why I'm sharing this? Because the next big thing everybody's talking about when it comes to orbital infrastructures, next to space stations, it's data center and space. And I hear all the positive arguments in the US. We see what China is doing. And again in Europe, I don't know, is that really necessary? Is that possible? Look at the headlines here. This is what we have seen 10 years ago when it was coming to satellite connectivity. Let's think twice if we are about to miss the next big thing here in space. So just to summarize my little impulse here, space is in our daily lives, and it starts with everyone, be it as person, as individual, or in a company. We need to think about where is space in our processes and products. It's a question about risk management, because if space fails for a day, the whole thing will collapse. Once we've understood this, it's about digitization from space, using space much more and much deeper. And then let's think about what's coming up in the LEO economy and on the moon. And let's see where business could be if really 1 million people are living there in 15 years from now. And last not least, it's critical infrastructure. Did we really understand this correctly, and are we doing the right things?
Absolutely. I always think if we wouldn't have Starlink and Elon Musk, maybe the Ukraine would have already been conquered by the Russians. It's a really sad thought, but I think, well, but let's go on with you. Adrian Reisch is a partner at EY Consulting. He has over 15 years of experience in managing innovation, pressure, and new business models, and you are also a founder. You founded a successful supply chain platform, which is more important than ever now, I think. And yes, you will add to the discussion when it comes to capital markets also. And well, we need money for the whole thing. So will you give us also a very short impulse, please?
Happy to do so, and thank you for having me. Pleasure to be here. And of course, as a consultant, I also have to have slides, you know. Well, and I mean, you said it before, and what I think is important, we see really like, I would say, a strategic shift, right, in the whole thing. You said it already, it's about sovereignty, and especially in this year, we realized we cannot fully rely on others. We have to be sovereign. What is happening? We have to really be sovereign in Europe. And I would say, when you want to be sovereign on Earth, you also have to be sovereign in space. The next thing, and you mentioned that, it's about building orbital infrastructure. Something is, well, it's about orbital infrastructure, and last but not least, I would say it's also, you mentioned it, it's shifting from governmental to commercialization, and so it's about commercialization from that. And when we look at it, essentially, I would say space is not becoming, but it is already, as you said, the backbone of modern economies, right? When we look at communication, when we look at navigation, at Earth observation, and so on. It is critical infrastructure, right? It's not about having things up there, but also be able to launch it and bring it up there. And last but not least, and you said that, I believe the window of opportunity is closing super fast. We really have to speed it up and do bold moves to take the opportunity on that. And then you said it, right? Already, space race 1.0, space race 2.0. The old space race was about infrastructure, about planting flags on the moon. And we see now that shift of it's getting to, let's say, software-defined space more and more. And when we look at the space race 1.0, we saw USSR was basically dominating it for the whole time, except for the last big thing, which was placing a human on the moon, where the US kind of succeeded. And when we look now at Space Race 2.0, we see, of course, Elon Musk and the US pushing it a lot, with a lot of capital as well. But I believe the race is not over, right? It's comparable to space race.
Hope so.
Let's hope so, right? But we have to do something, right? We really have to do something and be bold on that. And it's not just about space, right? The impact of space spans basically across all sectors, be it automotive and aviation, be it energy and manufacturing, be it security, geopolitics. And you said it, right? We've seen what happened in Russia and the Ukraine, and how much Ukraine also won when Elon Musk cut off Starlink for the USSR. What I believe is important, right? Sovereignty is not really decided in laboratories, but we have to make it actually happen and make it scale. So Elon Musk and space, Starlink, they own like 75–80% of all the satellites in the orbit. So we really have to catch up. And the question is, I believe, do we really want to lead it and have it in our own hands, or be just like a data colony and dependent on others? And you said it, Chiara, what I think super important, new technologies like AI, they give us a lot of opportunities, but you always have to combine like knowledge on AI and domain knowledge and understand space. And this is where we really, I would say, really strong in Europe and in Germany. So one of our big assets is brain power, and we have intelligent people who can also help us to drive that, but we have to be bold and make it happen. And to close it up then, I would say 3 asks also for like our economy. Infrastructure and space have to be treated as a strategic priority because we all need it all the time, right? We have to basically unlock cross-industry use cases, and last but not least, we have at least double, if not even triple, our speed and make it happen. But when you read the news, also like last Friday or Saturday, I think, we've seen those bold moves already happening. So I'm super confident that we can do it, but we have to make it really happen, and I believe we have to make it happen in 26.
I'm also very confident, especially when I look at Marie. Marie Niehaus-Langer has been CEO of EOS since 2019, and you are the one who is maybe manufacturing all these things. Because EOS, your strategy is about digitalization, sustainable production, and industrial scaling. So manufacturing is the key to scaling up, not only capital. So with your, you represent also the human side because you have a background in psychology and leadership. And well, let's hear your impulse.
Yes, happy to. So space is actually one of the most challenging environments when it comes to manufacturing. And this accounts actually for engineering challenges, but also for the commercial demands that come with it. Here you see a picture of Mars. There's a rover that is actually carrying, oh, this goes really quick, sorry, carrying some 3D printed parts, and that is a little bit in the early stage was what happened, right? These were manufactured by our systems. My father founded the company over 35 years ago, actually. So I am proudly can say that we're actually in this. Oh, can you maybe stop the automatic? Because it's just changing automatically. Thank you. So yeah, we are actually part of the space industry as a technology supplier from the beginning, and that's a very, very interesting experience for us. At the beginning, this race was actually driven by the governments, and now we see it's really, sorry, it's just continuing. It's really a commercial race, right? We see around 10,000 commercial companies in that space. Around 50% or even above 50% are in the US. And all of them, they look for actually more competitive parts, cost reduction, and everything that comes with our technology. Sorry, it's a little bit confusing. So, and the private sector has very clear demands, actually. You see the most 3 important ones here. It's about full integration, as this is reducing the time to manufacture tremendously, and making sure that the parts can perform better. Then it's about very high quality standards and production standards at competitive cost. And it's about a very flexible supply chain that can adapt very quickly. And at the next slide, you can see a few examples. Maybe someone can help me to just like forward the slides, if possible. As what our technology actually can do, I will just bridge until we see that slide, is that we can make sure that you can integrate a lot of different parts actually into one, which is in the end making sure that you have less integration time. Here, for example, the third example I have here, it's the fully integrated injector head. There it was possible to integrate around 250 different parts into one, which led to like around 5 to 6 months of less integration time. And this is actually reducing the cost per part as we measure it by 50%. And this is actually what we're seeing a lot in the US. We can also proudly say that actually we're working with almost every leading OEM in the Western Hemisphere on that type of innovations. And also the space sector, especially the commercial one, but also the public funded one, is very much asking for bigger parts. This is a huge trend we're seeing. Why? Because it's easier to integrate even more parts. It's improving your competitiveness and also reducing cost, and your like lead time to actually, or the innovation cycle is being able to speed up heavily. And here I just want to share the story about the development of the last machine we're doing. It's a M8K. It's quite a huge machine for this industry. We did it with a government fund in Germany, also actually with the goal to increase competitiveness of Ariane 6. In the end, we sold the first system to the US, heavily funded by the government there. Also, the lineup of US customers who are looking into that system is way bigger than what we see here in Europe. Also to state that, of course, a lot of European companies are heavily investigating and also doing great things. But from our perspective, the speed driven by available funding is so much higher in the US than here in Europe that we as a global player are of course happy to participate in the overall growth of this industry, but looking from a European sovereignty, we believe that we need to speed up here.
Okay, you mentioned European sovereignty. Maybe a question for all of you. How can we be more sovereign, or where are the fields or the topics where we really have to work on? Because if you look at maybe the raw materials components, we have a lot of issues when it comes to sovereignty. What would you address first of all?
So first of all, I would say that we're great, and this accounts for other industries like solar, for example, as well, in doing the engineering and innovation work here. And also we're really, really good in funding early stage innovation. What is getting harder here is really commercializing and investing into the commercialization of it. So when you talk about like what is necessary, if it's materials or other kind of things, there are of course a lot of things to investigate, but I think in the end it's really making sure that we're investing in the usage of this technologies, because what we're seeing right now is that the US is more than 10 years ahead of us. They're scaling heavily. We're not talking 5 or 10 machines, we're talking like 50 or hundreds. Okay. And this means it's working for them, and it means there is a commercial case for them.
And when you talk about investing, I think it's about anchor customers in Europe, but it's also about the European capital market. Is it really working, and where have we where's something necessary to change?
Yeah, I mean, it's clear, right? When we look at it, there is much more capital in the US than we have it.
Yeah, but
and
we have a lot of
we have a lot of capital,
but how
right?
can we unleash it somehow?
It's a very good question. What I believe in that whole thing, to be provocative, I would say speed is more important than accuracy or quality. And of course, quality and accuracy is one of our USPs in Germany and Europe. And we shouldn't give that away, but we go always for like 110, 120, 130% right before we actually do it. So I believe be bold, be fast, accept like failures, right, and learn from it. Not giving all quality right away, but maybe 80% is good enough, and then build on that. And then create lighthouses, show success, and I believe that also attracts more capital, right, when we show that we can really do it. But happy to give it to my panelists.
I think what is important is to start with bold moves, and it's a question of mindset, and that we can unleash a lot of capital. I mean, was shown when Defense Minister Pistorius announced last fall that there will be 35 billion for military space.
Yes.
And I immediately asked that question, where are the 35 billion for commercial space? And it shows we do have the potential to unleash the money if we have the right mindset to do things.
But how can we change our mindset? Because actually everybody's talking all the time about mindset. We had it in the morning also, Chiara. Maybe you could tell us how you are building this kind of mindset in your company, because you told me you are still acting a little bit like a startup, right?
Yes, I mean, it's one of the luck we've got in OHB. I mean, we still have this DNA of entrepreneurship inside the company. What we try to do is that we work a lot with our supply chain. You know, we inside the OHB family, we also have Rocket Factory Augsburg, which is a startup. We have normally a lot of collaborations where we work with, either we invest in startups, or we worked with Constellar, we developed their payload here in Oberpfaffenhofen, and I think this spillover is what actually is giving us this, keeping us the sparkle alive. And I think what is key is to be able. I'm not so sure I will go to say quality is not important, but I normally try to push my engineers to give me the right solution. You have different types of constraints. You have money constraints, you have schedule constraints, and it's a challenge. It's not. I don't want to tell you. I don't want your golden solution. Actually, I want the solution that just a very experienced engineer can give me. And I think that that's the type of shift in mind that we need to have, and not just us as industry. We need to do it with the customer together, and sometimes the rigidity that is present in the customer chain, the whole chain, needs to be broken.
Okay, and could you say that it's important to work closely together with universities, with the startup ecosystem? And is it really, well, I have the impression sometimes, as in your case, it's working quite well, but maybe you have different experiences also from the startup view, because many startups are complaining that it's quite difficult to work, for example, with the primes. Not you, but maybe also in the defense sector, it's not always easy. So what's your opinion on this, and how can we improve this ecosystem and this working closely together?
I think in terms of technology development, we're doing quite well. It's really about thinking beyond technology, thinking application, thinking capabilities, and really allowing to be bold in our moves and trying things out. I also wouldn't say let's sacrifice on quality, but let's definitely focus on speed, and let's try things. This data center example, for example, is for me another thing. It's not about sending 1 million data center satellites up to space as Elon wanted to do it. That doesn't have to be the first step. But let's just launch a demonstrator. This costs 50 million, 100 million, whatever, and let's try out the data link and see how compute in space works. Only then we do have the experience to also sit at the table, have an opinion, and doing things differently. Otherwise, in 5 years, 10 years' time or so, you're sitting again there and say, oh, we don't like what Elon Musk is doing, but we don't have anything better, so let's just do it. And it's not about a lot of money. The scaling will come automatically if things work out, but let's try it.
And maybe also to add a comment, what we see in the US is that actually, as we're working with, like, of course, OEMs, like a SpaceX maybe, but also, of course, the tier ones, tier twos. And what we see there is that actually when looking into commercial space or space activities, a lot of suppliers that try to ramp up for the bigger OEMs weren't successful because the OEMs pulled it in. They didn't want it to have it in the supply chain. So defense, we see a completely different story, but I think this is also, doesn't mean we need to do it the same way, but I think we should be aware that there might be reasons, and this could be also referring to speed, to flexibility, to agility, to really have a core team that is like making sure to learn, to test. Also with our technology, we see as it's reducing the innovation cycle so heavily, we really, like, they're just testing out a lot of things, right? And they do that very quickly in the US, and that's how they advance forward. But this, I think, is also very interesting, talking about like suppliers, startups, whatever, to really also make sure that we're learning maybe a little bit from other countries and other regions what works for them when we look at speed and dominance. And this is like, sorry to say, and I'm not even liking that reality, but dominance is a thing in space.
But what you're talking about is also about culture. Culture of the companies in Germany or in Europe compared to the culture in the US. And basically, SpaceX is very software driven, right? Compared to, for example, Ariane. What should be done about this, and how is a culture which has grown over the years, over tens of years, how could we change it? Do you have any idea from your practice as consultants?
Yeah, and it's good actually that you say it's software driven, right? And I think we can learn a lot from software. When you talk about software, we talk about right agile development. And agile development means building fast an MVP, minimum viable product. It doesn't have to be perfect. It has to work like 80% and then build on it and learn from it. And I think this is also important for culture, like moving into a failure culture. It doesn't have to be perfect at the first time. We have to understand that 80% right might be good enough, but it also means 80% right means kind of 20% wrong, which is not a failure, but is something to learn from and build on and look at others. And maybe a brief comment on ecosystem. I believe it's super important that we work in ecosystems. We see that across the board. And actually, it's not so different from like our whole industrialization. We kind of split labor, right, to where it is best, where is it cheapest. And it's not so different from working in an ecosystem. It's just like closer and more connected. And maybe that's also a thing to not reinvent everything, but capitalize on what we can and adapt it to new situation.
And maybe to add also to the culture piece, we also quickly talked about it yesterday evening, right? I think also, how do you say it? Some outside force helps sometimes. If it's like a super demanding customer that is just like, you know, dragging you to the goal and you're exhausted, but you really need to like continuously reinvent yourself to achieve this goal, or if it's like an outside crisis. So I think there is a great responsibility of us as leaders to motivate our teams, to show them like that we can do it, because we have everything it takes here in Europe to make that happen. We have the money, we have the technology, we have the very high level skilled people. There is no question that we cannot do what other regions are doing. So in the end, it's about also making sure that we're capable of doing that and accept that this will, of course, also at the beginning, there will be a few failures if you unleash some of more like the rules that we maybe have in the companies, the procedures. The quality gates doesn't mean we don't need quality, but what is the moment in time where we assess the right quality? How much learning do we do before? And I think we know all of that. In the end, it's like all of us leading companies contributing in the way how we're leading the people, how we give them freedom to explore, but also are always very clear with the goals that we need to achieve, and also being aware that we cannot get there all. So I think like in the defense company we see now, everyone wants to do drones now. So not everyone will be doing drones in the end, and not everyone can get the money. So also being a little bit smart on like, where's my USP, where can I leverage, and not also want to do a Me Too just because it's like hype and AI is in every mouth. So I think we also need to be like responsible here.
Marie, this leads me to our last round, and to a very, very short round, because we only have a few seconds left. And we could discuss one more hour, I think, or even a day. But the speed round should be only one short answer, 3 seconds. What makes you optimistic that Europe can still win this race?
As Marie said it, we have all it takes, right? We just have to do it and be bold and do bold moves.
Okay.
The people I work with and the minds that we have here in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
I think we finally woke up and understood that Europe has to stand up and do the great things.
Thanks.
Yes, I think it's the outside pressure that we just have no other choice.
Okay, that makes me also very optimistic. about our future in space and hopefully our cities on Mars and everything. So thank you so much, dear panelists and also the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Marie, Matthias, Chiara, Adrian, and all led by Raffaela. Can you hear me? I can't hear me. So, as we learned, space has already arrived in our daily lives, and Europe has everything it takes to compete in that region. So, please get seated. We are coming to our next panel. Come in the room, take your seat. There are more left in the front row. And we would like to start and go on in addressing Europe's competitiveness. And come to our next panel. No tech, no future, and no calm here, so come on in. We wait some more seconds so everyone is seated. Kann man mich hören? Kann man mich hören? Ja, warte mal. Könnt ihr mal? Ah, no. So, addressing Europe's competitiveness, we come to our next panel. No tech, no future, sovereignty runs on tech. Because as we know it, tech and AI are central to Europe's competitiveness. And the question arises, how can we create tech giants here in Europe, and how quickly can we scale to secure our future? So I would like you to meet the best that we could manage to become. Could I ask for a little bit of silencium, please? Shh. Shh. How do you like the rotating stage, by the way? Do you like it? Okay, so now I have you addressing the best for our next panels, No Tech, No Future, Dr. Frederick Zohm. He is Executive Board Member for Research and Development at MAN Truck and Bus. As he puts it, a modern truck is basically a 40-ton smartphones on wheels. And he's taking the bold step of putting heavy-duty transport to the path to e-mobility. Then I'm very proud to announce Jochen Hanebeck, CEO of Infineon. And the topic of semiconductors has never been hotter, and we are thrilled to hear how Infineon is powering everything from e-mobility to AI-driven systems. Then we are happy to have Professor Annette Aris, professor at INSEAD, and also head of the Corporate Governance Center of INSEAD. She's deeply connected to industry, having served on the supervisory board of ASML, a company that moved from mid-sized European player to a global tech giant. And I'm more than happy to announce my friend and co-host, Professor Isa Welpe from TUM. She's moderating and she's one of Europe's leading voices on leadership and innovation. So please join me in welcoming the greatest of all panels.
Yeah, thank you, Franziska. I will kick off this panel, No Tech, No Future, Sovereignty Runs on Tech, with a few slides. I hope we will blend in. So, you know, I always say IT stands for make it happen. So we will make it happen. So otherwise I can, of course, talk without slides. I was gonna talk about that, of course, this is very true. No tech, no sovereignty. And all the events I attended in January, DLD or Davos or the security conference, everybody talks about European technology and European sovereignty. But if we look at the reality of it, then we realize that, unfortunately, even though, you know, the potential is great, yes, Europe has great potential, we don't really tap into it, we don't really commercialize it. And if you compare the numbers, US and Europe, I think you all know that, they are diverging and not to the advantage of Europe, unfortunately. And I have a cartoon, you know, I can only describe the cartoon. Oh, they're there. Okay,
No,
where are they? I don't see them.
It's my presentation, so they're going to change
Okay,
it.
no, but I need my presentation with new at the end.
You want to do mine?
Yeah,
I do yours.
I mean, I can hold yours, some PowerPoint karaoke. Yeah. So the one you downloaded for the IT. Yeah, it's coming, Franziska says.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. So that's it. So I wanted to show you the pink areas are the European technology sector in software and IT. And now if you worry, what's wrong with my eyes? You know, there's nothing wrong with your eyes. It's just really small, you know. Of course, in other industries, we have a stronger market share. But in, I would say, key industries like software and IT, we unfortunately don't. And if you compare, you know, only 4 of the world's top 50 tech companies are European, unfortunately, even though, let me assure you, we would have the research and everything, the ingredients in place to be in a different position. And in 50 years, you know, 241 will be US tech giants versus 14 in Europe. And so why is Europe struggling to build tech giants? Some suggestions from me. Perhaps it has to do with these lovely laws, you know, tax complexity, 75 different VAT rates and 26 different tax schemes, you know, 50,000 euros annual costs per AI model, payable before revenue, and of course GDPR burden. And so the cartoon, you know, that maybe sums it up, and maybe we can discuss if that's true in your view, is I think the road to hell is always paved with good intentions. And those were the good intentions, you know, wandering in Europe, you know, how did this happen? You know, I don't get it. We created all those regulations. And so with that, I would like to kick off the panel actually with an introductory talk from each of the panelists. And we'll start with Annette Aris. And Franziska, since you already introduced Annette Aris, I don't have to do it again. Welcome, and the stage is yours.
Yeah. Thank you. Can I? Yeah. So, does the mic work? Yes. And now I would like to have back my presentation. Yes.
Choose mine.
Yes. So, having been on the board of ASML from 2015 to 2025, as the vice chair of the board and a member of the technology committee, I would like to take a step back and talk a bit about what does it take to build a tech champion. So as you can see now, ASML is at the height of its success, almost 500 billion market cap, and doing very, very well indeed. If you look back to the humble beginnings, the question is, what drove the success of ASML? And when I joined the board in 2015, you see the little slide, it really was a mid-sized European company. In 2009 or 2010, The Economist wrote this obscure Dutch company, and see what happened since. It's not really due to the fact that I was on the board, but I can at least tell about it. So it's all about Moore's law. So if you think about microchips and the law, or better say the prediction which Mr. Moore did, that the number of transistors will double every 2 years, the key driver of that is lithography, which are the machines which basically make the little patterns on the chips. And as you can see, indeed, Moore thought it would only be 20 years, but by now it's been going on almost 40 to 50 years. And why was that possible? Well, it was to a large share possible due to these machines, not only ASML, of course, also competition. And early 70s, these machines were just glorified cameras. And by now you can see they've evolved in machines which breach the limits of technology. And from being less than 1 million per piece, they're now 400 million per piece. And here, just to show it, this is the inside of the latest machine, the High-NA it's called, and it's 4 meters high and about 14 meters broad. And it takes 3 Boeings to transport to the customer. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on technology, but just a few words. So how does it work? You have a very high-powered laser, which is actually built by Trumpf and Cymer. And that laser shoots a light beam on a tiny tin drop. The tin drop explodes. that light gets reflected by mirrors which are polished on nanometer precision by Zeiss. It gets to the reticle, which basically is the pattern, and then it gets projected on the chip wafer, on a wafer table, which from mechatronics has to be so stable and so precise in order to allow for nanometer precision of these chips. So it combines the limits of technology, both in optics, in electronics, in mechatronics, and all kinds of different technology, and they still have to work together. So taking a step back, what did it take to get here? So if you look, it already started early 70s with the net lab of Philips. In the early 70s, 80s, the whole microchip semiconductor industry lithography was dominated by the US. And so early 70s, the NAT lab developed a new technology and they pushed it and invested in it. And then at a certain point in time, more money was needed. And so it moved to a division of Philips where they actually started to build the machines. However, they were really loss-making. So after a while, they made a joint venture with a scale-up of another microchip company called ASMI, with a very, very entrepreneurial owner, and together they developed it further, but still loss-making. At a certain point in time, it became too expensive for ASMI, and then there were a few people at Philips who said, oh, this is so important, so they took it back and they kept investing in it. Someone joined then, Martin van der Brink, who's been the CTO for the past 20 years, and I would see he was a combination of Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak together, and was really responsible for driving this technology. And they kept on pushing, and kept on investing, and actually did get quite a bit of subsidies from Europe and from the Netherlands. As a next step, what you saw happening, and it's really difficult because as I turn, I can't see my own slides. So they finally got to the first profits, and that was only early 90s. And they kept pushing, and they could do an IPO in the late 90s. From there on, at that point in time, the whole industry was dominated by the Japanese, Nikon and Canon. And so they kept investing, they kept building these more traditional lithography machines, and they did a tiny acquisition in the US, which actually owned the technology for the later generation machine, the extreme ultraviolet. And over the years, they started developing, and they've actually been developing this new machine for over 20 years. The annual R&D budget of ASML is about 1 to 2 billion. So that a lot of money went into it. And at a certain point of time, it took so long and no one knew whether this thing would ever work. And then actually 3 major customers stepped in, TSMC, Intel, and Samsung, and they invested in ASML to make sure that they could keep on spending the money to develop the machine. And by then, it finally started working. And but some of the suppliers couldn't keep up. So ASML bought one of the suppliers, Cymer, in the US, and it invested in Zeiss, in 25% in a division of Zeiss who made the mirrors and the lenses. And finally, this thing got to a critical mass, and it got to work. And you know, the story, you see the share price, it really started taking off. And by now, ASML has 90% of the world market of the lithography production of microchips, and in the high end, 100%. So just to round it off, what can you learn from this story? I think the first story is, if you really want to be a winner in deep tech, it takes a long time. You need long-time investors. You need a bit of government support. You need some brilliant people. But there's also one thing, and I think that's a very important lesson for Europe. It's not only about subsidies and regulations that we have to buy in Europe. It's looking at the industry dynamics, because I've been a board member in many different industries, and the semiconductor industry is really different. If you look at the industry, it's an industry with a very thin value chain. What do I mean by that? In every part of the value chain, you only have a limited number of players. So many of the suppliers of ASML are the only one who can make that part. And that is actually logical because you have to invest a lot up front. It's a lot about IP. So it doesn't really work in a very competitive market. But the other thing which is very different is how the supplier and the customer work together. Other than the car industry, where there's a very antagonistic relationship often between the different players in the value chain, in the semiconductor industry, people work closely together. Does it mean they're always the biggest friends and they don't have big fights? But at the end of the day, they do share their roadmaps. They work very closely together. If you see that one important supplier needs some additional support, be it financial, be it otherwise, actually it is provided. And so by working together very, very closely, that is the only way I think it's possible to keep up this high speed of Moore's law and to integrate and to get the speed and to become a tech champion. So my appeal to Europe is, please, it's not only about subsidies, it's not only brilliant people, it's really around creating an ecosystem where people work together and enable speed. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Jochen Hanebeck, CEO of Infineon Technologies.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I will complement the picture we just have seen about the semiconductor industry. We heard about Moore's law. Moore's law is extremely important in this industry, but alone Moore's law will not bring us system innovation. We need a lot of different types of semiconductors. Besides the processors, we need power semiconductor, we need sensors, we need analog semiconductor, we need high frequency semiconductors. And all of them are not so dependent only on the geometry, in fact, not at all in some cases, but rather on different success factors like material science, compound semiconductors, or high frequency, and so on. And I would like to take the opportunity to briefly introduce Infineon. Infineon is a top 12 semiconductor company. It's the largest in Europe by revenue, but also by market cap. You see the latest number of last fiscal year. You also see what has been said already. The semiconductor industry is heavy on investment. We are investing about 30% of revenue yearly in terms of CapEx and R&D. And at the same time, we are a global team, global reach from Asia all the way, of course, also to Silicon Valley. Our market position, yes, the number one in automotive, but also in terms of products, number one in power semiconductors, number one in microcontrollers, just to mention a few. Now, what is next? Because that's the big question. One thing is chasing trends, others is defining trends, being in the lead for new topics that emerge. And that has a lot to do with competences, right? We were not able to predict the AI trend, which has emerged over the last 5 years, but we believed already over the last 20 years that every processor generation will consume more power because efficiency improvements alone are not enough. And now we are facing this picture, which everybody shows today, from generative AI to agentic AI to physical AI. And I would like to elaborate a little bit on that and the opportunity for Europe, because at this point already, physical AI is probably the chance for Europe to emerge in this AI trend. We will not lead in generative AI. But we have the chance, based on our knowledge about physical systems, and physical systems can be a truck from MAN, it can be a car, it can be a humanoid robot, it can be any sort of robot, because not all the robots will look like us, but that is the chance. But we need to command AI in the sense of physical AI, meaning combining the physical system, which we enable then to act in a real, autonomously in a real world environment. And that's a big challenge. And it will take, honestly, a long time before a robot will clean up my kitchen. So I will need to do it. But to have AI-enabled robots working in an industrial environment, improving processes, driving productivity, I think that is a very, very tangible target which we need to achieve. Now, what is the role of semiconductors in this search for AI? Of course, it's about the processors, NVIDIA, AMD, and so on and so forth. But again, also in this case, it's not only the processor. It's also about power semiconductors. And I won't go into detail here, but in a power rack, today's generation, we see already $15,000 per rack only in power semiconductors, because these GPUs, they consume by now 2,000 watts, which is similar to an iron, and that heat needs to be dissipated, and of course the energy needs to be transmitted from the grid to the core of the processor, right? And we remember the core of the processor runs at 0.5 volts, so we can easily calculate the currents we are facing in this regard. And that's a big driver for Infineon's business. You see it here. This powering AI business is the single biggest growth driver we face right now, unfolding with a factor of 10 within 3 years. And again, we believed into the trend of higher, that processors will consume more and more energy for the last 15 years. We didn't predict the trend, but we had the competences in place to embrace the trend and ride on the wave. And the next thing is very likely humanoids. And if you look at those features and functionalities a humanoid has, it very much resembles a car, basically. It has a brain, there's a zone controllers, there are actuators, there's connectivity, there's storage, sensing, all of that. And that's why, for us, this is a huge opportunity. Whether all robots, again, look like us, I doubt, but this will be a trend, and it's for us very attractive. And you see the content per robot from our perspective with our portfolio is very sizable. If you compare it with a car, it's roughly a third of that, but again, very sizable. And in order to go for this, it needs bold moves. This is the topic of this week's MMK, as I understand. And the bold moves we have done over the last 2-3 years are listed here. So we identified areas of competences which we do not have. That's why we bought Ethernet and also the sensor portfolio, AMS Osram. And we are investing heavily into manufacturing capacity, because we believe our semiconductors need an integrated device manufacturing concept. And you see the 2 factories we are building in Dresden are on track and will be opened this soon. And with this, I hand over back to you first.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Dr. Frederick Sohm, member of the Executive Board for Research and Development with MAN Truck and Bus.
Thank you. Warm welcome also from my side. First of all, I feel pretty honored as a truck and bus manufacturer to sit on a panel with high-tech companies. And why does that make sense? I try to explain you now in the next 5 to 8 minutes. It takes a couple of bold moves. And I see here Alex Kessel, also from MAN here in the boat. The first bold move we did was we restructured our production and R&D footprint completely in order to get us headway to invest in new technologies. And the second bold move was we transformed this diesel machine weighing 6.7 tons into an electric machine. So if you like, today you can order battery electric trucks and drive it fully electric. And what I want to talk about now is our third bold move is try basically to run this truck autonomous. And why does it make sense in our industry? So I think you haven't had the latest update, but then I need to change a little bit the order. So why does it make sense? It makes sense because a truck runs 100,000 to 200,000 kilometers, depending on its applications per year. And it has basically two cost factors. The one is energy cost. When it's diesel, it's around about 40,000 euros. If you run it battery electric, it's around about 20,000 euros. And the other one is the driver. Yeah, and therefore, to optimize basically the system for our customers and also optimize the logistical system, it makes a lot of sense to optimize, to run it autonomous. And the second topic, why autonomous is a game changer, is also safety. You will see it later. I have a chart on Waymo. A machine makes significant less mistakes than a human driver. So are we already there? And what I show you now is a video, and hopefully it works. And there's a driver. He's driving somewhere on a German street. And it's basically on a system from 22 from a competitor, but it has all the ingredients and shows that already in 22 you somehow can drive autonomous, but perhaps not pretty safe.
Guys, this is my new truck. For real, it's awesome. I've been driving autonomously for over an hour now. Just on the passenger side by now, on the A60, which isn't that much fun to be honest. But look at that. That's me. That's my hand. And that's enough. Isn't that sick?
I would be worried.
So if you manipulate the systems of today, you can run already pretty autonomous, but it's perhaps not pretty safe. So, and that was a slide I was looking for before. Now I switch it. And that is what is changing dramatically. But here you see the figures of Waymo, and Waymo is the first one who tries a commercial approach and really release autonomous into public. So every one of us who's in San Francisco, Phoenix, and sooner or later also Zurich and London, because these are the first two targeted cities in Europe, and they will offer fully autonomous public transportation. And when they entered this market, they basically took immediately 30% of the market share against Uber and against Lyft with these systems. Yeah, so you can see that it is already working, certainly at low speed and under certain conditions, and that's why Waymo has already invested here. And what we all don't know is how much are their operational costs. So how much compute do they need in order to really control all these situations, and how much also human interference it needs in order to keep that car running. But it shows it's technically possible. And what is now the difference between that truck you have seen, which was running on a system pretty autonomous already, and today? The one is we have a very advanced legislation. And I mean, normally industries intend to complain a lot about Brussels or their local government, but here we can say that in Europe, and especially under the German government, we have the most advanced regulations for basically homologating an autonomous system. So there is no, so in 22, under the government of Andi Scheuer, the German government was the first to release a law how you can homologate an autonomous system. So this time, industry cannot blame it on politics and regulations. It's up to us to make it deliver. The second topic which changes a lot is the scalability of the platforms. So what we see a lot is that the car manufacturers who are basically going ahead of us. So if we produce 100,000 trucks, VW produce 10 million cars. So we are certainly piggybacking on their commercial efforts. And what they are doing is basically they scale the system from level 2, which you can already endeavor, which is kind of giving you also very already autonomous feeling. So we are using some of their sensors, which are level 2 ready, in order to use them then for level 4. So we see the sensor setups getting more and more interesting, especially the LiDARs. We see have a decrease in prices, which are immense, so that we can install those. But the biggest change, and was a complete disruption, was basically the shift from a rule-based evaluation and validation to an AI-based evaluation. That happened in between 22 and 23. Yeah, certainly at Google the first, because they had the knowledge which we hadn't had. But we basically threw away everything we did in order to come to a very different evaluation. Because what is key for us as a manufacturer is we need to validate that the truck is safe in all conditions. And if you do it rule-based, it takes a very long time. If you take it AI-based, the truck can make the decision based on the understandings what he sees. So he gets more and more human-based in their decision-making. So that is changing. And that's why we believe our third bold move is now our step into AI. And how would we like to do that? We have basically 4 steps which are rising in complexity. Yeah, and complexity here has also something to do with the area. So which kind of area are we covering where the truck can be driven safe? And the second topic of complexity is at what speed are we doing the things? So how much time has a system to decide? Yeah, so the first one we are doing right now is in-hub maneuvering. BMW is already doing it with their cars, so they are maneuvering out of the manufacturing plant directly to the shipping dock. And the second one, we have a joint venture with Rheinmetall on military trucks. Certainly here you can understand that 15 kilometers in front of the front line, it's super intelligent to run the trucks rather more autonomous or basically governed by putting a joystick into it, and then you are off board. The third one is, which we are pledging now for, is doing it into cities. Why that? Because buses are driving nearly always the same route, so it's pretty much on a safer spot. Secondly, the personal cost of these cities are exploding because they don't have bus drivers anymore. Right now, for example, Hamburg is paying per year 400 million only on personal cost for bus drivers. Yeah, and they have increases much above inflation. So they're looking for a solution in order to allow city transportation. And then in the US, we are endeavoring together with a partner the hub-to-hub navigation. But for us, the MAN way is going now from basically yard to the city mobility. And we will be curious to see what I can then present in 3 to 6 years, yeah, if we made this bold move. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's take some questions, and I'm grateful for short answers due to time. Mr. Hannebeck, you know the semiconductor industry, and Europe currently produces less than 10% of the world's chips, and the EU Court of Auditors considers the 20% target by 2030 as very unlikely. How serious is the situation, and is the European Chips Act the right response?
No region in the world will reach self-sufficiency in terms of semiconductors. It's all about avoiding one-sided dependencies. So what we need to achieve in Europe is not necessarily 10 or 15 or 20%, but we need to have assets like ASML or like the combined market share of microcontrollers of the 3 European players, which is more than 50%, or we are leading in sensors, for example. So we need assets in the semiconductor industry to sit at the table, not to be decided on top of us, but we need to have assets, and that's the main goal. And in that direction, we need to strengthen our strengths.
Thank you very much. Next, that's perfect for my next question to Ms. Aris. So you sat on the supervisory board of ASML, a company that controls a global bottleneck with its EUV machines. Do you find that Europe is aware of the strategic card it holds with ASML, and how fragile is that position?
So I think Europe is very, very aware of it. For our, for ASML's sake, maybe a bit too aware of it, because it doesn't make business always easier.
Okay.
No, and I think it's very, very defendable at the moment. Of course, it's known that ASML is not allowed to sell the machines, the EUV machines, to China, or the very high-end DUV machines. And China is doing its utmost to catch up. Which, if you take a step back, if we would have had China full of ASML machines, we would have a much stronger strategic position than now stimulating the Chinese industry to copycat. However, they are catching up, but more on the basic machines. The high-end machines are so complex that jokingly someone says, even if they would have the blueprint, it wouldn't help them. And so that will take a while, but never say never.
Yeah. Dr. Zoom, MAN was a diesel company for decades, and now you talk about software platform on wheels, autonomous trucks, electric buses. What does this transformation mean? What has it meant in terms of your R&D organization? You're head of this organization, and which technologies do you need to keep in Europe?
I think when we started that journey, that certainly was a super hard transformation for all of us, because basically no one studied what we needed when he left the university. Yeah, so when we started to think about cell chemistry, there was no one in our diesel engineering. But it's not only the engineering part of it. I mean, that you can help, you will find people, you can hire them, and you can involve them in your team. But it's also then, it goes all around the value stream. So it also for the production workers, if you think about them, they now need to build basically a diesel truck on the same line they build an electric truck. That's pretty much different. And then you have it at the customer side. There you have also to unlock a lot of different views on it, because customers intend to mention that somehow energy must be liquid. For them, that's why we talk so much about hydrogen. They cannot imagine that it works on a battery electric truck. So you have to transform here a lot. So it's a real change of the whole value chain in industry, even then also on the customer sides of our customers. So how would they push it? When we talk now on autonomous, it even gets more difficult for us because we need a lot of software engineers, which are, I have to say, more easy to source outside Germany, unfortunately, because those who are in Germany are already pretty much bound and not so flexible in Germany than they are in the other regions of the world.
Thank you. And Mr. Hannebeck, so Infineon is strongly committed to edge AI, intelligent data processing directly in the device. Is this a realistic niche for Europe, while the US and China clearly dominate the large AI models, or are we thinking too small?
Yeah, we have to be now a bit careful of terms. So there is the cloud AI and the edge AI. And then there is the topic of what I described before of physical AI, which you can also call in some way edge AI. I think the edge topic, as I said already, we have a long tradition in Europe on mastering physical systems. Is it now wise to try to catch up with large language models? Not so sure. Is it wise to go heads on to build a GPU? Not so sure. Is it smart to leapfrog maybe into the next generation of processors, neuromorphic architectures? Yes. So we should try to avoid this reflex, which is very present in Europe. There is something we need to do the same, because just catching up in a high-tech world is close to impossible. So rather think about what is the next step, and the next step for me is physical AI, combining AI, software, semiconductors to make physical systems which we master, like the MAN trucks, very well, to make them competitive in the new world. But let's not try to catch up what is already there in this world.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Arvis, you are an academic and you've served on the board. You have the board perspective. So the Draghi report calls for more speed and less regulation. At the same time, Europe is quite proud of its AI Act, GDPR, Cyber Resilience Act. In your view, does regulation slow down our tech sovereignty, or is it maybe even a competitive advantage?
Maybe two things. First of all, if you look at what the EU is doing, everyone talks about the regulation, but you look at the other side, they really do a lot to stimulate by building the super factories. So there's a lot of stuff done by the EU Commission to build. So we shouldn't forget that. If you look at the regulation, maybe in the short time makes things a bit more complicated. But but it forces you to do the things right from the beginning. And it's much more expensive to repair later on. So I think, yes, it's maybe frustrating, but on the other hand, as long as it's European-wide, I think we might be ahead of the curve in 5 or 10 years because we did it the right way. So I'm a bit less critical there.
Okay, thanks. And Dr. Sohm, Germany was the first country in the world to legalize autonomous driving in 2021. Nevertheless, most autonomous vehicles are driven in the US and China. So what's going wrong with scaling here?
I think it's a question of money and focus for stock market oriented companies. Yeah, so when you look on Waymo, they have a similar turnover than VW, but unfortunately they have the 3 times of the earnings. Yeah, so and their capex spending is tremendously. Yeah, and when you look at on the car manufacturers, the incumbents all need to transform 2 times. They need to transform basically into battery electric systems while keeping up the pipeline with diesel or hybrids, and then also doing basically coming to a completely new software setup, which you described with zone controllers, and so forth and so forth. So it's a heavy burden on transformation on those incumbents. Yeah, but I wouldn't give up. I mean, we make our steps, and step by step, I think we will come there.
Thank you. To conclude, I would like to ask each of you a bold thesis. In one sentence, what is the one decision that Europe must make in the next 12 months to remain technologically sovereign?
I would start, I think we need a more common capital market to ease the flow of money.
Thank you.
Yeah, a step towards the common market in general, but then again, helping these innovative forces in Europe to flourish and don't consider transformation as something bad. Transformation is an opportunity. I think that's would be my pledge.
Yeah. No, I think picking up on what you said earlier, I think Europe should start thinking very, very strategically about where they invest and what they do to have to create an ecosystem which works. With academics, with some points where we as Europe are strong and can have bargain chips versus the rest of the world, and be much more smart and strategic on how to create this ecosystem rather than just giving subsidies or making general regulations.
Thank you for this great panel. That was fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, coming up next, micro. Woohoo. Can I have the mic? Yes, I can. Can I keep the mic? Nochmal? Okay. Welcome, 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 welcome. Ich brauche ein bisschen mehr Mikro. Can we turn the microphone on? Perfect. All right, there's a lot of movement here in the room. And I need a little bit of a, there we go. Hi. Okay, hello. I know there's a lot of movement. That's exactly the title of the next session. I like to move it, move it. That's the next session. So, big applause to our next panel because we are going to talk about mobility. I know there's a lot of mobility, but silenzio, por favor. Grazie. Okay, so mobility means moving from A to B. I know this is the case here, but it also means from analog to algorithms. And we obviously all know that cars are now computers on wheels. We know that actually we have a geopolitical chessboard ahead of us. And actually, when we talk about what the kind of different levels we look at a company and at an enterprise, you look at things that you look at a factory, the way that it's made out of bricks and steel, but you also look at the digital twins. And so we need masterminds in mobility. And I really love the title. We need to move it, move it. And I see there's a lot of discussion happening. But I would like to introduce, you will hear Albrecht Reimold, member of the board, production logistics at Porsche. We'll have Bo with us, Bo Anderson. He's the global executive of Sanoy Industries. We have Sabine Scheuner. Sabine, I can see you there already. Global executive and managing director of Dassault Systems. And and that's really cool. We have Gunnar Gutenke, who's the former head of procurement and supplier quality at Mercedes. So we have 4 masterminds in mobility, and I'm looking, are you all cabled up? Can you come and join me on stage? I know, Mr. Reimold, you already have your cable on, so you can come. You're first mover, you've been already sitting in the audience with your cable on, that's a good move. Hello. Welcome on stage. Gutenke, hello, welcome. Ja, das nehme ich. Alles gut. Sabine, schön, dass du da bist. Viel Spaß.
So, good morning, everyone. Before we start, I'd like to ask a quick question. How many of you arrived today using some form of technology to guide your trip? Maybe a navigation map, live traffic data, a ride-hailing service, or a car that's more connected than your laptop. If that's the case, you have already experienced today's topic. Because mobility today is more than just vehicles. It's about software, it's about connectivity, data, and the entire technology ecosystem surrounding every journey. Cars are becoming computers on wheels, and factories are becoming digital platforms. And companies in mobility and competition in mobility is no longer between car manufacturers, but increasingly between entire technology ecosystems. That's why today's discussion is titled How Tech Drives Mobility. And technology is not just any longer supporting the automotive industry, it's actively reshaping it. And from how vehicles are engineered and produced, to how customers interact with them every day. My name is Gunnar Gutenke, and until recently, I served as the Chief Procurement Officer at Mercedes-Benz. And today, I have the pleasure of moderating this panel. And to explore this, we have 3 outstanding leaders with us. And first, Albrecht Reimold. He's member of the Executive Board for Production and Logistics at Porsche. He began his career at Audi, where he held several leadership roles in production, including responsibility for manufacturing planning and later serving as plant manager of Audi Neckarsulm. He also served as chairman of the board of Volkswagen Slovakia before joining Porsche's executive team in 2016. So I'm curious, Albrecht, about your insights to how Porsche is tackling these challenges.
Okay, thank you. And I will start with technology moves the industry, and we as Porsche and the colleagues of the suppliers, we shape this movement. And I will give you in these 6 to 8 minutes 5 main messages from my point of view. And I will start with the actual situation. And it's not only one transformation we have to do. One is from battery electric vehicles. We started from ICEs, and the others are disruptive technologies. We have new players on the market in China, everywhere in the world. And we have new customer requirements. Normally, a typical Porsche customer is more than 50 years old and is not female. And now we have a lot of female customers like Sabine, and she likes our cars, and she's much more younger. Then we have the element of sustainability. A lot of people say sustainability is not more important. I say it's very important. And then this buzzword of all the elements of workforce transformation. You all know this home office and so on. For me, it's not only home office. It's the behavior, the attitude, how we act and how we fight for achieving our goals. And therefore, all these requirements we have to solve, and we have to have the right measurements. On the other side, we have clear factors for a successful transformation. And we as Porsche has a strong brand. But it's not only a strong brand out of the heritage, out of the past. We have to develop in the future, and the future is a little bit more different than the past. And therefore, we have to have the right products. We work on it. But you have always to be aware what the market gives you messages, what I want to have as a product, for example, more ICE or more battery electric vehicles, and that's different for us. On the other side, you need a lot of people, employees, who have the right skills to develop the cars, to produce it, to sell it to the customers. And basement for me is the processes. We have strong processes with clear responsibilities, and all this integrated in the strategy. And from my point of view, strategy is not only once a year for management conferences. You have to do it every week, every month, and you have to correct it if necessary. And therefore, that's strategy and not only one book made for every time. Then second main message is for me, I'm a production officer. We work as a main department in the company together with all. We have to fight with the technical development, to have the right processes to produce cars. Efficiency and productivity is our own goal. Production network all over the world is not so easy. With only 250,000 cars, it's not so easy to divide all this volume to the different areas of the world. Then a lot of regulation, technical product conformity, we have to solve it. Sustainability, I told you, is very important. And all these new technologies, for example, digitalization and AI, we have to use it. And therefore, we have to qualify our people that they can use it. And on the other side, we as Porsche are not able to produce an everyday car. We have to be able to do the individualization of the different cars. You see our heritage cars. I'm today here with a Cayenne with more than 1,000 horsepower, and I use all this new technology to be very fast here in Munich, and I like my car. On the other side, all these requirements are not so easy to do it as a small company like Porsche for your own. Therefore, we work with clear partners, for example, together with Schuler. Press shop is very expensive, and we do it in a joint venture in Halle, and we are very successful together. And the other side, this high power cell for our THEV concept in the 911, we work together with Vata, and in Malaysia, we produce together with Sime Darby the Cayennes for the Asian market. And at Porsche, we have a so-called module production in Slovakia for our new Cayenne with the new battery. And on the other side, we work to be a new company with digitalization, with a lot of software elements together with Sabine and Desor. We work on the PLM, with the production lifecycle manager, and I like it together with you to work on it because it gives us a lot of efficiency. And on the other side, we have the digital platform together with our mother company, VW, together with AWS. And therefore, it's the basement to work with all these new technologies. On the other side, I give you some information about sustainability. I am the sponsor in the board for sustainability, and I think it's necessary. No company will be accepted in the future if they don't work on sustainability. It's necessary for the world of the future. And therefore, a lot of examples here are in this chart named. For example, a reduction of plastic production and so on. But it's not the only measurement we do. We have a lot of ideas to be tomorrow much more better than today. And for me, the most important element is the biggest success factor for the challenges is the behavior and the attitude of our employees. And I like this picture of Greg Fosbury. He changed the high jumping from forward to backward, and the level was 60 centimeters more than yesterday. And I like such examples. And for me, it's very, very important to work on the behavior and the attitude of our employees to be successful in the future. And to summarize it, I have 6 to 8 minutes. Technology is for me a major element to fulfill the transformation in our industry. The second one is we need partners to solve it together. The third one is you have to work on your processes. Without clear processes, you have no clear responsibility. And the fourth is sustainability. And the last one is you need the right people with the right behavior. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Albrecht. Next we come to Bo Anderson. Bo is a globally experienced automotive executive known for leading companies through major transformations in complex markets. After 16 years at General Motors, where he served as head of global purchasing and supply chain, he moved into CEO roles at Gas Group, Avtovaz, and USA Auto Motors, where he successfully led restructuring and growth programs. Today, he serves as senior advisor to Zano Industrial and runs his own investment company, Ivanhoe. Bo, we're curious to listen to you.
Morning. I will talk about something that most of you don't really think is important. But after 40 years in automotive, it's all about return on investment. So ROI. And for the last 20 years, automotive executives have been saying cars are being computers on wheels. What I would like to highlight today is, does it correlate with strong computer or technology companies' return on investment? So in our cars, we have software-defined vehicles, we have connectivity, we have advanced safety features, and we have electrical powertrains or very advanced hybrids, diesel or gasoline engines. With this technology change going from traditional vehicles to computers on wheels, did the return on investment change? As I said, I've been in this industry for 40 years. Traditionally, the large OEMs' return on investment has been 5 to 10%. Traditionally, large suppliers have been between 7 to 15, and dealer groups have been between 15 to 25. If I now look at Apple, what is the return on Apple's investment for the last 5 years? Anyone? 20%? It's 50%, with a peak in 2020 of 80%. How do they accomplish this? According to themselves, they have stable software, they have pricing power, and they are very capital efficient. If I now look at large OEMs, and I took the top 5, so Toyota averaged 8% the last, between 2023 and 2025, so the last 2 years. Volkswagen 6%, Mercedes-Benz 9%, GM 6%, Ford 3.5%. That's OEMs. If I now look at the best performing supplier during the same time, it was Autoliv, Swedish technology company, 22% return on investment. If I now look at the best performing dealer group, was Penske Automotive, managed by Roger Penske, 21% return on investment. If I now go back to the disruptors, Tesla, BYD. Tesla, during the same period, 12%. 12%. Best year, 2023, 23%. But the last 6-9 months, 6%. BYD, extremely strong, very, very globally driven. They perform at 30%, the same period, 2023 to 2025. Peak performance with 49% in 2023. 49% in 2023. But the last 6 to 9 months, 9%. So it's very clear that we are seeing the shifts in the product, but it doesn't solve the capital intensity in the automotive industry. It doesn't solve supply chain complexity, and it doesn't solve regulatory burden or the competitive pressure that we feel in automotive every day. So the question is, who are the winners in this race? My conclusion is it's the ones that are staying most focused on scale, and are avoiding complexity. I think from Dr. Sips's speech, it was very clear. He said, if you grow 3% better every year, it's a good thing. Last, I'm old enough that I can say whatever I want. And I don't want to contradict bold moves. But as a military officer, I learned sometimes it's better to have tactical patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bo. And finally, we come to Sabine Scheuner to complete the round. Sabine is a CEO and Managing Director of Dassault Systems Eurocentral, leading one of the company's largest European regions. And before joining Dassault Systems, she held several senior leadership roles in the automotive industry, including serving as CEO of the Citroën brand in China and later Vice President Digital and IT Sales and Marketing at Mercedes-Benz, where she helped drive the brand's global digital transformation. Sabine, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Many thanks again for being here today. It's the first time that I'm presenting on a dizzy, moving platform. Yeah, it's quite a thing, I can tell you. And last year I was already here in presenting the digital twins. I was presenting Dassault Systems, which barely people in Germany know. We are rather known for CATIA, for SolidWorks. So we are a spin-off of the Dassault group in the 80s, and since then we moved full into technology, and we are the biggest, largest virtual twin company today in the world. And why is it so relevant? Why is it relevant when Porsche speak? Why is it relevant when we talk about return on investment? Yeah, it is because we are just ahead, the biggest industrial revolution that you can imagine. And I didn't bring a company presentation. I thought I'm in a university, and why not taking you onto a journey of a normal engineer? And I have to look behind you. Yeah, what I brought is a little test that we ran internally. We put one of our best experts in CATIA, SolidWorks, so 3D design development, in front of a task. And what you see here is a Spannhebel, which is, I think, a clamping device. Thank you so much for it. Yeah. And Sumatra is really one of our best. So he had to switch from the normal 2D scribble into the system, to put all the dimensions manually. And what I hope is coming now, you see after a little time, even Sumatra is really one of our best. You see there is a lot of frustration on his face. So because it takes a while to put and switch from imaging filing to the application, capturing then every segment individually, the entire mapping, where it needs to fit. And then in particular now, you can imagine what it takes. This is the way of how hundreds of thousands of engineers, beyond the auto industry, are doing 3D geometry design. And imagine now, as we are serving the entire world when it comes to industry, imagine what would happen, if this bottleneck, and it took him, by the way, around 7 minutes, and I have no idea who was sitting behind a cut system here, maybe just raise your hand, but maybe it would have taken at least 20, 30 minutes to finalize that element. 7 minutes for Sumatra. So this is something that we presented during the 3D Experience World, beginning this year in Houston. And this is the future where I would like to invite you to. And I think this is, by the way, already as my first message, a unique chance now for the automotive industry in regaining speed again, in motivating all those engineers who were behind the best cars in the world, in shaping again what I think is a bold and a very strong automotive industry. I'm introducing you to Leo. Leo is our first AI companion based on industrial data, and he is able, just by simple voice control here, to put a drawing from a sketch into a functional device. So what you have been seeing here, that we were able to upload a simple PDF file. The AI automatically identifies the entire segments, exclude irrelevant parts, then puts it into the right dimension. And what is super, super important, that this is a fully parametric model. So that means automatically we are also able to put simulation inside, as it's a predefined physical AI model. So what took Sumatra 7 minutes is going to be probably in 30 seconds a task of thousands of hundreds of thousands of engineers in the world, serving all the industry. And this is revolutionary, as you can imagine, because we are able to put the entire knowledge and know-how of the industries of companies as Porsche, Volkswagen, BMW, yeah, now into a system, into a platform to evolve and to innovate again in a much higher speed. I brought you a second example because moving from CAD, and Albrecht mentioned it, we are still also often losing a lot of time when it comes from the engineering part into the production part. And this is an example where I think we brought something which is also absolutely revolutionary, because we are able to connect now both worlds, engineering and production. And what you see here in that little movie starting is that currently our engineers in the German automotive industry, they are working on body-wide structures, mechanical interfaces, and they are really trying to enhance these kind of models by immediately talking to the colleagues from the production side, from the engineering, because the context is absolutely decisive. What we did here is we did a request on the spot fasteners on the right side of a car. And Albrecht knows it. I mean, you need to analyze a lot of things. You need to analyze the geometry, the joining surfaces, the material which is in place, and then automatically we are now able, by benefiting from a companion based on industrial AI, that automatically the simulation of the manufacturing robots, they're able, because they detect immediately the reachability issue and everything which often creates quite heavy pains in engineering, in terms of being able to automatically put the entire fasteners. And you can imagine that working between engineering and manufacturing simultaneously, we are also seeing that this is going to revolutionize the entire industrial world. All this is based on virtual twins. And this is exactly what we are seeing, the first tests across industry, and we are extremely advanced now with the tier one suppliers, with the OEMs, but also in the aerospace and defense particularly. We see a lot of programs moving 10 times faster than we were used to move in the past. And if you put that medal to the other side, it also hopefully encourages everyone who is working in a production-based, manufacturing-based, engineering-based industry segment in understanding that this move towards industrial virtual twins, large industrial models, it's not a question of time anymore, it's a must for every decision maker. I come to my end of the presentation. So for me, virtual twins, AI, understanding software, and becoming really the owners of that digital transformation is for me key. And therefore, I couldn't be more happy in standing here by saying, let's move it again. And I'm sure that the automotive industry in Germany, we will see them very, very soon being back and bold. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Sabine. Let's start the discussion. Ramo, Albrecht, let's go with you first. When people think about tech-driven mobility, typically they think about the car first. But how much of the real innovation is actually happening in the production?
In the production, you have two elements. One is the car for the car himself, and the other is the processes how to produce the cars. And therefore, we have in both times important role. And the hardware we learned, but we have now a lot of efficiency with the elements Sabine mentioned. And the other side, on the software, we work, and we are not at the end, maybe 50 to 60%, but we have to achieve the new goals because software is the future and it brings the key elements into a car who is successful. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Bo, coming to your speech, you gave a lot of data and insights into the ROI of various companies. Now, I fear in the audience here we have more representatives from traditional OEMs, traditional tier one, tier two suppliers. What is the, I would say, advice, the hints that you want to give to the people in the audience, how to make sure that they're also on the winner side?
as I said, I've been in automotive for 40 years, and I worked inside all automotive companies besides Honda and McLaren in different roles, either as a supplier or contract manufacturer. And I think everyone needs to spend more time understanding where capital is being used. And it's a very difficult topic, but it's very simple. Because if everyone in the company understands where the money goes and what the return is, I think that's the solution.
So setting the right priorities.
I believe in empowering people. In my last job, I have 20,000 people. All of them, besides me, were Muslims. But everyone had a weekly target on revenue and cost and capital. And it worked.
Impressive. Thank you.
It's not that easy, but it worked.
Yeah. Sabine, you showed examples of system change, and this implementation requires, I would say, the right mindset. And tech companies are entering the mobility space with a different mindset. What can the automotive industry learn from them, and what can they not replicate?
That's a very relevant question. I mean, you said it in the beginning. I have been serving 20 years for OEMs, worked in this industry, and now I moved since 2 years into the software companies, or in a software company culture. And I think what is the biggest difference is that ultimate continuous change which you are in a company which is driven by technology. And the cycles of innovation are so fast, and they are also so short-term based, that automatically an organization needs to adapt to move, in order to be still ahead the wave and not behind the wave. And what is absolutely sure is that there is an openness in the culture towards embracing whatever comes. And this scalability as a key factor, understanding that speed in itself is a strategy, I think this is something that the automotive industry surely can learn about from. The second topic is that the very big tech giants and the ones who are really successful, they all have invested intensively in platforms. And I think here it comes to that as well. We are used to work in platforms when it comes to the pure module-based engineering task. But I think what many OEMs don't yet have is a platform, a software platform in which, the classical divisions are able to really work in one. And I think this is going to be hopefully now coming, because the technology will not stop if industries are not taking up the speed.
Thank you, Sabine. We've talked a bit about different views on technology, also in the panel beforehand. And I would like to have one more big picture question. And maybe each of you can give their point of view in a quick and short answer, please. What is the single technology with the biggest impact on mobility over the next 10 years, from your point of view?
For me, software and AI, and in a company, clear processes like Sabine mentioned, the end-to-end processes, and that's the two main things.
Well, it's hard for me to answer. I would believe it's industrial AI, because again, here, there's a unique chance for Europe as well. We heard it also from Jochen Hanebeck. I think we have the chance for Europe again in leading in that, because we are sitting on more than hundreds of years of knowledge and know-how of engineering, industrial processes. And I think this is now the moment where, thanks to AI, based on industrial data, we are able to exploit that potential.
I think from a consumer standpoint, we will have more self-driving vehicles in different degrees. And from a manufacturing standpoint, I think we will have much more automation. Automation is much more inexpensive today than it was yesterday.
Interesting statement. Maybe we have a chance to meet again in 10 years and see. We have another close to 2 minutes, so that's maybe one final statement from each of you. In today's presentation, there was one topic which I was a bit surprised was not so present, but in many other discussions is very present. And we see that in recent years, China has significant impact on the automotive industry with regards to innovation, products, development time, and cost. What does Europe need, from your point of view, to stay competitive And is regulation helping or slowing down innovation?
Shall I start?
Go
Okay.
ahead,
For me, Europe has to reduce the regulation and all this administration. And on the other side, we have a clear goal for us. We have to be a little, or have to have a little bit more self-confidence and to love our goals and to achieve it. If we always struggle and say, okay, it's very difficult, we are not in front of. We have to be in front of, and we have all skills to do it. But a lot of people always speak about problems. I like to speak more about successes and not about problems.
I have been managing a huge joint venture in China, and I think what we are forgetting is that also China has a lot of regulations that need to be respected. And I would completely agree. It's not about always finding the excuses and seeing this glass half empty. It's about, again, having the courage in moving ahead. And I think that we lost a little bit. So therefore, for me, it's not a hindering momentum. It's not a hindering moment. I mean, we can still continue to complain, but for me, it would be rather that we need to be back to what made us strong and quite successful. And this is exactly, I think, what we can do again for the future.
For me, it's easy. I'm half American, so I'm half ugly American and half European. And I would say that provoking, I think it's important that EU is playing the role it should play. And I think the last 25 years has been an experiment, didn't show any results.
It's a very good concluding statement, Bo. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for your statements. I think there are enough food for thought, even though there's still the next panel to come. Thank you very much.
Hello. So, the next topic is going to be on Africa. I originally wanted to start humming. It's time for Africa, but maybe, I don't know if you can hear me. So, the story of Africa. Okay. I'll give you another half second, and then we go into silence. Okay. Thank you. It's time for Africa. And the story of Africa is about scale, it's about speed, and it's about strategic relevance. And in a geopolitical shifts that we're having right now here, the spotlight is on Africa. And from an industry perspective, because here we have a huge industry community, it's very much on new markets in general, I would say. And specifically, Africa hasn't really been looked at that much. And so this is why I'm really excited, because the two things are coming together here. You have a population growth of 60% until 2050, and until a market size that will double. And so the question is only, who can do business in Africa? And it only favors those who actually know how to do business in Africa. And I'm excited that we have a fantastic panel waiting here to be cabled up with me. And I'll wait a second until I'm asking everyone on this turning stage. But we will have Anna Herken with us. She is the member of the board of the GIZ, the German Development Agency. I used to work at GIZ, so I'm a big fan. Now, the next speaker from the corporate perspective, we have Sabine Dal-Olmo. She's CEO of Siemens Sub-Saharan Africa, and she's also the president of the German African Business Association. So totally to the topic, I also worked at Siemens once. So now third, and this is a place where I haven't worked yet, it's in Africa, and I'm very glad that you're here. We have from the public sector perspective, Dr. Mashukwu, and he is the special advisor to the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. So now, who could be better than moderating the session as Professor Dr. Philipp Karlowitz. Professor Karlowitz is a professor at the Reutlingen University and has been studying and teaching at this university on doing business in Africa. So, the floor is yours, and I would love to have all of you on stage. And a big hand to the next panel. Thank you. Fantastic. Great to have you. Thank you so much. So the stage is turning. I know you were looking a little scared when I said this morning it's going to be turning. You know, the thing is, the stage can also turn faster. So if you're too slow, we can speed things up. Yeah, exactly. You just have to hold. That's exactly the thing. All right. This is your seat. Welcome.
And then you're thrown suddenly.
Okay. Ja?
Oh, you're really moving.
Schon, oder?
Oh,
Hast
yeah,
du
actually,
vorgestellt, oder?
I don't feel it.
Ja, eben, genau.
You don't
I'm
feel
not, yeah, it was when I looked down.
Okay. Just waiting for the technology.
You have to fixate on your shoes so I don't see that turn around. No, it's turning.
Ach so, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Ja. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, welcome to the session on Africa, from potential to power. So, well, the world is in turmoil, and obviously that has impact on Africa. There are opportunities and there are risks. All of a sudden, Africa is more in the forefront in terms of risk assessment, but also in terms of the political issues. And also the risks are linked to the oil markets, for instance, but also, for instance, debt crises and debt repayments. We saw quite a few of those things happening. So the question is, what is Germany doing? What can Germany do? And we can see that there is significant German investment. There has been quite a bit of business taking place in forms from exports. However, it's not over proportionate, so the shares are relatively stable. And I think this is a very important question on how can we enforce and promote more activity of the German industry, German development cooperation, and also what can politics do in Germany, but also obviously local policies. This is why we have this distinguished panel. Each of them is an expert and has a leadership role in each of these three key stakeholders: development cooperation, Nigerian politics, so basically a case study speaking for all of Africa, and then the private sector. So the question will be, how can these three stakeholders interact to promote the development in Africa? And we all know saying Africa is wrong, yeah, so in the specific African countries. And this is basically what we're going to talk about today. We'll start with very brief statements. The order will be Anna Haken will start, so development cooperation, then Sabine Dal-Omo will speak for the private sector, so you have big roles, and Tochukwu will speak about the Nigerian political perspective, and then we'll briefly discuss a bit on how these three stakeholders can cooperate. So, Anna.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And let me start with a bold but very specific example, which is Lake Turkana wind power in Kenya. It produces about 17% of the power that's needed by the country, and it was built by European investors with long-term purchase agreements and within a very stable regulatory environment. And it works, so it delivers much-needed electricity, it generates returns for investors, and, very important, it creates jobs. So when we talk about doing business in 2026 also from a development cooperation, it's not only about potential, but it's also about existing realities already. I mean, looking at what already works.
And I think it becomes even more obvious when we sort of zoom out from this one example and look at the bigger picture. So some of the world's fastest growing economies are on the African continent. We have massive urbanization. I think every month a city of the size of Munich is added, and we have a very young growing population. At the same time, there's a lot of demand. So about 600 million people still don't have access to reliable energy, electricity. And the same holds true for pretty much every sector: transport, digitalization, mobilization. So there's a huge opportunity. And when we look at Africa on the continent, it's not only a big infrastructure case. It's also about consumer markets and, very important, raw materials. So whatever we need for a global transformation, digital or green transformation, comes from the continent. So I think if you put this on one bucket or one side, and then we look at the German reality, and we will learn more about this from Sabine, who's much more qualified to speak about the private sector, we see that there are companies active, very successful on the continent, but only 1% of global German FDI goes to Africa, which is sort of crazy when you look at all the opportunities. And I think that's something we probably need to discuss today. So what would be needed? And we see certainly with the geopolitical shift, your numbers are getting better, but I think they're still too slow. And then there's one aspect that I also always like to mention, is it's important that we sort of, in terms of learning, that we see it both ways. So there's so much reverse learning from the African continent. And you probably all heard about leapfrogging, digital leapfrogging. You know, the mobile payments were just normal before we ever knew what it was in Europe. But also in the pandemics, you know, some African countries, I mean, like Togo invented like super advanced digital solutions, both to pandemic discovery, but also to like social payments. In Rwanda, nearly 80% of the public services are digital. They have a system called Irembo, while we are still struggling, you know, when you need a new passport here. So I think it's also important that we see that we have solutions being developed on the continent that we actually need on a global level. So I would ask you to sort of have these two aspects in mind, because I think they're quite important.
Great, thank you very much, Anna. So Sabine, the private sector, what do you at Siemens see and do to build a profitable, beneficial for everyone business?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, thank you for being here, and it's great to see so many interested people in the Africa story. So it always gives me lots of motivation to keep going. But you know, when I travel in Africa, and I mean, I'm in Africa for quite a long time. I live in Johannesburg. I'm obviously, as you can hear, I'm German. But when I travel through Africa, I see, you know, in the cities and even in rural communities, Africa doesn't lack opportunities. Yeah, I mean, there is lots of opportunities, there are lots of potential, and I mean, there were over the last couple of decades lots of initiatives of Africa Rising, the Sleeping Line, and whatever other initiative were schemed out. But as we talk about it right now, you can see it didn't happen, and you wonder why didn't it happen? You know, because Africa has a challenge that it lacks, for one, speed. It lacks scale, and it lacks infrastructure. And you already mentioned a few positive examples, but there is so much more to do, because if you look forward, by 2050, Africa will have the youngest population. It will have 2.5 billion people. 25% of the world's population will live on the African continent, and they do want to live in Africa. Africans like Africa, actually, and they like the setting around it, so they all don't want to necessarily migrate somewhere else, because they want to make Africa work. And I think that's something which, when we look from a German perspective, also need to keep in mind, that the people actually want to be there where they live in their communities, in their societies. So, but when we go back, I mean, obviously demographics alone don't make growth. It's nice to have, and they will have also a very young population. And Anna mentioned already a few topics, like specifically digital skills. I mean, Africans are incredibly savvy. If I can tell you, young people which we are hiring currently as engineers into Siemens South Africa from universities of Africa, they are really skilled and talented, and they can get quickly into problem solving, because they have real problems they need to solve every single day. So their ability to come up with solution is really a good positioning for the young people. And you have companies like, for instance, BMW, who has 2,600 people in an IT hub in South Africa, where they serve all plants other than China, obviously for data security reasons, from South Africa. And a lot of people do not know that necessarily, that these kind of examples are existing. But when I look at what does Africa need, when demographic is not the only one, Africa needs infrastructure. It needs reliable energy, it needs reliable transport, mobility, but it needs also to have the ability to use digital tools. And the theme here at the MK 26 obviously evolves around digital application, because Africa has the possibility to leapfrog into certain technologies without going through the whole value chain. And when we look at where they can leapfrog, not all of the opportunities are necessarily possible for leapfrog. But if you think about specifically the application of digital solutions, when I zoom in now into Siemens, because you asked me what we do, it is particular around what we have done, helping Nigeria with the distribution grid, using digital skills and technology to make it cheaper to implement, to rehabilitate certain infrastructure, because you really can cost out, which maybe 10 years ago you would not have been able. We help with the signaling technology for the rail transport in South Africa, but also we call it the North-South corridor, specifically around the DRC to Durban rail line. But we help also the mining operators, which are very important, specifically given the fact that most of the commodities are, first, high in demand, second, also having a high price. And in that context, we also operate within the mining industry, helping them to make it more sustainable, less impact on the environment, and in particular here water and the communities. And so these kind of technologies you can deploy and get intelligence out of it, which is digital, and largely we can do that with local people. So for us, when we look at Siemens, particular where we would see opportunities, for us it's really around public-private partnerships. We have done quite a number of things with GIZ around, for instance, Lake Turkana, but also in other regions like microgrids in South Africa, where rural communities being connected to the network, being able to have economic activity and also having less CO2 emission. And more and more, and Anna mentioned, learning from Africa, it's important to have also solutions which have been developed with Africans in Africa, so that, also they are accepted by the community and safeguarded by the community. And so we strongly believe that is a possibility. And to do so, we need more public-private partnerships, because one of the biggest challenge, and this would be one thing which I would like to see maybe that we discuss, is if, as Germany, we want to have democratic partners, but, a democracy has voting terms of 4 to 5 years, what means with a large infrastructure gap which is existing in Africa, 4 to 5 years are just not long enough for infrastructure to be thought through to the end and being implemented. And unfortunately, election promises sometimes hamper these kind of developments. And for us, public-private partnership and a long-term commitment could be the possibility to overcome these kind of restrictions we currently have. And investing into infrastructure is absolutely vital to make the economies more robust. And luckily, for us, we are since more than 165 years on the African continent. We see lots of opportunities there, and we're proud to be part of that transition we currently see on the continent. And despite, all the negative global tensions at this point in time, Africa is weathering quite well. And just a food for thought, there was a Frankfurter newspaper article about a week ago, and it said that first time Africa has a higher growth than the Asian countries, with 4.4% forecasted by the International Monetary Corporation versus 4.1% for the Asian countries. And so, yeah, I do believe Africa is a place to be, and I'm excited to have a discussion.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So now we heard the German side, but strangely enough, there's also an African side. Tochukwu, if you could just sort of, from your point of view, from the Nigerian point of view, how has it been working in the cooperation, and what's the situation on the ground, so to speak, in your country?
Yeah, thank you, Philip. And it's also a pleasure to be here with everybody. So basically, when the global conversations about Africa happens, what you usually hear is about risks. And from your introduction, you actually were on point in terms of the several risks that underscore investing in Africa. So for Nigeria specifically, you go from macroeconomic volatility, be it in terms of exchange rates, in terms of inflation, high inflation rates, high interest rates, fiscal risks, because you have very little revenue vis-a-vis the expenditure, desires of government. So it's all, risks. And so it's not surprising, like you said, that just 1% of, the Africa's, I think it was foreign investments, or Germany's foreign investments in Africa. So, however, it's not all about risk. And we're not being defensive here. Those are realities, and those are things that African governments are beginning to face. I'm very happy that the theme of this colloquium, at least an aspect of it, is bold moves. I've been seeing bold moves everywhere in several panels. In May 2023, something similar happened in Nigeria. A new government came on board, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And what he did was to say that, yes, I'm ready to take courageous moves and carry out bold reforms. So the first thing he did, in fact, on his inaugural address, was to remove the fuel subsidy, which is a policy that for several decades had been an impediment to growth in Nigeria, because every year the country spends billions of dollars in inefficient petroleum product subsidies that goes to elite and doesn't really go down to the ordinary people. And so and for several governments preceding that, they had tried, but then once the political consequences come, they withdraw. But on his first day in office, during his inaugural address, he removed the fuel subsidy. Was there pain? A lot of it. The inflation went haywire to over 30% at a point. Food inflation, because fuel has everything, affects everything. But he stayed the course. He didn't panic. He stayed the course. And now, we'll talk about that later, we're seeing that those pains are now gradually being reducing. The second thing he did a few weeks after was the unification of the exchange rates. Nigeria has several exchange rates. You have the official rates, you have the interbank rates, you have several autonomous market rates, and then the black market rates. And one of the easiest ways of becoming rich in Nigeria, if you have government access, is to go through what we call round tripping. You buy foreign exchange at the government rate and then sell at the black market rate, and overnight you become a billionaire. And so he stopped that, he unified the exchange rates. And what this does is that for investors, you have one single exchange rate. There's predictability in terms of the exchange rate regime. Was there pain? Yes. The exchange rate depreciated from about 400 and something to, at a point, 400 and something naira to $1 to the point about 1,500 per dollar. But that has also moderated slightly. And then the other issue in terms of the reforms he undertook was what we call the national single window. One of the biggest challenges to investors, entrepreneurs, or whoever who wants to do business in Africa and Nigeria is the fact that you have to deal with multiple government agencies, multiple regulators with different requirements in terms of licensing, documentation, information, payments, and it can be very harrowing for businesses. And what the president did when he came board was, I think it was in April 2024, was to say we're going to have a single window. It's coming on. It's been a lot of work because agencies don't want to relinquish their powers. It's coming on board, on stream rather, on the 27th of this month, and we're hoping that we actually get to launch it. And what this will do is to basically collapse, simplify all of the processes. So you have, rather than having to deal with dozens of agencies at the ports, for instance, or wherever, you have a single electronic platform that will tell you what you need in terms of documentation and where you can actually do all of that, reducing human interface to the barest minimum. The last reform is the tax system reform. This is one of the most comprehensive and audacious fiscal reforms that's happened in Nigeria ever. And what this does, has done is that he also started work on that at the very beginning of his tenure, and it took effect January 1st this year. And what this does is to consolidate over 60 taxes in less than 60 disparate taxes into less than 10 taxes that are clearly defined. And what this does, you can imagine, it reduces multiple taxation, reduces compliance costs for businesses, and to be frank, this is one of the most consequential reforms that this government has carried out. There has been gains from this. There have been pains, but now we're beginning to see the gains, and then subsequently, maybe I'll talk about some of those.
Great, thank you very much. So a lot of reforms happening in Nigeria. We have sort of like a short round of discussion, and I would, because it came up, like to talk about the infrastructure gap. I mean, all of you kind of mentioned that this is one reason, and here I would like each of you to say, what can you contribute, and what would you need from the other stakeholders? Yeah, so don't get personal, just from the private sector, local politics, and development cooperation. So we get the three views using the example of the infrastructure gap, or working to close the infrastructure gap. Anna, you want to start?
Perhaps on the infrastructure, there's a lot happening on the EU level at the moment. It's called Global Gateways, so the idea is sort of to cover the infrastructure gap on the African continent. So basically what we deliver as GIZ is typically the reforms. You know, we like do the enabling environment, so that's something that we could contribute. What we also do, we sort of try to identify what we call bankable projects, you know, sort of put it together, and usually we call ourselves, and I think that's also what we are pretty good at, we sort of bridge the gap between the public and the private sector, sort of translate the needs. So I think that's what we do. What we would need more, probably a bit more risk openness sometimes from part of the private sector. And then on part of the public sector, certainly reliability, but I think there's a lot of reform going on, so yeah.
Okay, then I would actually, I leave the private sector for last. Okay. So Tuku, what from your side, and just keep in mind, we're running out of time, so please brief.
So for me, in terms of infrastructure, one is what the government is doing and what is required. In terms of what government is doing, mention the single window, which is the biggest trade infrastructure reform that has happened. And what basically is happening is that, well, this is an opportunity for businesses to know what is happening, to see that, you know, when you come into a country like Nigeria, there are opportunities. Basically, we're not asking businesses to forget about risks in taking their decisions. We're not asking them to jettison objectivity. What we're asking them is to look at the trajectory, look at the reforms that are taking place, look at where the market access is consolidating around, look at where policies are clearer, and to come in to take advantage. Several countries are doing that already. We had the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement with the UAE, which is the biggest bilateral trade treaty we've had with any country, and that allows about over 7,000 goods to come into the UAE from Nigeria tariff-free, and then also allows about over 6,000 goods to come in from the UAE into Nigeria tariff-free. And then that has a lot of implications. We also have something similar with the UK, enhanced trade and investment partnership, wherein, something similar, but I think fewer goods, about 3,000 and 2,000 on the other side. So what we're basically saying is that we're not looking just for investments, we're looking for partners. Partners that are ready to, that see where the opportunities that are, opening up. Partners that are not just looking at what used to happen in the past, what used to be in the past, but are able to recognize that there's a movement happening and they're ready to take advantage of the first-comer advantage. And so we're looking at partners that are ready to stay for the long term. Partners are ready to work with us. We are not being defensive. We realize that there's still so many challenges, so many reforms that have to be carried out. But we're looking at what we're asking investors to do is to look at the direction of movement and to see that something is happening and to come in and take advantage as quickly as possible.
Okay, thanks. So let's see if Siemens will walk with you. And also, what's your take on from the private sector perspective? What can you offer? What do you require ideally from the other two stakeholders?
Oh yeah, I have lots of wishes, so how much time do we have?
We only have 2 more minutes, so that's limiting.
I think that the big challenge is you need to unpack infrastructure in what it's really about. So if you look at, and I have wishes for both of them, so if you look at infrastructure, so electricity is relatively easy in the context because electricity people are knowing you have to pay for it. Yeah? So if you don't have electricity, you can't charge the cell phone. Also for Africans, big problem because they also want to be connected all the time. So they do know it's important to pay for it. So therefore, these kind of projects are easier to be bankable because you have a concept, you say, if I do so many megawatts, then I will have these kind of customers and they're going to pay, and that is basically how the funding comes back. When you go into other infrastructure projects, for instance, rail, very difficult because, if you want to have passenger transport, not a lot of people can afford it. It's very much privatized because what is happening, and this is everywhere in the world, if the state can't provide, there are other people which provide the service. And just because you have a good idea, you're not pushing these guys out of the market. So obviously, with passenger transport, it's more difficult because you have more stakeholders you need to play, and obviously GIZ and the government can help to navigate that kind of discussion and take the fear or incorporate them into whatever a solution could be. On rail transport for products and goods is a bit easier because you can define, like the UAE, you can define mining companies, you can look at cocoa butter, where are commercial off-takers which have an interest to make sure that they're willing to pay a fee for that service. And that makes these kind of things as bankable, subject to that, there are no local impacts on, for instance, like you would have in Germany, I don't want to have a wind turbine in my yard. You have the same discussions in Africa, is people also don't necessarily want to give up their land for communal things. And then you have things which are, for me, absolutely vital. Is water. Water, without water you can't do really anything, but water is something which is very hard to get the funding going because as a belief it comes from the sky and it should be for free. And so water projects are the most critical ones because it is, first of all, one part where you can help women to be more economic active because they don't have to fetch water the whole day. But on the other hand, you do need to come up with a proposition. And when I look at it from a private business point of view, for us, we're really willing to bring in the proof of concept. How are you able to collect the revenue? And if you go back, there are really great examples which are ahead of European standards, like, for instance, in Botswana. If you remember 2017, they had a drought, the elephants were dying, but they said we never come back to the situation again. They invested heavily, and in Gaborone, the capital of Botswana, water is on a prepaid meter. What means the water utility can ring-fence the revenue and put it back into reinvestment. And with the last drought, we had in December, Botswana wasn't hit as bad as Zambia and Zimbabwe, and it shows you that digital solutions really can make a difference. And so we're here to make these concepts work and work with the parties to get it going.
Okay, thank you very much. And so you see Africa is exciting, opportunities, complexities, and we heard that that's the key for bold moves. So go to Africa, find your luck, solve the complexity, and let's make it happen. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
So, for all of you who have questions on Africa, there's going to be a masterclass on Africa in one of our academy rooms. In case you, who of you, so a quick show of hands, who of you has already been to an academy format? Quick show of hands, anyone into our academy? No one. I can't believe it. You're missing out on one of the best things about the MMK. We have MMK, the academy room number 1 and 2. These are small rooms where our speakers go. This entire panel will be in a masterclass. So if you have questions, if you want to discuss, if you want to get to know the speaker personally, please go. You were supposed to sign up before, but it doesn't matter. You just show up. So this is going to be in Africa. So now, with this, I would like to move on to the next session. It has the wonderful title, Going Nuts in Africa, because we're going to talk about something very small, a hazelnut. We're not only going to talk about hazelnuts, but that's one thing, because my next speaker, Isabel Hochgesandt, is Chief Procurement Officer, and I love your informal title, it's Chief Hazelnut Officer. My daughter thought this is probably the coolest job on earth, so I'm very much excited to hear from you, because you're going to speak about family business, about partnerships, about public-private partnerships, but you're also going to speak about how to do business in Africa, and that this is not only a reactive kind of compliance-oriented thing, but it's actually a very proactive strategy. And Professor Karlovitz, you will be having a couple of questions and moderating the sessions. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
So I'm back. Okay, so we're kind of extending the discussion we had now, going into more detail, having a very specific topic, but starting a bit broader. Great that you're here, that we can have that discussion. So the first part will be on the central role of procurement, and also seen as an ecosystem rather than a chain, which I think is a very, very interesting approach. And also on the topic on how a family business can, despite the complexity, the global complexity, can actually run a responsible, socially responsible procurement system, using the example of Côte d'Ivoire in the end, so that's the African part. So I'm very happy and very interested in what you have to say, Isabel.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So first, let me introduce Ferrero to you. Probably it doesn't need that much of an introduction, but Ferrero is a family-owned company with about 80 years of history and about 25 billion euros of net sales globally, together with its affiliates. And actually, Germany was the first market that Mr. Ferrero expanded into, with local products, local presence, and local production. We have our largest factory in Stadt Allendorf, close to Marburg, where we not only produce Nutella and Rocher, but also local jewels like Mon Chéri and Hanuta. Germany is also one of the top 3 countries for Ferrero, so therefore a really important market. But what I must say is, and this will also be a red thread during the speech, is Ferrero wants to engage locally, socially, where we operate. We have in Stadt Allendorf a concept which is called Opera Sociale Ferrero, which is like, you could think about a youth center for the elderly, so where the retirees can come together and have cultural offers, sports, exchange, but also social. And if I show you this, this slide of the Opera Sociale, the motto is work, create, and give back. So it's about active aging, stay involved, and don't stop learning. But with the growth of the company, also procurement grew. Procurement grew from local to regional to global. And you can imagine, with this grew the challenges. I manage 13 billion of spend for Ferrero, where our procurement organization manages everything that we spend money on, like computers and machines and ingredients. And we have the main actually spend is in ingredients and in raw and packed materials. Now, we have been working with partners who support our growth and with partners who share our values. It actually dates back to Mr. Michele Ferrero in Alba, who was a true entrepreneur. And what you see here is a picture of a hazelnut. Because we want to always have fresh hazelnuts, so high quality products for our products. And that means that we wanted to expand our sourcing from Europe into the southern hemisphere. So what did we do 25 years ago? We took hazelnut bushes from Piedmont in Italy. We brought them to Chile. We built our own plantation. We had our own nurseries. We created our own seedlings. We gave them to the farmers so that they could cultivate hazelnuts in Chile. And with that, we have created the third largest hazelnut market worldwide for us and for everybody. And this really dates back to how Mr. Ferrero is thinking about entrepreneurship and long-term thinking. But, you know, let me now talk about my philosophy on partnerships. So, in the past, procurement was working with tier one suppliers, negotiating, managing tier one. This is a concept of the past. We now have to deal with tier N suppliers. We have to manage the environmental and social responsibility that we have along the value chain, and we have to manage the resilience. Therefore, I must also say that I do not like the word chain, because chain is sequential. I really like to think that we operate in an ecosystem. In an ecosystem where you have the consumer in the middle, you work with all of the other functions together, but then also externally as an ecosystem, because it's not only suppliers that we engage with. We engage with media, we engage with NGOs, and we engage with governments. Now, coming back to Ferrero, it's a family-owned company, like I said, with strong values. And when you think about the value respect, we have respect for tradition. We have respect for quality. We have respect for our origins. And we have respect for our partners. The motto of Ferrero is changing while preserving. Changing while preserving. So we want to preserve the strong values, but we also need to update it to make sure that we are also relevant in the future. My major spend is in ingredients, and you see here palm, cocoa, sugar, milk. And as you can imagine, there are high fluctuations in price because it's nature-based ingredients. They depend on the crop, they depend on climate, they depend on geopolitical environment. So I cannot source cocoa or hazelnuts in Luxembourg or in Munich. I need to go to the origins, where they come from. And also, shelf life for us plays a huge role. I have some ingredients where I have only 3 days of shelf life, and others 12 months. But now, let's focus on cocoa. I source 180,000 tons of cocoa, and 80% of that from West Africa, namely from Ivory Coast and Ghana, also Nigeria. The challenges of cocoa sourcing, of cocoa growing, are manifold. It's aging trees because the farmers have 1 to 2 hectares usually of a farm, so it's very small. The trees are aging, they are becoming less productive. There are diseases to the trees. There is definitely issues with human rights and climate change as well. So therefore, our approach to responsible sourcing is really critical because it addresses environmental protection on the one hand, farmer livelihoods, child protection, human rights, and, very important with UDR, supply chain transparency. So our strategy combines certification, traceability, farmer support, child labor monitoring and remediation, community investment, and long-term partnerships. Actually, Ferrero has a principle which is called Sacco Conosciuto, and Sacco Conosciuto means I want to know what's in the bag. I want to know where my product comes from. And I couldn't talk about cocoa and long-term partnerships if I would not talk about the partnership we have with Save the Children. Save the Children is an NGO, and we work together, as you see here, on long-term field-based programs in cocoa-producing communities with the shared objective to protect children's rights and address the root causes of child labor. Because when you do that, you really strengthen the communities in which you operate. And therefore, with Save the Children, we focus on prevention, protection, and resilience, and we work with the children, schools, families, communities, and also governments. We have been scaling up the work with Save the Children from 20 communities to 85 to now 235 because we brought in partners. And the partner we recently brought in was the Italian government, so public-private partnership. They have joined the cause, and therefore we were able to increase and amplify. Now, let me wrap up to be on time. So the engagement we have on cocoa in West Africa, for me, brings together the story that I try to tell. From social engagement in Stadt Allendorf, to entrepreneurial foresight in the hazelnut sector in Chile, to how we value partnerships, and how we operate within an ecosystem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Isabel. Very interesting, and I think we have time for one question. And I think a really interesting question would be, Ferrero being a family-owned business with the traditions, as you've just described, I mean, how do you reach the smallholder cocoa farmer in Côte d'Ivoire or Ghana? I mean, how do you reach it? Because, I mean, there are, I don't know how many, probably thousands of farmers you're dealing with. So how do you do that?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of, on the one hand, creating the transparency and the traceability. And here we work with satellite monitoring systems. So more than 90% of our cocoa, we know exactly from which farms we source. And then to work with partners, suppliers, NGOs, who work with the farmers on the ground and the communities that we source our cocoa from.
And how do you communicate the values? Is it via the partners, or do you have programs? I mean, I understand with the children, you nicely described that, so you can teach the values, but how do you do that with the actual farmers? I mean, who's the multiplier, basically?
Usually it's our suppliers on the ground and the cooperatives and NGOs like Save the Children who are on the ground. And for us, it's not important to be on the front page, you know, to say, oh, Ferrero opened a school or something. For us, it's important to really impact in the community. So when I was there, what I realized, I mean, when you're in a nice office environment, you can talk about it a lot, it's theory. But when you're there, you realize that, you know, there are children who are not going to school. You ask, why is this child not going to school? Then they say, well, the child doesn't have a birth certificate. And then it's not allowed to enter into the school. So then with Save the Children, we created, I mean, we enabled them to get birth certificates. Then you have a 12-year-old who cannot go to school with 5 years in the first grade. So then we created bridging classes so that they could then enter into the school system. So apart from building beautiful schools where you can take a nice picture, you also need to ensure that the children can go to school.
Great, thank you very much. Time's up again, it's always a pity. So interesting topics, so little time. I think a very, very good example on private sector social engagement in emerging markets. Thank you very much for sharing, and yeah, then have a good day, and thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for these insights into Africa. We had 2 sessions on Africa. I would actually like to have a China track next time, so let's watch out for next MMK to come. So, could I just ask for a little bit of silence, because we have a fantastic panel ahead of us. Chairs are good, and a little bit of silence. Thank you so much. Because we've talked about geopolitical realities, we've also talked about corporate decision-making, that this is not only important on the executive board, but also on the supervisory board level. Because this is where the long strategic lines are drawn. And this is why I'm so happy that we have 4 panelists coming up, because what you need to do is you need to widen the lens. All right, I need a little bit more silence also on this side, please. Thank you. Okay, supervisory boards, widening lenses, geopolitical instincts, engagement with strategy, and maybe even a redefinition of what a supervisory board member is doing and of the entire mandate. That's what we're going to talk about today. And I'm very proud to introduce Rachel MP, supervisory board member of BMW, ZF and Deutsche Telekom. We will have Sascha Gerland on board, who's partner at Board Experts, total experts in this field. Professor Dr. Axel Stepken, he's chairman of the board of the TÜV Süd Foundation, the Stiftung. He's former CEO of TÜV Süd, but he's also on the supervisory board of GEA, who just entered the DAX a couple of weeks back, so that's exciting. We have Isabel Corinna Knauf here. She's member of the Partners Committee of the Gebrüder Knauf KG, but also a member of the supervisory board of Continental AG. So a very exciting combination. And who could moderate this better, Wolfgang? I'm looking into your direction. You will be moderating this. Professor Dr. Wolfgang Kersten. He's head of the Institute for Logistics and Corporate Management in Hamburg at the Technical University. This is your panel. I'm excited.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ricarda, and I would like to invite the panel members to take a seat here on the panel. I heard it's slowly moving. It's an interesting experience, I guess, for most of us. Yeah, welcome to the panel about supervisory boards in disruptive times. I'm very glad that you all are here during the lunchtime. But I guess lunch will be served later. So corporate governance systems were largely designed for relatively stable environments. That was the initial idea. But today companies operate, we already heard that many times, in a volatile world shaped by geopolitical fragmentation, actually much more wars than we expected that we would have. rapid technological disruption like digitalization and AI, and an increasing regulatory complexity. Strategy, therefore, needs a continuous process of re-evaluation and, if necessary, adaptation. And from my pre-talks yesterday evening, I expect some discussion on this point. If necessary, adaptation under uncertainty. This raises a fundamental governance question. How must the role of supervisory boards evolve in such an environment? And are they primarily guardians of stability, or are they actively, or should they actively enable bold transformation? We are here to discuss bold moves. Well, because in a disrupted world, governance that is too cautious may slow down change, but governance that is too passive may allow the wrong risks to emerge. Well, boards so are increasingly expected to interpret macro trends, challenge strategic assumptions, and provide orientations in situations where there are no clear precedents. Which leads us to the central question of this panel: what competencies, perspectives, and mindsets do supervisory boards need to remain effective today? And what is or will be the role of supervisory boards when companies must make bold moves? So this is a short introduction, and now I guess we should start with the short impulses from all the panelists here. And I take a seat and I look around. I would say we start with Rachel MP, who brings in a lot of experience from financial side as CFO, as well as board experience from large industrial corporations. So thank you for being here, Rachel, and this is your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the first time I've presented on a revolving stage, and it is a lot more disconcerting than you think it is, so you'll forgive me. I do have a couple of slides. So I'd like to start with, how do you feel when you read the news? If you catch it on your phone, or you catch something as you pass a screen, it's quite disconcerting, isn't it? It feels to me like the world is turning on a tweet, or I think we call it a truth these days on Truth Social, or that there's some quite active black swans out there that are disrupting our world. And I feel like that in my personal life. I maybe look at the stock market and go, ooh, that was a hard day. Or I think about my friends who were on holiday somewhere and have had their flights disrupted. I mean, your personal examples are undoubtedly endless. But when you translate that to what it means in the boardroom, those huge changes in geopolitics, in economics, in financial markets can be catastrophic for business models, for strategies, or for operational business. Now, clearly, of course, and you referred to it in your introduction, the operational management of a business is ultimately the operational responsibility of the Vorstand, the Board of Management. But of course, the Supervisory Board has an incredibly important role in both Aufsitz and Rat, so if you like, the oversight, but also the advising of that board. And so this environment where we feel a huge number of challenges on every front is incredibly relevant to the strategy, to the operation, to the business model, and to the day-to-day operations of the management board, but of course the role the supervisory board has to play. If you read my slide, the topics on it are not new. We've been hearing through the course of the day about technology and technology disruption, and that's been going on for decades. But I think for me what is new is the speed in which we're seeing changes in all of these fields, the complexity of what that is driving in terms of the effect on business, and the interdependentness of these topics. We only need to think about what happened with the pandemic the resulting financial stimulus, what then happened in terms of interest rates and inflation. You only need to think about the impact that we've seen from the wars that have unfortunately blighted the world for the last few years. At the same time, think about the challenge that that gives to our management boards and our supervisory boards. You need to have a strategy that fits in a world that you can't foresee and you've not seen before. At the same time, you need to have the short-term tactical operational agility to react to something that can change from Friday to Saturday, Saturday to Sunday, and it's completely different again by the time you're back in the office on Monday. And in a leadership role, you need to be able to communicate that to your people in a way that is convincing, authentic, and gives them the direction in terms of where you need them to travel. That's pretty damn challenging for anybody, quite frankly. And clearly the role of a management board, and thus the supervisory board, who is trying to help support and lead, and of course oversee that, needs to change accordingly. I think we've also seen a change in the stakeholder group that management boards and ultimately supervisory boards are thinking about and interacting with. We talk historically, of course, about shareholders and about employees, but we're talking massively more now about the right interactions with politicians, with regulators, with the EU, with activist shareholders, potentially with governance teams, media and social media. You're seeing many more chairs and members of boards being active on behalf of their business in a world that is much more unpredictable and where potential political positioning and alliances are significantly more important. What it also means is that we are seeing an evolving board agenda, supervisory board agenda, and a completely different discussion in terms of the expertise and experience or even style that you might want to see from your supervisory board members. Of course, we need to respect the roles that the operational board and the supervisory board have, but at the same time, where strategy and the approval of strategic plans and budgets may have been the most relevant topic, sometimes short-term operational topics become a strategy in themselves in terms of how you're going to be able to deal with the short-term challenges that are being presented to you. Risk management, crisis management, business continuity management has taken on a new meaning in the last few years, and those topics are playing an increasing role in terms of the board discussions that we see. And of course, technology, the application of technology, the governance of technology, what that means in terms of potential disruption to business models. So we are seeing longer meetings with broader agendas. We're seeing also more extraordinary meetings given the fast-changing environment in which we're all living. I think also what I've seen is, on the informal side, a little bit more around being a sounding board for board members, for management board members, a little bit more mentoring on the side, beyond the formalities of the governance and the role we need to play, in helping and supporting, of course, experienced management board members, but just with a different perspective. And that can also be a very important, if you like, adjacent set of activities that we're performing. The expertise that is required, first in terms of style, how a chair is adapting to this kind of environment, how he or she is setting the tone and supporting the management board in their preparations, but also then the technical expertise. I sit on a board where we have an AI specialist. We're asking people to have political, regulatory experience. They may be technology experts. They may have specific sustainability or environmental expertise that was maybe not on the agenda a few years ago. And finally, I think very important, how do you stay up to speed in a world where you can be out of date in the time that I've been speaking? And I think that board education, the opportunities that you have to take as an individual, as a board member, to keep yourself up to speed, but the role that the company then tries to play to make sure that they keep you up to speed on the technological implications for your industry also become increasingly important. So from my perspective, it's definitely not boring doing what we do. It's a very fast-moving, it's a very challenging environment. Business models can be disrupted, and that can destroy businesses in a very short period of time. We have a different set of stakeholders, we need a broader set of skills, and we always need to be up to date. With that, I will take a seat and give the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this interesting insight from, let me say, international boardrooms. Let's bring in more perspectives before we start the discussions. And I would like to say, even if this was not the sequence on the list of the panel, I would like to bring in the perspective of a family-owned business now. Maybe you want to do so. I want to invite Isabel Knauf to bring in her expertise, and but she brings in not only the family-owned business expertise, she brings in the expertise from, for example, I guess the continental boardroom, and as well as an academic perspective, because she teaches at TU Munich and IMD Lausanne. So please, your perspective, Isabel.
Well, first off, honestly, I don't think there should be that much difference between the governance in family businesses and in big corporations. As what concerns the boards, the truth is, as a company grows, the centrifugal forces become bigger and bigger, so you have to standardize, you have to professionalize. And when you're looking at a company of our size as Knauf, that has 16 billion euros in turnover, you need to have the same governance concepts and professionalism as a board than you would at a listed company. Is that always achievable? That's the story of family companies, but that's also the transition that we all have to make. When we're talking about the board membership, what it means to be in a board in disruptive times, I think we have to look that there are two overarching phenomenons coming at the same time. The number one is that, in effect, on the publicly listed companies, most companies, more than half of the shareholders are Anglo-American investments or Anglo-American oriented, which means that there, for many years, there has already been an influence of how we in Germany or in the DACH region should modify our two-tier system. You know, these Anglo-American investors, they come from a one-tier board system. They expect decision-making at a much shorter interval pace than we're used to with the 4 board meetings a year in the German supervisory system. Also, the level through legal landmark decisions, the level of personal liability of board members has significantly increased. So if we're going to be liable, we also have to have the chance to make an impact. So we have a long-term trend which has already led to shorter board tenure times. It has led to professional qualification matrices being defined for the composition of boards. Then we have the short-term effect that's been coming from the crisis. The truth is, this crisis has been in the making for years. We just weren't aware of it. It's now that we have the additional downturn that we are seeing the deep-lying structural deficiencies that we have been accumulating for the last couple of years have come to light. So it has become more and more clear that the self-concept of the board has to change. We in Germany, we use the word Aufsichtsrat, and Aufsicht means supervisory. But it cannot just be we cannot be limiting ourselves to focused review of the figures where we're just approving. We have to use more the word Rat, which is advisory. You know, it's no use taking a decision after the train has left the station. We have to be forward-looking in these times. And we have to have not just a value-based decision, but also we have to challenge and advise the management board. It is clear the management board has to remain the entity that runs the company. Nobody is questioning that. But the question is in what capacity, in what intensity is the supervisory board challenging and becoming a sparring partner of the management board to help the management board take better decisions. Now, if we are deciding to be qualified according to a qualification matrix, this means that we also have to do something when we are a board member. We have to create an added value. And by creating this added value, we are also creating the bridge for acceptance by the management. Now, the management doesn't want to be pestered by a supervisory board. They want to be supported by an advisory board. And this confluence, this cooperation has to be founded. And we as a supervisory board, yes, we must push it, but we must also actually help them, enable them. And that is the future. And for this, we need to change as a supervisory board. We need to change our self-concept. It doesn't help having a qualification matrix in our annual report where, in one DAX case, the head of a large union has a check mark under IT qualifications. You know, it doesn't work. We need to see what kind of help does each company need, and that is different for each company. And we need to see how we can be helpful. And that is the future, because it's no longer good looking towards the past. We have to look towards the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this interesting insight where you say we are looking to be helpful in the future. I will now hand over for the next impulse to Sascha Gerland. He's with 24 years and more than 25 years coming experience in searching for executive search for board members, and this means board members on the management board side as well as on the supervisory board side. So you are the person to find the right persons for all these things that are required in the future. We are very interested now on your view on what has to change and what we need.
Thank you.
Please.
Yes, happy to be here. We are always asked to find superwoman or superman when mandated by our clients. And it is always a challenging task to find the right people for the right client. Ideally, the client, which could be very different in certain aspects, hopefully knows what he exactly needs. Yeah? So you always have to look at the grid of your qualifications in your supervisory or advisory board. We are basically having three different battlefields or playing fields we are working on. And so you have on the one side the private equity community, which is very experienced in hiring advisory board members for their portfolio companies. Very clear process, always focused on competence. Then you have the family-owned companies, and of course Knauf is one very special family-owned company because of its size, could be a DAX company. But there are the 50 million, 100 million turnover family businesses, yeah, who have an advisory board of 3 individuals. So where you really have to focus on what qualifications do we need in our company to create the maximum impact for our management board, for our control, sparring of the executive board, and of course for the company and the owner in general. And then on the third side, I always call it the bubble. It's a DAX, yeah, or the MDAX, which is 90 companies in Germany. We have 3 million companies in Germany altogether. So the relevance for the business of placing non-executive directors is almost, it's tiny, yeah, just because of the fact, yeah, that it's limited number of mandates. But of course, it's always dominating the discussion, the public discussion, because of course we all know the companies, and it's all very interesting, what the leading companies are striving towards. But at the end, it's all about competence. And if you have been participating in this panel the last year, my colleague Matthias Kessler was kind of describing the different aspects of the qualifications which are needed. And the sad message is nothing has changed. It's still qualifications, it's the same qualifications. Maybe throughout this year, as our world has become more and more disruptive, a few key aspects might be a little bit more in focus. So there's maybe crisis experience. There might be more resilience necessary. There might be more internationalism necessary. But in general, it's all about qualifications. And ideally, the client knows what he needs. But I want to make a point, it's all about people. Because all of those bodies need to function in a very disruptive world as we face it today in the best possible manner. So you, as an owner or as a stakeholder, you have always a high interest, or the highest interest in these days, to find a board which works together as a team. And I want to make another point, and my prediction, my persuasion is that the speaker of those boards has a very, very important function in the future. It has it in the past, but it's even more crucial for the future. Because in this disrupted world, we need to exploit all the competence we have in those boards to create the best possible outcome for the company. And that means we need leaders in these roles. People who can create trust towards the members of those bodies, and trust towards the executive management board, because you always need to be informed by the management board. And if there's no trust, I wouldn't sleep very well as a supervisory board member. And for that reason, it's maybe not always only superman and superwoman. Maybe, I don't know, the older listeners might know MacGyver. MacGyver was a very humble, intelligent superstar who was always facing very, very critical situations, and he had always his little pocket knife, multifunctional pocket knife, Swiss pocket knife, yeah, as we all know it, in his pocket, and he was just able to face all challenges with creativity, yeah, with leadership he showed, because he was free of fear, he was sympathetic, he was humble, and I think humble is a very, very important personal skill. And that's my prediction, and I hope we will find these people also in the future. Yeah? First, we look for the competence, but then, of course, it's all about people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another very interesting insight. We now know we need trust, we need a team. We will build on this a little further in our discussion, but finally I want to invite Professor Axel Stepken to bring in his expertise. He has led I guess I can say service company to suit for many years through many transformations, not only technological transformations, but transformations of business models. As the chief executive officer, and so he brings a lot of transformation expertise. And I'm really interested in what do you think, what should the role of supervisory board be, and how should be the cooperation between supervisory board and management board?
Yeah.
Axel, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Let me start with a quite simple observation. Most organizations today are perfectly designed for minimizing risks. And that has worked well, as we discussed previously on the panel. And it has worked well as long as the world moved slowly. But in a world which is shaped by AI, geopolitical changes at the weekend, as you mentioned, and other exponential changes, risk avoidance is no longer safe. It has become, in my view, the biggest risk of all. In a disruptive environment, three things change immediately. First, time collapses. Waiting for certainty becomes more dangerous than acting with incomplete information. Second, clarity disappears. Data is contradictory, sometimes biased, and often arrives too late. And third, and this is crucial, our role as supervisory boards shift. Stakeholders, and you mentioned the different groups of stakeholders, no longer expect of us, of supervisory board members, the passive, to be in the role of the passive controllers. They expect orientation, judgment, and responsibility under uncertainty. And AI accelerates all that dramatically. AI is not just about efficiency and other things. AI creates entirely new business models faster than our government systems in our companies can adapt. Which leads me to the crucial question: are our measurement systems in our companies still fit for purpose? Most KPIs, reports, and incentive systems of the board, of the management board, were designed for stability. AI-driven innovation starts as experimentation, learning, and iteration. If we keep measuring innovation with yesterday's metrics, we still systematically kill tomorrow's growth very professionally and very compliantly. And here's the core challenge. Organizations are optimized to minimize risks, but transformation requires the ability to carry risk intelligently. This is where supervisory boards must change, in my view. Not by becoming operational, of course, but by becoming enablers. Our task is not to add more rules. Our task is to remove obstacles so that management can move fast where speed matters. And that brings us sometimes to uncomfortable situations and tensions. In disruptive situations, management sometimes faces this dilemma, and I experienced it myself over many years. Do I follow the rule, or do I break it to make innovation possible? And this is not about breaking the law, of course. It is about rules, processes, and approval mechanisms built for a different era, which were developed by ourselves. The role of the supervisory board is not to defend every existing role, it is to differentiate. It must be clear to answer the question, what is not negotiable? And where do we allow flexibility, temporarily, consciously, or responsibly? And this is what I call periodization of governance. Protect what must be protected, allow experimentation within guardrails, and scale what works into new standards. And let me conclude with what truly makes the difference in these disruptive times. First, optimism, because without belief in the future, transformation dies. Second, courage, because decisions must be made before certainty arrives. Third, competence, especially AI and technology competence in the boardroom. And last but not least, good governance, not to throw things down, but to give the speed or give the formal basis to the speed which is necessary. And to put it together in one sentence, in a disrupted world, supervisory boards must move from controlling risks to enabling responsible changes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I guess we have a very good overview where we are. Unfortunately, we started 10 minutes late and got only, I guess, 5 additional minutes, so we have not much time for questions, and I ask you for concise answers. What I saw in all your inputs was that you all stressed the topic competence. We need competence. And my question here is, how can we make sure that we have real competence? For example, we can see the topic AI, or we can see the topic evolving business, or really changing business models, fundamental changes we can see. How do we make sure that we have real competence about this, how this works among the board? So that it is not only discussed on a high level without really understanding what goes on here. How do you think about this? I'm not sure who wants to start with an answer.
Okay. I'll be very brief. So I think there's 2 or 3 things that can help. So firstly, diversity, and I don't just mean men and women, I mean true diversity in terms of different backgrounds, experience, whether that's from an international perspective, an industry perspective, and particularly I see the cross-industry factor as being very relevant, because certain industries have been disrupted by certain technologies or happenings in the past, which maybe have not impacted other industries in the same way. And so for me, the more diverse a board you can get together with a more diverse set of backgrounds and experiences, the better chance you have of being able to see the problems that you are presented with, or let's say the opportunities that you are presented with in a different way. And that diversity can only bring greater wisdom to the decisions that the board makes.
I fully support what she says, but I would also think that we need to define, first of all, we need to define the self-concept of the supervisory board. Each supervisory board at the beginning of its term should agree on what their self-concept is, what they want to do. And then we also need to then, coming from that, make a qualification matrix and then hire according to the qualification matrix. But when you do this qualification matrix, you have to also define what it means to have a check mark. You know, we at Continental were the first ones to go from the check mark to the pie system. And so when we want to have a piece of the pie, we have to argue, and there's determined levels. If I want to have China as a check mark, then I have to say I've lived in China so and so long, and so on, as different levels of determination of qualification. So this is one of the key parts of the disruption. The other thing is, as she says, it's what are our backgrounds? You know, do we all need to come from the automotive industry if we're going to be in an automotive board? No. At the beginning, when I came as a person from the construction industry into the board of Continental, the comment I got was, "You're the only person on this board that doesn't have gasoline in her veins." And then I realized that, for example, at this point where due to the chip crisis, the shipping figures of the OEMs were still good, but at the same time we were heading into an economic crisis. I was the only one to say, look, construction is going down. People are going to not invest on long-term goods. You're going to have a crisis coming up also in the automotive industry. And everybody was looking at me and saying that shipping figures are fine. And these are the advantages that you have when you start asking the fundamental question, do you believe in these figures? Oh.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you very much. So we see we need the diversity. We need this, you described it as real competence, if you said being in China. A question now, how do I make a team out of these players? You said you need to hire to find these people. How do I make a team out of this? And how, and I'm a little bit looking to Axel Seppke now, how do I make it in a way that they are helpful, that the board consults the C-level board, but is not interfering, so that I get this atmosphere of trust and team? Maybe we start here and then we ask how how do we make a team out of this?
I think somebody of the panel mentioned the word trust. I think trust is in this case more or less the key for success. And I fully go with you when you say that the supervisory board, let's say the chairman, together with his team, needs to sit together and have kind of supervisory board agenda. Because otherwise it happens that depending on the topic of the meeting, everybody has his own experiences, his history, and comes up with his own stories. So there must be kind of supervisory board strategy. And this together, and being also in line with the management board, that the management board knows exactly the agenda of the supervisory board, I think both together give the trust of both, in our case, two-tier system worked. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Because, I mean, with all competences, with all our experiences in the world, in regions, with technologies, we will, as supervisory boards, never ever manage to be so deep in the business as the operational management. And I think as long as both sides accept that and have trust in each other and know exactly their rules, I think then is the key for success.
Thank you. No, you on this.
Just would add up to that. And that's what I meant when I said we need leaders. Yeah, and most people we place are C-level. Yeah, so you have been CFO for Zenos, have been a long time in the business, responsible for a great business. But the further you come to the top, the more lonely you get usually. So to then step into a supervisory board at a different company, or even in an advisory board at a mid-cap company, it's a different situation. Yeah. So you might be just one of 18, yeah, being maybe head of the audit committee, or just having just a regular role in the nomination committee. You have to be humble, yeah, to accept your role and to work as a team. Yeah, and that's what I meant when I said the speaker of those bodies. They have. It's basically like a captain in football. I'm a licensed football trainer, so I usually always use football as an example. Yeah, you need the guy on the pitch who gives you the spark when it's getting tough. Yeah, so a little bit MacGyver, a little bit Superwoman, a little bit Superman, who can create trust as a foundation. And if you really can create this trust with your board, executive board, within the supervisory board or the advisory board, then you have the foundation where you can actually do bold moves, yeah, and you have much more acceptance for bold moves, yeah, and that I think keeps the company going in the right direction.
I guess this was a great final word in this discussion, yeah, because I already see the red light here. I guess we need to come to an end now. And I would say takeaway is we need diverse boards. We need real competence in the boards. We need trust. We need the willingness to cooperate between management board and supervisory board. And yeah, we have to face that, all have to face that we have to make decisions under uncertainty, under a lot of uncertainty. So maybe final lightning round, quickly. What do you think is the biggest challenge for supervisory boards coming up, let me say, in the next 5-10 years? Anyone? You start.
I'm in the board of the Applied Governance Circle, which is a group of 23 DAX board members that are discussing on where the future of board supervision is going. And it's clearly also a generational change. I mean, it's the question of getting the theory into practice, moving forward. And it's happening. It's happening with each election, with each new supervisory board chair. It's happening. And these discussions are helpful because they are also giving those board members the confidence when we're discussing with each other, like Mr. Bolle that I just saw here. You know, discussing together gives us the confidence that we're on the right way.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who want to give a perspective on this? The biggest challenges?
Well, I would say it's geopolitics and AI and its governance.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think if you find the right solution to use AI in the best possible and responsible manner, I think you are well positioned.
Very good. Okay, so then let me say again, thank you very much for these interesting insights into the boardrooms and what changes and evolves. It was an exciting topic, and good luck, and thank you for doing all the work you do there in the boardrooms. Thank you very much.
So, everyone please get seated. Our next panel is called Heads in the Cloud, and we are competing with Face in the Sun and Blume on the other stage, and I'm glad to have so many of you here with us. And Heads in the Cloud, it's a very good place to stay, because cloud, data, and AI are becoming the foundation on how companies scale. And I'm particularly happy about this conversation, because our next speakers are not only outstanding leaders, but also sources of great inspiration for us. So let's welcome Agnes Hefberger, CEO of Microsoft Germany, one of the most powerful global tech companies, bringing the perspective in cloud and AI, and Dr. Elisabetta Castiglioni, CEO of I1 Germany, being the digital arm of the Telekom Austria Group, helping European industrial companies turn connectivity, cloud, and data into real business performance. And moderating is Professor Dr. Martin Grunow from TUM, Professor for Production and Supply Chain Management, and right at the intersection of industry, tech, and scale. So perfectly set.
Thank you.
Big applause.
Thank you. So maybe a few more words on our panelists. We have Agnes Hefberger here, who is, as was just introduced, the CEO of Microsoft Germany and Austria. And we are now, and she has been actually, before she joined Microsoft, that's about 2 years ago, she's been with IBM for more than 20 years, and also been heading their Southeast Asia operations, and also Australia and New Zealand. So she's really bringing a global perspective to the table. We're really happy to have you here. And we also are very happy to have you as a part of our advisory board of our TUM School of Management. We already had very intense discussion on how should we adjust our educational strategy with the advent of AI. And we have the second panelist here, Dr. Elisabetta Castiglioni, who is actually the CEO of A1, which is a daughter, A1 Digital, who is, and she's been building up that whole business for Telekom Austria over the last 10 years or so. You are a graduate of TUM, from here, from the TUM School of Management. You did your PhD here, and then you unfortunately left us and started to work for Siemens first in a management consultancy. Then you worked for MCI, now Verizon. And then you went back to Siemens, to a different business, so digital media business. You've been responsible for all that business from London, and now you're working with A1. So we're really happy to have you, both of you here. Thank you for being here today and for making time for this discussion. We're starting right away with the discussion. My hope for this discussion is that we look at data sovereignty, or sovereignty in general, cloud sovereignty, not only from a residents' perspective, so where do we keep our data, but also looking into the other dimensions of sovereignty. And you will start with the discussion. Please go ahead, Agnes Hefberger.
Sure, let me do that. I'll try to stand up and not fall while this is moving here. Let's see how I'm doing. So hello, everyone. The conversation here has the headline Heads in the Clouds, but you already mentioned we also want to talk about sovereignty. So I think we can argue that it's not only heads in the clouds, but also a strong footing. There is no point to look into the future if you don't have a strong foundation. And I think for me, this is quite a fitting analogy. AI is, in my opinion, the chance, the opportunity for Europe and for Germany of this century. It allows us to leapfrog in certain points where maybe we had some issues in the past. So it's a great opportunity, but it only will unfold its potential for us here in Europe if we have a strong foundation. So what does a strong foundation mean? It means a trustworthy foundation. The technology needs to be trustworthy. It's something that needs to be reliable. We need to know what could be possible, positive outcomes, what could be risks, and it also needs to be able to scale. So we need the strong foundation. And sovereignty is a key part of a strong foundation. If we look at what informs and what pushes sovereignty to the top of many, many decision makers' minds. It's geopolitics on the one hand, where nothing is as it used to be 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, but also other topics like supply chain risks, other risks that basically come and attack our own resilience as an organization and as a company. But I think there's one important point that often when we talk about sovereignty, people think it's a tech debate. And I mean, technology plays a role there, but it's not the only element. Skills, the way people actually feel they can accept changing the way they work, changing the way they collaborate, they live. The human aspect, the skill aspect is very, very important. We at Microsoft, we often say sovereignty is something that we get asked a lot about since there were changes to the US administration. Before that, it was a topic that interested, I would say, rather a group of few. For us, it was a topic that's around for a long time. If you look at topics like GDPR or other regulatory requirements, technical setups like an EU data boundary, these don't start at the point of a change in the US administration. They were important, relevant, and things we already did before there was this visible shift, tectonic shift in the way the world collaborates between the two continents across the Atlantic. So it's not new, but it's definitely now on everybody's mind. And it's important to understand it's not something that is black or white. Often a debate around sovereignty can feel like it's very pivotal. It's either cloud or on-premise. It's local or it's global. It's control or it's innovation. And it often feels like it's something you have to decide between. You cannot, in any circumstances, find common ground. And I would argue that's not necessarily the case. I think the question should not be, if you put it very simply, oh, can we use cloud technology? The question is, how can we use the latest, the greatest of innovation, but with utmost control? How do we bring those two elements of what sometimes feels like a paradox together? That is the journey of sovereignty that we all probably are on and should be on. But I think it's also important not just to think of it as a journey, but to also think of it as a spectrum. It's not like there is one sovereignty model that works for everyone. One sovereignty model that works for every organization in a particular country, like here in Germany. We have different type of organizations. We have public sector agencies. We have companies that compete on a global level. They need different things, different type of innovation, and also different scale. And they also have different demands. That's why we at Microsoft speak in terms of sovereignty of a spectrum. And if you want to kind of think about what are these two ends of the spectrum, you have on the one hand side a public cloud. You have access to innovation, innovation is built in, it's scalable, it does security on a global level. It does have possibilities to have controls in it, and we're going to talk about it just a little bit, but it is a public cloud. On the other hand, you have a privately owned on-premise setup. You have total control. But you also have to take some sacrifices in terms of the scalability, the agility, maybe the innovation edges that you want to go for. And on this spectrum, that's where we are moving. There's something between those two extremes in a way. And we call it a private sovereign cloud or a national partner cloud. So there is ways to move on that spectrum. And depending on an organization's requirements and demands, it's important to understand where do I want to place myself on that spectrum. It's important to take conscious decisions. How do I balance innovation, control, security? Because it's a triangle of needs in a way that needs to be balanced out. What I often find is that we have a somewhat, and I know we're here at the university, so sorry, theoretical discussion about sovereignty. And I think that's great on the one hand because it helps us to sort out our own principles, but it kind of doesn't go the last mile. It doesn't allow us to turn this discussion into something practical. And for the last couple of months, this is something that my team and I have been obsessing over quite a bit, to say, how do we make this something that's not just a theoretical discussion in this triangle of control, innovation, security, but how do we make this something that lives, that can be turned into actual action on an organizational level. So we've recently launched the first European Digital Sovereignty and Resilience Studio here in Munich for Microsoft. There's one more in Brussels and one more in Amsterdam, where we try to do exactly that. Take a concept and take requirements and map it to real-life possibilities with AI, technology experts, with security experts, but also with policy experts, and make this a very tangible thing. So if you ever want to take sovereignty into the practical life, you're very welcome in our studio. I hope I have the direction right with this thing moving, but I think this way, like very few kilometers this way. There is, as I said, a spectrum of sovereign controls in a public cloud to an on-premise, privately owned data center. And as I said, there are things that kind of reside in between. When I speak to regulated industries here in Germany, like energy or financial services, I often find they do have different type of requirements in different type of situations in different parts of the business. And for some of their most valuable and most critical workloads, they look for also a way in between to kind of use the cloud value, but in a way that gives maximum control. And what we try to kind of give in this case is the possibility to run innovation, but in an entirely disconnected local fashion. So cloud disconnected, productivity, if you think about Microsoft productivity, it's what you would know, M365, locally, but also AI capabilities locally. So that's, if you want a bit the middle ground on the spectrum of public cloud with controls, private on-prem with total control. There is a possibility to bring this together. And what we want to achieve is a tech management layer that kind of feels the same, no matter where I operate, locally or in the cloud. A security stance that feels the same, no matter where I operate, locally or in the cloud. And with this, give actual control and innovation hand in hand into the hands and the minds of leaders that run these organizations. If you look at it from a technical point of view, and you have to forgive me, I work for a tech company, so I have to be a bit technical. But if you look at it from a technical point of view, control on every layer of what we call the architectural stack is what, in the end, the discussion on sovereignty is about. How can I have maximum control on every layer? And if you want, to some extent, it comes down to encryption on every layer. And the approach we like to take at Microsoft is to say you can basically use your own keys, the keys to the cloud, if you want to simplify it, and manage that yourself in an external hardware. So work with a third-party provider or do it yourself in your own data center. Make sure that a hyperscaler like Microsoft, but it works for others as well, obviously, offers the service and operates the service, but can technically not access the data. And only at that point you kind of leave this realm where you're discussing, oh, who could have access to the data in all kinds of scenarios. If there is no technical way to access the data, you're out of this discussion. So encryption, and we work with local partners here in Germany that offer this third-party key management. Encryption on every layer is what gives, in the end, ultimate control. And here are some of the partners. So what I would like to just summarize so we can actually have the discussion is it's a triangle of innovation, control, and security. It's something that needs long-standing commitment. In our case, this means building data centers locally, investing billions in both compute capacity, but also in the skills of people. But in the end, I also think it is a recollection where we need to think, what do we want as Europe? I think we want control, and I think we want sovereignty. Not just on a national level, but on an organizational level. But we also want to bring innovation to the world. And I often have in conversations this moment where I say, let's remember what made us strong. What made us strong as Germany, what made us strong as Europe. It was to bring innovation into the world. It was not through imitation. It was creating products and services that the world wants, not just here locally in Germany. So balancing control and making sure we use every possible mechanism to maximize control, and at the same time remembering innovation and not imitation is what makes us strong. I think those two things, bringing those together, drive ultimate competitive advantage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe before we go on to so let me just ask one question. So could you give some examples? Right? So you have this public cloud, right? So you have this private sovereign clouds, and then you have these third-party solutions. So can you give some examples on what type of workloads go where, right? And as I understood you, so the idea is more to bring the whole organization into one of these clouds and not to split up, right?
I would say actually in contrary. We see different organizations having different workloads, some that run in public cloud with an EU data boundary, for example, is one mechanism to control with external key management, and then taking the decision that certain other workloads actually have to live in a private local setup. Specifically for government, I had it quickly on the slide, we also have dedicated national partner clouds that run totally disconnected from Microsoft, are not owned by Microsoft. Those are mostly for government use. In regulated industries, I do see a workload by workload approach, and rarely actually see a company deciding to do one approach for everything.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the...
Yeah, thanks very much. Very interesting. And actually, I'm very surprised how complementary we are in a way. So it's very good to see that the industry is going, into a similar direction from different perspectives. So I'd like to spend a few moments to talk about digital autonomy from a European perspective, from a European provider perspective. And of course, the pressing need is obviously given by two things. One is, needless to say, the world has changed very much so, and is changing actually every day. So there is this uncertainty that we all need to live with, and this maybe heightened complexity that we need to manage. But the second thing is actually that by now everyone works in the cloud. Almost every company has adopted some type of cloud services, and basically cloud services are now part of the critical infrastructure of any company. So the cloud does not work, actually there is no work to be done. And that is really the reason why decision makers now really need to sit down and understand are there any dependencies that they have, and consciously decide on every layer actually of the stack, where can I influence anything? Is there anything that I can take a provision on? Or like cybersecurity, is there a risk that I'm just willing to take? Because either I don't have an alternative, or simply, the reward is actually not in line with the risk. So I think this is a conversation that every leader needs to have. So 90% basically cloud adoption, and if you look at the importance of in some industries, is actually without cloud nothing works. But overall, 25% of our value chains are basically ruled by the cloud. With that in mind, it's interesting to look at the technology stack and see both from a European perspective, where is the continent? Is the continent happening? And from a company perspective, where do we have options? And so if I take the lowest layer, which is really the layer of the raw rare earth, Europe is not really happening there. China is, of course, as we mostly know, 60% of rare earth are mined in China, 90% are actually processed in China. This is also the layer of the chips, and we've heard this morning also, the complexities around those value chains there. However, Europe might not be the biggest chip maker, but it is actually the enabler, is a key enabler for chip production. So definitely, this is where, as a continent and as some individual companies, we have the opportunity to influence. If you look at the second layer, this is really the layer where we are in, is the layer of the data centers, is the IaaS layer, infrastructure as a service. This is where, from a European perspective, 90% of companies run on hyperscalers. Almost 85% of the market share is basically divided by the hyperscalers. The good news, in a way, is that there are 15% which are claimed by the European providers. Our bold move 10 years ago was actually to build up a European provider, an alternative to the hyperscalers that could be complementary to them, that could enable core functionalities based on open source and our own IP. So European companies have actually an alternative or a complement, if you would like, when they want to decide, which workloads would I want to put in which cloud. Looking at the third layer, that's the platform as a service layer. This is really where it becomes a bit more complicated because, of course, global companies have done actually a very good job in offering convenience by integrating, of course, offerings there together with the platforms. Is very convenient from a customer point of view. A customer would need to ask, can I actually bring my own platform? So these are kind of some new models that are being explored, and there, of course, we need the software as a service companies to open up basically and say, yes, you can actually bring your own platform and you can actually base, our products and services on your own, whatever platform might be. And on the fourth layer, this is actually where more opportunities open up because I think that there companies really can and do take advantage of open source. So there's a lot of innovation going on there. So there are some options, and I think the main thing is that our customers, and that's what we see, that they are starting really, figuring out where am I actually in this value chain and what are the options. So basically, if we look at what are the recommendations, what we think that companies should be thinking of are three things. Well, one is of course adopt a multi-cloud strategy, and multi-cloud actually started in a way as a shopping around exercise, as a cost, cutting exercise. I want to basically see if I can reduce the dependency maybe from just one provider. It's now become actually a strategic idea. The idea where I really balance out, where do I want? Would I be putting all my eggs in my basket? Maybe not. Second thing is local. Think local, meaning there are certain regulations that are, of course, applying to certain geographies, and you would want to comply, of course, with those geographies. You would want to, whilst taking advantage of global innovation, you would want to run maybe your workloads locally. You would maybe want to work with some local providers. And the third thing, and this is where we can offer actually quite a lot, is we believe that as Europe, we should consume less. As I said, consuming is convenient. On the other hand, it is actually good to develop, to go the hard way in a way, to try and develop your own solutions. First of all, to take advantage of the great skills that we have here in Europe, and to be able to ask them the right questions actually, when then AI, takes over in a way, or and talking about AI, what we have found that is beneficial to our customers who, for example, want to run the LLMs, but are basically fearful of the fact where would then my data end up. We have launched on our European public cloud dedicated inference where you can, whilst we are not the ones that train the models, we're the ones that can enable basically the running of the AI of our customers. So you can run basically the models that you bring into our own sovereign infrastructure. You can be sure that you have actually dedicated hardware, you know exactly in which data center, in which European country that runs, and with that in mind, you are truly sovereign. And I think in conclusion, it's a journey. This is not something, as you said before, it's a continuum. This is not a black and white. It's really, truly not a black and white decision. It's a continuum. And I think the most important thing is the awareness, and is the choice that everyone will make once they know, what the opportunities are and what the potential risks are. That if you can take this, your own decisions, whatever the decision might be, then you are truly sovereign. True. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So you're both arguing for like a multi-cloud solutions, right? I'm just wondering, how realistic is that also from a customer perspective, right? When we're looking at sort of the large companies like Siemens, so they have dedicated teams. They have one team for AWS, they have a team for Google, and one Microsoft team, right? So you need substantial engineering capabilities to interact with the providers, right? And for a lot of the SMEs, that's not really a path forward, right? So how would you advise to go ahead here for like smaller sized companies?
Maybe I need to retract a little bit. I didn't necessarily argue for a multi-cloud setup. That would be weird coming from Microsoft. What I do argue for is, though, that you really need to look workload by workload, what type of cloud setup you need. That could be a public cloud, private cloud, and in some cases, really also local disconnected setup. Different providers provide that. I think we generally have to recognize that skills are a key world, not just in a cloud setup. You mentioned AI. I mean, we will also live in a multi-cloud, multi-agent world. So we will have to have this ability to get competences built up fast, scale as individuals, no matter how big the organization, also kind of really make sure that we have this opportunity for people to learn on the job. So I think that's the first element, how to deal with a set of complexity that also comes from sovereign demands. And I think my other point was arguing that you can find ways how you minimize the skill differentiation by, for example, having one tech layer, one security layer that spans your public cloud, your private cloud, a disconnected scenario. So I think there are ways, to your point, that obviously is, again, integration, it's ease, it's comfort. It maybe comes with the need to decide for fewer players, but there are ways to kind of downplay the complexities in a way how you orchestrate across the different sovereign setups. So a bit of differentiation there in my answer to your question.
Yeah, and I would also actually
your question.
Yeah, and I would also actually
Same understanding, some need to scale globally, some don't want to scale globally, but then to kind of think through scenarios. What if something really drastic happens, the hyperscalers aren't available, how long can you operate? For example, it's a scenario that I don't think will happen, I don't think is very likely, but we need to be prepared for it. And kind of thinking this through in a really thorough fashion, I think these are the type of strategic topics we need to tackle and also strategic decisions we need to ultimately make.
maybe I can add, it goes even further. It goes actually, in terms of resilience, it goes further, having the backup of the backup. What happens if blackout happens? It goes into energy, supply and all of that.
Okay, I have a lot of more questions here, but I receive a signal that I'm not allowed to ask any more, right? So thank you both again for making the time and being here today. I think we have touched upon a few things, and I think especially like your slide with the 4 different layers of sovereignty, right? So it's more than just where your data sits. I think if it's the one message we can communicate today, then I'm already happy. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you so much.
And Elisabetta Castiglioni. And in fact, you all know that after the stage appearance, speaker go to the speaker's corner. So if you want to dig deeper into the topic, you're always welcome to check at speaker's corner which speaker is being addressed and interviewed, and you can ask more questions. So, jetzt gehen wir wieder aufs Deutsche, weil wir wechseln jetzt in unseren Spot on German Mittelstand Channel. Und bevor es richtig losgeht, hören wir von einem Unternehmen, das den Mittelstand so gut kennt wie kaum ein anderes, DATEV. DATEV verarbeitet die Informationen von 100.000 Unternehmen in Deutschland und hat damit einen einzigartigen Blick auf den Zustand des deutschen Mittelstands. Und jetzt sind wir alle mal leiser, bitte, etwas Silencio, weil wir haben nämlich einen besonderen Sprecher, den ich gleich ankündige, der trotz bisschen Halskratzen gekommen ist. Die DATEV-Diagnose ist klar. Der Puls des deutschen Mittelstands wird flacher, die Muskeln bauen ab und wenn der Kreislauf des Mittelstands instabil wird, spürt es das ganze Land. Professor Dr. Robert Meyer ist der CEO von DATEV und er stellt die Diagnose und vielleicht auch gleich die Therapie auf Basis von DATEV-Echtzeitsdaten. Moderiert wird das Gespräch von Professor Dr. Norbert Gronau. Er ist Experte für Wirtschaftsinformatik und Unternehmenssysteme an der Universität Potsdam. Bitte begrüßen Sie mit mir Professor Dr. Robert Meyer und Dr. Norbert Gronau.
Ja. Sagen Sie noch was oder soll ich gleich loslegen?
Ich kann noch was sagen über Sie, okay. Weil wir haben ja viele Gemeinsamkeiten. Also wir heißen beide Professor Doktor mit Vornamen. Wir sind beide bei Akatec, allerdings Sie von der Unternehmerseite im Senat, ich als Wissenschaftler. Und wir haben beide Beziehungen zu DATEV, weil ich da auch jeden Monat was hochlade und Sie das dann verarbeiten. Und darüber reden wir jetzt, Herr Dr. Meyer, nämlich über den Puls des deutschen Mittelstandes, wo Sie bei den vielen Millionen Daten, die Sie da jeden Monat erheben, natürlich perfekte Informationen haben. Und dann wollen wir über die Diagnose sprechen und natürlich hoffentlich auch ein bisschen über die Therapie.
Sehr gerne. Ja, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, ich muss mich entschuldigen für meine wahrscheinlich sehr nasale Stimme heute. Ich hoffe, Sie verstehen mich trotzdem. Und ich wollte schon anfangen mit der Analogie Taking the Pulse of the German Mittelstand und gleich eine medizinische Analogie starten. Auf der anderen Seite passt es vielleicht noch besser, wenn ich sage, dem deutschen Mittelstand geht es so, wie ich ausschaue. Okay, also es ist ja schon in der Anmoderation zur Sprache gekommen, dass dem deutschen Mittelstand im Augenblick nicht wirklich gut geht. Der Motor des deutschen Mittelstands, der stottert im Augenblick regelrecht, der Puls, den Sie im Hintergrund vielleicht so ein bisschen hören, das ist eine schöne Soundanimation, sowas habe ich auch noch nicht gehabt, der wird immer schwächer. Und jetzt stellt sich natürlich die Frage, ist das ein Problem? Ja, das ist eine rhetorische Frage, wenn man sich ansieht, über 99% aller Unternehmen in Deutschland zählen zum Mittelstand. Ich glaube, das wissen die wenigsten. 99% aller Unternehmen in Deutschland haben weniger als 250 Mitarbeitende. Und ich glaube, die Zahl muss man sich vielleicht am Beginn des Vortrags noch mal vergegenwärtigen, um auch die Bedeutung dessen, was ich jetzt versuche, so in 7 Minuten, mehr hat man mir gesagt, habe ich heute nicht zur Verfügung, Ihnen nahezubringen. Und das sind schon die Themen, die den Puls beschreiben. Der deutsche Mittelstand hat fast keinen Puls mehr, der wird immer schwächer. Und wenn man sich einfach mal die Zahlen ansieht, die Sie auf den Slides sehen, ich weiß, die in der ersten Reihe kriegen jetzt eine Genickstarre, deshalb sage ich Ihnen gleich, was auf der Folie steht. Also auf der einen Seite haben wir im letzten Jahr 2025 einen Rekord gehabt. In der Pole Position möchte man nicht unbedingt stehen. Wir haben Rekordzahl von Insolvenzen in Deutschland gehabt. Und was an der Stelle vielleicht noch wichtig ist, nur rund gut 30% der Unternehmen, die ein geordnetes Insolvenzverfahren durchlaufen, kriegen nochmal eine zweite Chance. Das ist bei dem anderen, was aus meiner Sicht viel erschreckender ist als Zahl, und zwar bei den Betriebsaufgaben ist das nicht der Fall. Da geht endgültig das Licht aus und die sind im letzten Jahr auch um rund 50% gestiegen. Also da, wo der Unternehmer gesagt hat, es macht keinen Spaß mehr, ich habe die Nase voll, ich ziehe den Stecker und ich höre auf. Also diese Zahlen zeigen eigentlich schon im Augenblick so ein bisschen die Situation, die Bedrohlichkeit der Situation. Und dann kommt man zu einem weiteren Punkt, der natürlich auch aus der ökonomischen Sicht sehr nachhaltig bzw. einprägsam ist, wenn man sich die Umsatzentwicklung der mittelständischen Unternehmen ansieht. Ja, die ist in den letzten 3 Jahren signifikant rückläufig. Wir haben einen Rückgang in den letzten 3 Jahren von fast 10%. Also nichts mit Wachstum oder Stagnation, sondern ein deutlicher Rückgang, und 10%, das ist schon eine Marke. Jetzt könnte man sagen, naja, Umsatz, der wird sich schon wieder irgendwie stabilisieren, aber ein zweites Thema, und da spreche ich aus Erfahrung, an was hält der Mittelständler fest bis zum bitteren Ende? An seinen Mitarbeitenden. Das heißt, wenn der Mittelstand anfängt, Mitarbeiter abzubauen, dann brennt die Hütte. Und das sehen Sie an der Stelle. Wir haben insbesondere bei Kleinstunternehmen, die sind am wenigsten resilient gegenüber den Rahmenbedingungen, weil da halt der Unternehmer quasi das Mädchen für alles ist. Der muss alles selber anpacken. Da haben wir einen Rückgang von fast 3%. Und das ist eine Zahl, die aus meiner Sicht vielleicht die frappierendste hier auf dem Slide ist. Und jetzt fragen Sie sich wahrscheinlich auch, warum erzählt uns das der von der DATEV? Welches Mandat hat der, warum kann der uns diese Zahlen hier in der Form nahebringen? Auf der einen Seite, weil wir natürlich Statistiken haben, weil wir mit unseren Mitgliedern sprechen. Wir sind eine Genossenschaft des steuerberatenden Berufsstands. Bei uns machen rund 40.000 Mitglieder, 40.000 Steuerberaterinnen und Steuerberater mit. Und darüber haben wir einen Einblick in rund 70% aller deutschen Unternehmen. Das sind rund 2,4 Millionen Betriebe. Wenn man sich überlegt, rund 3,5 Millionen Unternehmen gibt es in Deutschland. Da läuft schon relativ viel über unser Rechenzentrum, über unsere Rechenzentren in Nürnberg. Und eine zweite Zahl, da werden Sie wahrscheinlich die DATEV eher kennen, das sind die Lohnabrechnungen. Wir machen im Monat rund 15 Millionen Lohnabrechnungen. Ich gehe mal davon aus, rein statistisch gesehen müsste fast die Hälfte von der, ja, ich sehe schon, da nickt eine im Publikum, hallo, Kundin, wunderbar. Also rund die Hälfte von denen hier Anwesenden müsste statistisch von uns monatlich eine Lohnauswertung bekommen, vielleicht nicht mehr, weil das wird mittlerweile auch digital abgewickelt. Und jetzt kommen wir zum Punkt, der mich an der Stelle wirklich auch umtreibt. Was kann man denn machen? Wie kann man diese ganze Situation vielleicht ein bisschen ausgleichen? Was kann man dagegen tun? Und da ist jetzt nochmal der Punkt zum Thema Mittelstandsindex. Das ist das Produkt, was wir vor ungefähr einem Jahr am Markt platziert haben. Ich komme gleich dazu auf der letzten Folie. Wir haben ja, habe ich gezeigt, relativ viel Daten im Zugriff. Und diese Daten konsolidieren wir quasi in Echtzeit in einen Index. Das heißt, die Daten kriegen wir monatlich. Wir kriegen Umsatzdaten, wir kriegen Beschäftigungsdaten, wir kriegen Lohndaten. Und die haben wir zu 3 Indizes kumuliert, natürlich alles unter Datenschutzgesichtspunkten ordnungsgemäß abgebildet. Und diese Indizes, das sind granulare Daten, die wir quasi in Echtzeit abbilden können. Also während viele andere in den Statistiken in den Rückspiegel schauen oder sich auf Umfragen verlassen, können wir mit Echtdaten in Echtzeit einen Befund zum deutschen Mittelstand abliefern. Und jetzt stellt sich natürlich die Frage, was muss passieren, dass dem deutschen Mittelstand wieder besser geht? Wie kriegen wir hier eine Trendwende hin? Und das eine Thema, was Sie wahrscheinlich auch schon rauf und runter in den Medien gehört haben, das ist das Thema Bürokratie. Bürokratieabbau ist ein Thema, was natürlich insbesondere beim Mittelstand, und das zeigen unsere Umfragen, immer ganz oben auf der Liste der Belastungen steht, wo der Mittelständler wirklich am meisten schwitzt und am meisten stöhnt. Aber ich glaube, das sollte mittlerweile auch in Berlin angekommen sein. Dann die Rahmenbedingungen gilt es zu flexieren. Ich meine, das Thema Energiepreise ist das eine Thema. Das andere Thema, es wird über Steuererleichterungen nachgedacht. Körperschaftsteuer hätte eigentlich aus meiner Sicht viel früher angegangen werden müssen. Die Koalition denkt darüber nach, das möglicherweise vorzuziehen, um hier eine Entlastung zu machen. Aber wie gesagt, Preis ist ein Thema, was natürlich auch geopolitisch bedingt ist. Und das nächste Thema, was mich persönlich natürlich auch sehr stark umtreibt, ist das Thema Unternehmertum. Und ich mache es einfach mit einer Aussage hier auf den Punkt fest. Ich glaube, es ist wichtig, dass man dem Unternehmer wieder mehr Vertrauen schenkt. Weil insbesondere, wenn man sich ansieht, dass es teilweise im politischen Umfeld Themen gibt, wo man einfach immer wieder die Rahmenbedingungen, die Daumenschrauben enger macht, immer mehr Überwachung und immer mehr Statistiken, ist das etwas, was auf der einen Seite nicht nur nervig ist, sondern auf der anderen Seite natürlich Ressourcen bindet, die man vielleicht im Bereich der Wertschöpfung viel besser gebrauchen könnte. Und da kommt unsere Antwort, da ist das Thema, was wir vor einem Jahr am Markt platziert haben, datenbasierte Wirtschaftspolitik. Nicht mit dem Vorschlaghammer drauf, sondern mit dem Skalpell arbeiten. Und das ist einfach, wenn man auf diesen Daten aufsetzt, viel leichter möglich und das Ganze auch noch in Echtzeit, als wenn man wirklich veraltete Daten, veraltete Statistiken heranzieht. Dative Economics, das ist das Thema, was ich Ihnen, und deshalb sind hier auch 2 QR-Codes drauf, das ist frei zugänglich. Wir haben im Sinne von Good Corporate Citizenship hier einen freien Zugang gemacht. Es gibt keine Paywall. Sie können auf diese Daten frei zugreifen. Sie können das Ganze nach Branchen, Sie können das Ganze nach Unternehmensgrößen, Sie können das Ganze nach Regionen und natürlich auch das Ganze kombiniert darstellen, sich ansehen, um einen Blick zu bekommen, viel detaillierter über das, was ich Ihnen hier in diesen 10 Minuten nahebringen kann. Und das Ganze wird dann auch noch durch spezielle Spotlights im Monat ergänzt, wo bestimmte Schieflagen sind. Wir haben zum Beispiel ein Spotlight zu den Insolvenzen gemacht, wir haben ein Thema zum Mindestlohn gemacht. Schauen Sie es sich an. Und an der Stelle möchte ich schließen, weil ich glaube, wir können vielleicht auf der Tonspur ein paar Themen noch etwas intensiver besprechen. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank, Herr Professor Meyer. Und lassen Sie uns gleich da anknüpfen. Ich hab mir diesen Puls angeguckt und festgestellt, eine Differenzierung hätte ich noch gerne, nämlich die zwischen den Selbstständigen und den quasi Korporierten, die also irgendeine Art von GmbH oder so mit abhängig Beschäftigten haben. Gibt es da Unterschiede? Also es gibt ja 4 Millionen Selbstständige, die müssen auch, glaube ich, bei der DATEV ab und zu mal was abliefern, die meisten, also in Form von Belegen. Gibt es da Unterschiede? Also ist die Situation bei den Selbstständigen besser? Ist sie kritischer? Und können Sie dazu was sagen?
Also zum einen, Herr Kollege Professor Dr. Gronau, keiner muss bei der DATEV abliefern, sondern unsere Mitglieder geben die Möglichkeit, dass man abliefert, aber das war jetzt mit dem Augenzwinkern. Ich würde mal sagen, ja, wir können selbstverständlich differenzieren, aber auch wenn ich es gerade eben so vollmundig verkündet habe, dass die Daten frei zugänglich sind, natürlich gibt es eine feinere Detaillierungs- und auch Research-Ebene, für unsere Mitglieder, die brauchen natürlich an der Stelle auch für die Beratung, für ihre Mandanten noch deutlich differenziertere, tiefere Einblicke. Und wenn man das Thema selbstständige Unternehmer ansieht, das sind eher die Kleinstunternehmen, weil teilweise sind das die One-Man-Unternehmen. Und das ist das, was ich am Anfang schon kurz angerissen habe. Wir sehen insbesondere, und das sehen Sie jetzt auch, wenn Sie wahrscheinlich, während ich spreche, sich die Daten ansehen, die Kleinstunternehmen sind besonders hart getroffen von der momentanen konjunkturellen Situation.
Ja. Welche Minister und Politiker der Regierungsfraktionen in Berlin haben sich denn schon für Ihren Index interessiert in den letzten Monaten?
Ja, das muss ich natürlich jetzt, das ist eine schwierige Frage, weil ich könnte jetzt natürlich aus dem Nähkästchen plaudern, was ich natürlich nicht mache. Ich würde mal sagen, wir haben mit allen Spitzenpolitikern und mit den meisten auf Bundesebene diskutiert. Wir sind mit sehr vielen Ministerpräsidenten und Ministerpräsidentinnen im Austausch. Da bitte ich einfach um Verständnis. Das sind Themen, die wir natürlich absolut vertraulich behandeln, deshalb keine Namen, aber das Interesse ist groß.
Immerhin gibt es schon mal Interesse. Beim Bürokratieabbau selbst scheint es ja bis jetzt aus meiner Sicht keinerlei irgendwie gearteten Fortschritt zu geben. Ich hatte mir extra so ein Beispiel rausgesucht hierfür, um das ja zu illustrieren. Ein Fachmedienverlag, der verkauft gedruckte Zeitschriften ins Ausland, muss dann einmal im Quartal eine zusammenfassende Meldung abgeben. Das ist natürlich technisch alles über ihre Plattform super möglich. Und wenn er das mal vergisst, ist das ein Ordnungsgeld von 5.000 €. Und das Volumen, was dieser Fachverlag da ins Ausland verkauft pro Quartal, sind 25 €. Also das Maß an Verhältnismäßigkeit scheint mir da nicht gewahrt zu sein. Das zweite Beispiel ist, diese Hefte müssen verpackt werden. Es gibt also irgendeine Verpackungsstiftung, da muss man anmelden sich, da muss man eine Verkehrsnummer haben. Wenn man das nicht richtig macht, mit einem Volumen von 25 € pro Quartal, dann muss man ein Ordnungsgeld von bis zu 50.000 € bezahlen. Also kann es sein, dass bei der Anfertigung dieser Gesetze und Verordnungen irgendwie so ein bisschen dieser Mittelstand vollständig aus dem Blick geraten ist in der Politik?
Sie haben die Antwort ja schon in Ihren Ausführungen ein Stück weit vorweggenommen. Die waren ja aus meiner Sicht bezeichnend. Ich sage mal, ich widerspreche Ihnen da jetzt nicht. Ich meine, mittlerweile, Sie dürfen den Röntgenbeauftragten von der DATEV begrüßen. Das bin nämlich ich. Das muss einer sein, der das Unternehmen vertreten darf. Also ich bin in der Lage, das Röntgengerät zu bedienen, was wir haben, um unsere Post zu röntgen. Es gibt dann auch die, ich sage mal, ominösen Leiterbeauftragten. Die gibt es bei uns übrigens auch. Und ich glaube, was das Thema anbetrifft, haben wir in den letzten Jahrzehnten in Deutschland eigentlich aus dem Vollen geschöpft. Aber ich sage mal eher in einem Bereich, wo ich sage, wo ist die Wertschöpfung, die dahinter ist. Im Augenblick, glaube ich, wird es wirklich eng. Und deshalb wäre es aus meiner Sicht angezeigt. Und ich glaube, das ist mittlerweile auch im politischen Berlin angekommen, dass man da wirklich mal mit, ja, ich möchte jetzt nicht die Kettensäge bemühen. Ich glaube, das Bild ist schon so ein bisschen verbrannt. Aber ich glaube, da müssen wir radikal kürzen, weil ich sage mal, die Rahmenbedingungen, die sind so, wie sie sind. Die kann man nicht alle beeinflussen. Aber man kann zumindest die Bürokratie, die ist hausgemacht, die kann man selber, das ist eine Sache nur von umsetzen wollen. Also das hat nichts mit Erkenntnis zu tun, sondern das ist ein Umsetzungsthema. Und abschließend glaube ich, der Druck, der in den nächsten Jahren noch auf die Bürokratie bzw. auch auf die Ämter zukommt, der ist brutal. Weil, was wahrscheinlich die meisten hier im Raum wissen, in den nächsten 5 bis 6 Jahren scheiden 30% der Beamten aus dem Arbeitsleben aus. Und wenn da nicht in irgendeiner Form Automatisierung und Prozessoptimierung stattfindet, na dann gute Nacht.
Ja. Das Motto dieser Konferenz ist ja Bold Moves. Also ich bin übrigens, wir haben noch eine Gemeinsamkeit, ich bin Leiternbeauftragter, weil wir tatsächlich in unserem Labor auch eine Leiter haben, die natürlich regelmäßig geprüft werden muss. Die ist ungefähr 2,40 Meter lang, diese Leiter, Baujahr 2018. Was könnte denn jetzt so ein Bold Move sein? Also die Politiker sind ja fantasielos und wir müssen jetzt konkrete Vorschläge machen. Wir beide.
Naja, also fantasielos sind sie nicht, wenn man sieht, was in den letzten Jahren alles an schönen neuen Themen gekommen ist. Manchmal wundere ich mich schon sehr, was da teilweise noch an neuen Themen immer wieder oben drauf kommt. Bitte jetzt nicht falsch verstehen, ich möchte jetzt keine kontroverse Diskussion anfangen, aber das Tariftreuegesetz ist für mich auch so ein Thema. Natürlich kann man von gerechten Löhnen sprechen, das stelle ich auch gar nicht in Abrede, das ist nicht mein Thema, aber das ist in der momentanen Situation etwas, wo nochmal ein richtiger Schub Bürokratie oben drauf kommt. Das bindet Ressourcen, die dann perspektivisch gar nicht mehr da sind, auch auf der Bundespolitik. Also ich habe es aber von meiner Seite gesagt, ihr müsst unleash the beast, ihr müsst den Unternehmen wieder Luft zum Atmen geben, ihr müsst ihnen Vertrauen geben und nicht alles hinterfragen. Und lass es mich vielleicht ein Beispiel noch nehmen, das es vielleicht ganz gut zeigt. Also ich bin ja auch Steuerberater und da gab es vor einiger Zeit mal ein Vorhaben, dass man gesagt hat, internationale Steuergestaltungsmaßnahmen müssen angezeigt werden. So, das hat man gemacht. Die Steuerberater waren dann natürlich verpflichtet, das zu tun. Was ist rausgekommen? Nix. Also, anstatt zu sagen, dann lassen wir es bleiben und setzen nicht noch einen drauf, hat man gesagt, dann probieren wir es mit den nationalen Anzeigepflichten gleich als nächstes. Also, das sind so Themen, wo ich sage, Leute, wenn es einmal nicht funktioniert hat, dann müsst ihr nicht von dem einen, was nicht funktioniert, nochmal oben was drauf machen in der Hoffnung, dass es dann endlich funktioniert.
Man könnte ja der Ansicht sein, dass das Tariftreuegesetz am Sonntag mit 5,5% belohnt wurde. Aber das scheint auch keinen Nachhall zu erzeugen. Wenn wir jetzt mal in den Puls, also wenn wir den Patienten, der liegt auf der Intensivstation, und wenn wir jetzt die Stimmung mal quasi in die Zukunft prognostizieren wollen, was wird passieren, wenn es jetzt so weitergeht? Also die beste Vorhersage für zukünftiges Geschehen ist ja bisheriges Geschehen. Ne? Also Ursula von der Leyen, um jetzt mal die EU-Ebene zu zitieren, möchte ja auch die Bürokratie abbauen, hat erstmal ein neues Amt für Bürokratieabbau mit 240 hochbezahlten EU-Mitarbeitern ins Leben gerufen. Wahrscheinlich wir haben ein Digitalisierungsministerium, das macht wirklich gute Ansätze aus meiner Sicht. Aber wie geht es mit dem Mittelstand jetzt weiter? Also ist es leise Resignation? Ist das die Palliativstation als nächstes? Was wird passieren?
Also der Mittelstand geht ja leise. Also wenn man sich ansieht bei den großen deutschen Unternehmen, die sind ja medial ganz anders präsent. Wenn wieder Bosch Stellen abbaut, dann sind das Headline in den entsprechend großen Medien. Wenn aber, ich sag mal, der Mittelständler vor Ort im regionalen Umfeld dicht macht oder Mitarbeiter entlässt, dann ist es höchstens was fürs regionale Blättchen. Aber das kommt in der Form gar nicht mehr, ich sag mal, auf die große Leinwand. Lass es mich vielleicht noch mal ein Thema rausgreifen, was mich auch wirklich erstaunt hat, eigentlich fast schon fassungslos zurückgelassen hat. Da hat man gesagt, man versucht in irgendeiner Form die Rahmenbedingungen zu verbessern und macht gesonderte Abschreibungsbedingungen. Dass man sagt, man macht eine Sonderafa, mehr abzuschreiben. Dann denke ich mal, Menschenskind, wer kommt auf solche Ideen, wenn er sich den Mittelstand anschaut, der mit dem Rücken an der Wand steht? Er sagt, ich kann doch nur abschreiben, wenn ich entsprechende Gewinne und Überschüsse mache. Von null kann ich nichts abschreiben, das bringt dem Mittelstand gar nichts. Das sind so Themen, wo ich mir auch gesagt habe, Menschenskind, da hätte man vielleicht eher mal auch mit Mittelständlern sich austauschen müssen und sich aus der Praxis wirklich Impulse geben lassen, anstatt hier, ich sag mal, die alten Mechanismen, mach mal AFA, funktioniert schon, funktioniert halt nicht.
Ja, vielen Dank. Wir sind leider am Ende der Zeit, aber ich möchte noch mal die Gelegenheit nutzen, Ihnen zu danken, dass Sie dem Mittelstand, diesen ganzen Kleinst- und Kleinunternehmen durch dieses Barometer eine Stimme geben. Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Sehr gerne. Dankeschön.
Sehr schwungvolle Diskussion zum Thema des deutschen Mittelstands und ich hätte es jetzt von daher eigentlich am wenigsten erwartet. Ich kenne das immer sehr trocken und bin jetzt sehr positiv überrascht über diese Analyse, mit der wir unseren Nachmittag kicken in den deutschen Mittelstand, weil wir haben in der Tat 7 auf der Bühne. Und herzlich willkommen zu diesem ganz besonderen Track, denn wir hören jetzt eben nicht nur die eine Stimme, sondern gleich 7 Unternehmer und Führungspersönlichkeiten hintereinander. Spot on German Mittelstand. Und ich sage es immer wieder, pssst, ich weiß, viele Leute kommen rein, es sind auch noch Plätze bis auf A, die sind schon besetzt. Gerne reinkommen, gerne setzen, weil es wird jetzt richtig spannend. Wir haben es gerade gehört. Ich habe recherchiert, über 90%, eben hieß es über 99% der Unternehmen in Deutschland gehören zum deutschen Mittelstand und sie erwirtschaften mehr als die Hälfte der deutschen Wirtschaftsleistung. Diese Information fehlte noch und sie sind damit nicht das berühmte Rückgrat der deutschen Wirtschaft, sondern wirklich eher Herzschrittmacher. Wir arbeiten bei MMK sehr viel mit mittelständischen Unternehmen, weil wir in Industrien arbeiten, wo die ganze Supply Chain durchdeklinieren. Deshalb sind das unsere Partner und Kunden ebenso. Und es ist ein bisschen klischeehaft, aber ich möchte ein paar Sachen sagen, warum der Mittelstand so besonders ist, dass in der Welt darüber als The German Mittelstand gesprochen wird. Wir haben einen eigenen Term. Who coined the phrase The German Mittelstand? Technologietiefe. Oft unglaubliche Expertise, echte Ingenieurskunst. Die Dichte der Ingenieuren ist sehr, sehr hoch. Verantwortung, gedacht wird in Generationen, nicht in Quartalen. Ganz oft Weltmarktführer, Hidden Champions in spezialisierten Nischen. Manchmal ist es eine Schraube, ein Windtunnel, ein Bauteil, das sonst niemand machen kann. Ganz oft kennen Sie die kleinen Orte nicht, aus denen die Mittelständler kämen, aber trotzdem sind die ganz global unterwegs. Und natürlich Unternehmergeist, Eigentümer und Management fallen oft zusammen und sind sehr nah beieinander. Und es ist eine gemeinsame Kultur. Der Mittelstand ist hands-on, ist pragmatisch und bereit für bold moves. Daher haben wir für die Leitung dieses Tracks an diesem Nachmittag auch die mutigste Stimme angefragt. Jemanden, der Technologie und Transformation aus erster Hand kennt. Angie Gifford hat über viele Jahre die Tech-Welt geprägt, zuletzt als Vice President EMEA bei Meta. Gleichzeitig kennt sie den deutschen Mittelstand auch aus der Governance-Perspektive, unter anderem im Aufsichtsrat von ThyssenKrupp. Sie versteht also Silicon Valley und sie versteht den Maschinenraum. Und sie ist bekannt dafür, Gespräche mutig, klug und mit Energie zu führen. Angie, komm bitte auf die Bühne. Wer sie moderieren gesehen hat, weiß, das ist der Track des Nachmittags. Und ich freue mich wahnsinnig, dass es jetzt losgeht.
Die deutsche Wirtschaft ist mittelständig. Das haben wir doch gelernt, oder? Genau.
Hier sehen wir sie, bravo, ein tolles Bild.
Genau,
Bitte die Fotografen an diese Stelle.
Erstmal herzlich willkommen zu unserem hoffentlich, und ich bin mir ganz sicher, spannenden Thema deutscher Mittelstand. Jetzt hat mir die Liebe schon ganz viele Facts und Figures vorweggenommen, die ich Ihnen alle erzählen wollte oder euch erzählen wollte. Aber für mich ist auch nochmal wichtig, hier hervorzuheben, dass wir über das reden, was Deutschland im Kern zusammenhält. Und ich glaube, der Vorredner hat es ja auch sehr schön dargestellt. Aber ich bin ja immer jemand, der sagt, hey, wird das auch noch in der Zukunft so sein? Das heißt, Sie werden in den nächsten, ja, es sind viele Minuten, hören von 7 Top-Mittelständlern. Auf der einen Seite natürlich, was sind die Highlights, was sind die Chancen, wo sind sie, diese Hidden Champion? Aber auf der anderen Seite, wo sind auch die Herausforderungen, mit denen sie tagtäglich mutig kämpfen? Ja, ich habe 30 Jahre Großkonzern hinter mir, nur Amerikaner, Microsoft, Hewlett-Packard, Meta und hatte mit dem Mittelstand nicht so ganz viel zu tun, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Aber diese 7 Menschen haben das komplett geändert. Ich bin also jetzt ein großer Fan. Wirklich regionale Verwurzelung, internationale Ausrichtung und wirklich eine immense Strahlkraft. Und ihr seid wirklich ein tolles, tolles Team. Wir haben hier, glaube ich, wirklich Spitzenfirmen, die wir heute hier mit an Bord haben. So, jetzt habe ich es nochmal auf dem Slide. Aber wie sagt man das so schön? Ein Slide sagt mehr als 1000 Worte. 1573 Hidden Champion, 4000 Nischenmarktführer weltweit. Und da gehört natürlich bei den Hidden Champion auch eine Firma dazu, wie zum Beispiel die Trumpf, Lasertechnologie und Industrie 4.0 ist hier das Thema, aber auch die Firma Herrenknecht, Weltmarktführer für Tunnelbohrmaschinen. Und 60% erwirtschaftet diese Firma außerhalb von Europa. Also wirklich auch sehr international aufgestellt. Da geht mir ein bisschen das Herz auf. 82% der Auszubildenden lernen im Mittelstand. Es ist das Herzstück unseres Ausbildungssystems. Und ich bin mit einem Amerikaner verheiratet, der konnte damit erstmal gar nichts anfangen. Als er es mal gesehen hat, um was es hier in Deutschland geht, da beneidet uns die Welt drum. Das muss ich wirklich ganz klar sagen. Also tolles, auch das duale System für die Auszubildenden. Ja, und last but not least, 42% der deutschen KMU betreiben aktiv Innovation bei Produkten und Prozessen, verglichen mit 30% im EU-Durchschnitt. So, Arbeitsplätze machen die natürlich auch, die Mittelständler, logisch 60% der Arbeitsplätze und natürlich auch sehr, sehr viel vom Inlandsprodukt, nämlich auch 60%. 5. habe ich hier nicht drauf geschrieben, ich wollte nicht so negativ, so deutsch ankommen, ne? Aber es ist leider wahr, wir sehen, dass im Bereich KI-Investitionen im Mittelstand, die sinken. 2025 lagen sie nur noch bei 0,35% des Umsatzes, 30% unter dem Markendurchschnitt. Meine Damen und Herren, das ist ein Warnsignal. Ich sage das jetzt mal zu meinen 7 Firmen. Also wirklich hier Investitionen, aber wir hören ja auch, was ihr da macht. Also wirklich ein Rundumschlag, den wir heute in den nächsten 1,5 Stunden machen werden. So, jetzt doch mal ein bisschen, wo Licht ist, ist auch Schatten. Wir haben es heute Morgen von dem lieben Oliver Ziepse gehört. Wir sollen nicht so viel jammern, wollen wir ja auch gar nicht. Aber ganz ehrlich, also Fachkräfte ist schon so ein Thema. Jeder dritte Inhaber ist über 55. 1% der großen mittelständischen Unternehmen werden durch Frauen geführt. Bisschen wenig, können wir auch ein bisschen mehr tun. Also von daher gesehen, Fachkräftemangel, demografischer Wandel ist definitiv ein Thema. Kosten, Energie, Löhne und Rohstoffe lassen die Margen natürlich schrumpfen. Und der Zugang zu Kapital für den Mittelstand ist auch schwieriger geworden. Dann das ganze Thema Geopolitik, das trifft aber, glaube ich, uns alle. Gerade die letzten Ereignisse geben uns da schwer zu denken. Schwache Inlandsnachfrage, Handelskonflikte, politische Unsicherheit und die Investitionsentscheidungen fallen natürlich dann auch schwerer, wenn man weiß, das geopolitische Umfeld ist sehr fragil. Und last but not least, und das steht jetzt nicht auf dem Slide drauf, aber es war ein absolutes Lieblingsthema und wir haben es ja gerade bei der Präsentation auch gehört oder bei dem Fireside-Chat, die Bürokratie. Ist sie nicht schön in Deutschland oder ist sie nicht schön in Europa? Also ich habe ja auch mit den Damen und Herren hier vom Mittelstand gesprochen. Lieferkettengesetz, Datenschutz, regulatorische Last, die wächst einfach, GDPR. Und viele Mittelständler sagen auch, ich investiere nicht in KI. Wer weiß, ob ich da nicht gegen irgendein Regulatorium verstoße oder ich muss mir gleich eine Audit-Abteilung und eine Rechtsanwaltskanzlei engagieren. Und das finde ich sehr, sehr schade. Deshalb Bürokratieabbau, eine einheitliche Regulierung, eine wirklich Regulierung, die innovationstreibend ist. Dafür stehe ich. Und ich muss sagen, da haben wir noch eine ganze Menge mit der EU zu tun. So, aber wir haben natürlich auch strategische Erfolgsfaktoren. Ich habe vorhin schon gesagt, die regionale Verwurzelung wirklich ist da. Der Mittelstand macht keine Laborforschung. Ich komme aus den großen Firmen. Da sitzt man schon mal in Silicon Valley und denkt sich, was der Kunde so brauchen könnte. Bis jetzt haben die das auch immer ganz gut hingekriegt, haben das ziemlich gut getroffen, die 3 Firmen. Aber hier ist wirklich keine Laborforschung im Elfenbeinturm, sondern hier wird aus echten Kundenproblemen werden Lösungen entwickelt, was ich super finde. Wir haben regionale Verwurzelung im Mittelstand, wir haben kurze Wege, starke Netzwerke und wir haben Mitarbeiter, die eine wahnsinnig hohe Loyalität zu ihrem Arbeitgeber haben. Also wirklich auch eine ganz tolle Sache. Meine Herren lächeln hier und die Damen noch dazu. Und die Herren und Damen, die hier sitzen, die haben ESG schon gemacht, ohne dass es eine Richtlinie gab, was ich eigentlich auch ganz toll fand, weil wirklich Nachhaltigkeit als Haltung für den Mittelstand gilt. So, aber Digitalisierung. Digitalisierung ist so ein Thema. Also da sind wir eigentlich relativ weit im Mittelstand, aber so ein bisschen Patchwork. Da macht jeder so sein eigenes Ding. Wir werden das auch nachher hören. Deshalb ist es auch mal gut, solche Foren zu haben, dass man sich so ein bisschen absprechen kann. Was machst du, was kann ich hier lernen? Und ich habe mal so eine Digitalisierungsroadmap mitgebracht. Sagen viele, werden wahrscheinlich nicken. Digitalisierung ist absolute Chefsache. Er muss ganz klare Verantwortlichkeiten auf der Management-Ebene haben. Sonst funktioniert das nicht, glauben Sie mir. Die Prozesse vereinfachen. Wenn Sie einen schlechten Prozess haben und darüber KI legen, wird er nicht schöner, nicht schneller und nicht besser. Punkt. Der bleibt so. Sie müssen erstmal standardisieren, harmonisieren und dann können Sie automatisieren. Dann können Sie KI nutzen. Vorher bringt Ihnen das überhaupt nichts. So, und bei allen, und ich bin alt, ich bin über 30 Jahre in der Branche, bei allen Projekten, die ich bis jetzt hatte, war es nie die Technologie, der Hemmschuh. Es war nie im Prinzip ein Projektteam, was nicht wollte. Es waren immer die Menschen. Die Menschen, die aus ihrer Komfortzone raus mussten und die Menschen, die sich wandeln mussten. Und die Kompetenz Mensch, das ist sehr, sehr wichtig. KI-Kompetenzen aufbauen, die Leute mitnehmen, die Leute anzünden, die Ängste nehmen. Das ist super, super wichtig, wenn wir über Digitalisierung sprechen. Ja, und last but not least, die neue Währung, es sind die Daten. Datenfundament zur KI-Wertschöpfung. Nochmal strukturierte Daten dazu nutzen, mit KI ein Value für das Unternehmen zu schaffen. So, jetzt bin ich auch schon hier fast am Ende meiner kurzen Einleitung. Ich hoffe, sie hat Ihnen ein bisschen mal aufgezeigt, wie sehr wir für den Mittelstand brennen, wie sehr wir auf den Mittelstand stolz sein können. Und ich bin der festen Überzeugung, die Zukunft von Deutschland ist, wo ist sie? Mittelständig. Das haben wir jetzt auch gelernt. Super. So, jetzt würde ich vorschlagen, weil wir sind ein bisschen eng mit der Zeit, weil wir haben so viele tolle Sprecher und Sprecherinnen, das sind sie. Ich werde jetzt nicht einzeln durchgehen, weil ich habe eine kleine Einleitung hier für jeden Sprecher auch vorbereitet. Und der erste Sprecher ist der Michael Drolshagen von Waschtec. So, er kommt aus dem Unternehmen. Und die Produkte oder was er macht, das haben Sie alle schon mal benutzt. Ich benutze das alle 6 bis 8 Wochen. Er hat mir heute gesagt, du solltest das mindestens einmal in der Woche nutzen. Und das ist die Waschstraße. So, also das war sozusagen heute Morgen kurz unser Auftakt hier. Der Michael ist seit 2024 CEO und CTO bei Waschtec, führender Anbieter von Fahrzeugwaschsystemen und Lösungen rund um die professionelle Fahrzeugreinigung. Sie, und das ist wirklich auch hochspezialisiert und technologisch, du entwickelst mit deinem Team Anlagen und produzierst Anlagen, die weltweit bei Tankstellen, Autohäusern und Waschparks im Einsatz sind. Klassische Maschinenbaukompetenz ist da gefragt und du bringst eine sehr beeindruckende Industriekarriere mit, nicht rot werden. Du bist Wirtschaftsingenieur und begann deine Karriere beim Automobilzulieferer Heller. Dann bist du zu Porsche gewechselt und dann haben wir eine Gemeinsamkeit, wir haben ThyssenKrupp. Ob das jetzt gut ist oder nicht gut ist, das wissen wir nicht. Und da müssen wir einfach schauen, das können wir dann mal später besprechen. Und du bringst im Prinzip eine Perspektive von einem Industrieunternehmen mit, der ein klassisches Produkt jetzt weiterentwickelt. Und ich glaube, das ist ganz, ganz wichtig, auch für alle hier, ich gucke alle an, weil das ist ein neues Geschäftsmodell und da müssen wir uns alle, denke ich mal, noch ein Stück weit reindenken. So, lieber Michael, das Thema ist folgendes. Du hast den Atlantik überquert. Fun Fact muss ja auch mir immer ein bisschen sein. Und du hast während der Atlantiküberquerung einfach eine Wohnung gemietet, ohne die vorher jemals gesehen zu haben. Richtig? Du hast den Mietvertrag unterschrieben, Kaution überwiesen, alles. Ja, wir sind jetzt mal wirklich gespannt, ob du dieses Vertrauen auch in Business und in deinen Entscheidungen so intuitiv heute noch machst. Und ich würde dich jetzt auf die Bühne bitten, dass wir mal kurz diskutieren, was so die Bold Moves waren. Und vielleicht noch mal 3 Sätze zum Atlantik. Das ist natürlich spannend. Ich finde immer sowas toll, wenn Leute sowas
sehr
machen.
gerne. Wir haben Elon Musk vertraut und das ging nach einer Woche dann schief, weil wir natürlich zu sparsam waren in der Digitalisierung und nur das Landpaket gebucht haben und nicht das OpenSea-Paket. Und von daher ist dann nach einer Woche leider die Connection abgerissen zu den anderen und auch zu meinem Real Estate-Makler. Und dadurch hat er nur noch mitbekommen, egal was er findet, was irgendwie mit einer schönen Dachterrasse ist, soll er mieten. Das hat er dann auch getan.
Ja, das nenne ich hier mal Intuition.
Blindes Vertrauen.
Und
ja.
blindes Vertrauen. Super. Hast du dann auch blindes Vertrauen in die Bold Move von WashTec? Was waren denn so die Bold Moves der letzten 2 Jahre? Was habt ihr da gemacht? Du bist ja jetzt seit 2024 da, aber jetzt, wenn du mal in den Rückspiegel guckst, was waren so die Bold Moves?
Also was WashTec wirklich super gemacht hat und meine Vorgänger super gemacht haben, die haben schon sehr, sehr früh auf Digitalisierung gesetzt. In dieser Customer Journey von einem reinen Anlagenbauer, wir schweißen irgendwie was zusammen, also so dieser Maßanzug, den wir hergestellt haben. Also jeder Kunde, egal ob Aral, Shell oder Mr. Wash, hat dann seine eigene Waschanlage gekriegt. Losgröße 1 hat man sehr, sehr früh den Schwenk gemacht auf, wir möchten auch digital sein, mit einer App buchen können, Subscription, dass der Kunde in der Lage ist, seine eigenen Programme zusammenzustellen, also in die Richtung. Und damit man Bold Move richtig versteht, muss man ja gucken, was macht den Mittelstand aus? Also für mich, warum Mittelstand? Also man hat eine flache Hierarchie, man kriegt schnelle Entscheidungen und man hat Hands-on, wie du das ja auch gerade schon so schön gesagt hast. Das Problem bei Hands-on ist, man hat schlechte Prozesse meistens. Also wir haben alles für die Kunden möglich gemacht und das jetzt zu drehen, das ist die große Aufgabe, jetzt in den letzten 1,5 Jahren Prozesse einzuziehen und diese Komplexität, die den Laden irgendwann mal umbringt, weil man ja, was macht einen stark? Man verkauft viele Anlagen und schön den Kunden alles recht gemacht. Und dann kommt man irgendwann in eine Größe von einem 50 Millionen Laden zu einem 500 Millionen Laden, wo es ohne Prozesse nicht mehr geht. Und jetzt haben wir 50 Bälle in die Luft geschmissen. Und das blinde Vertrauen, was ich habe, ist, dass mindestens 25 aufgefangen werden.
Sehr gut, dann vertrauen wir auch mal da drauf und drücken dir die Daumen. KI hilft da sicherlich auch, aber das lassen wir jetzt mal weg, weil du hast es auch in deinem Vortrag. Ja. Aber ich möchte natürlich in dem Vortrag jetzt mal so ein bisschen wissen, die Aktie ist in den letzten 12 Monaten, alle herhören, 30% gestiegen. Wir möchten natürlich auch wissen, wie du das gemacht hast, so ein bisschen, ne? Bitteschön. Deshalb gebe ich dir jetzt mal die Fernbedienung hier und dann machst du mal ein bisschen hier WashTec, 30% Steigerung und auch natürlich, was macht er mit KI? Viel Spaß.
Dankeschön.
10 Minuten.
10 Minuten, dann muss ich mal gucken, also um 15:18 Uhr. Sehr gut. Aber mein Auftrag und mein Vortrag ist eigentlich schon zu Ende, weil jeder weiß, 6 Wochen waschen ist zu wenig. Und alles, also wenn jetzt hier jeder rausgeht und verstanden hat, man muss so Richtung einer Woche gehen, dann kann ich eigentlich aufhören. Mein Lebenslauf brauche ich ja auch nicht mehr sagen. Weiterklicken geht. Also, was macht ein Mittelständler aus und was macht ein Unternehmen in Summe aus? Das ist natürlich, man muss irgendwie eine Strategie haben, in welche Richtung rudert man. Und der ein oder andere, der jetzt schon länger bei einem Unternehmen arbeitet, so wie ich komme langsam auch in ein gewisses Alter, unglücklicherweise, der stellt dann fest, also Vision und Mission, die kann man meistens irgendwo schon ganz gut abschreiben. Und jeder, der so ein House of Strategy sieht und denkt, das habe ich vielleicht schon mal irgendwann gesehen, habe ich auch geklaut. Also so den Rahmen habe ich geklaut. Die Inhalte, die muss man dann ein bisschen adaptieren auf das jeweilige Unternehmen. Also man braucht eine Strategie und 2007 oder 2006 hat Wiedeking damals schon gesagt, wir müssen jetzt auf Sicht fahren, weil das ist alles so dramatisch. Also wir müssen sozusagen unsere Strategie fast wöchentlich anpassen und damit auch natürlich die Operationalisierung dazu. Also von daher möchte ich jetzt nicht auf die Strategie bei der WashTec eingehen, außer dass wir natürlich Subscription machen und euch alle einladen, das zu tun für unsere Kunden, also für die Operators und möglichst jede Woche waschen kommen. Das tut den Autos gut, insbesondere wenn da so Fliegen und sowas drauf sind. Aber was ist denn wichtig bei einer Strategie, dass natürlich die Operationalisierung funktioniert. Und von daher habe ich mal ganz KI-like mir so ein paar Sprüche rausgeben lassen. Also eigentlich ist eine Strategie nutzlos, wenn man sie nicht zum Leben bringt. Also die Operationalisierung. Operationalisierung heißt, wie sieht es denn aus mit der Aufbauorganisation? Wie sieht es denn aus mit der Ablauforganisation? Und wie sieht es mit der Kultur und den Menschen da drin aus? Und dann schaut man sich mal bei der WashTec um und sagt, naja, aus dem Automobilbau kommend, die größten Kosten sind eigentlich in Operations am Ende. Deswegen sind da die Werksleiter so mächtig. Also ich habe immer nicht verstanden, wie so ein Werksleiter bei Porsche oder VW oder BMW, da treten alle Vorstände an bei so einem Werksleiter. Also das muss man sich mal auf der Zunge zergehen lassen. Also da zittert ein Entwicklungsvorstand, wenn das nicht sauber ins Werk reinläuft. Und der hat die Macht, da wirklich Stühle zu sägen. Also damit man nur mal so das Verhältnis sieht. Bei der WashTec kann ich locker lässig, also der Werksleiter bei der WashTec, das ist jetzt nicht ein großer also das ist schon ein großer Kostenblock für einen Mittelständler. Aber wir sehen, da geht nur 1/3 unserer Kosten rein. Also von Order bis Handover der Maschine. Also operativ gehen nur 1/3 unserer Kosten tatsächlich ins Zusammenbauen unserer Anlage. Das ist schon mal ein Ding. Und wir reden da von einem 3-stelligen Millionenbetrag. Plus, minus. Davon 1/3. Das andere Drittel, siehe da, geht ins Backoffice. Also wirklich, was machen die denn? Ja, wir verkaufen mit Excel-Liste und das geben wir dann in SAP ein. Und dann gibt es noch jemanden, der dann die Excel-Liste und das SAP überprüft, ob die Maschine auch tatsächlich so baubar ist. Und dann laufen wir allen den Teilen hinterher, die nicht rechtzeitig bestellt wurden, damit wir am Ende auch hoffentlich irgendwie eine 85% Maschine übergeben, wo dann die Installateure, die extern sind, versuchen, die zusammenzubauen. Also die finishen die dann, die installieren die nicht nur. Und deswegen ist 1/3 dann der Kosten auch noch in der Installation. Also ich glaube, fast alle Mittelständler nicken hier. Also das war für mich ganz neu. Also unter dem Strich dachte ich, also wir haben vorher alles getan und dann ist das wie Brezeln backen. Nein, das ist im Anlagenbau leider oder zum Glück nicht so. Das ist so die eine Komplexität. Die andere Komplexität, die dann reinkommt, ist natürlich, wenn man vorher einen Laden sehr, sehr schnell hat wachsen lassen. Also Prozesse spielen dann erstmal keine Rolle. Also der Vertrieb ruft an, also vor 3 Monaten erst passiert, also man versucht, alle Zöpfe abzuschneiden und trotzdem gibt es irgendeinen draußen, irgendwo in Norwegen, der ruft dann in der Entwicklung an und sagt, du, ich kann hier 10 Maschinen verkaufen, mach mir mal schnell eine neue Software. Und das Schlimme ist, der macht es auch noch. Der macht es auch noch, weil wir verkaufen ja 10 Anlagen mehr. Was das dann kostet, das hat dann keiner mehr auf dem Schirm. Und wir haben letztes Jahr nach etwas längerer Entwicklungszeit tatsächlich unsere neue Maschine eingeführt. Also es gibt ja 3 unterschiedliche Typen, die mit dem Selbstwaschen, die, wo man im Tunnel durchgezogen wird und die Rollover. Wir sind Weltmarktführer, insbesondere im Rollover und in Europa. Und da haben wir eine neue Maschine gemacht, so für die Aral und Shells und die Händler. Und haben die mal eingeführt. Seit 10 Jahren, glaube ich, das erste Mal, dass wir ein neues Programm eingeführt haben. Und siehe da, wir haben mal kurz die Varianz verdoppelt und unsere On-Time-Quote ist mal lockerlässig auf unter 60% gerutscht, was die Lieferantentreue betrifft und die Auslieferqualität auch auf unter 80%. Und was machen wir da? Wir reduzieren einfach und machen eine Maschine weg. Also die Kosten, die wir dann Materialeinzelkosten mehr haben, weil wir auf einmal das teurere Bauteil einbauen müssen, die holen wir aus meiner Sicht locker lässig im Prozess. Und das heißt, jetzt gehe ich mal ein bisschen schneller durch, das heißt, wir haben aktuell als WashTec die Chance, aus einer Stärke zu handeln. Also wir sind fast zweistellig in der EBIT-Marge. Also das heißt, wir sind nicht mit dem Rücken zur Wand, wie das bei der einen oder anderen Industrie gerade aussieht. Das heißt aber auch, wir müssen uns überlegen mit den Mitarbeitern, wie wir genau jetzt die Effizienzen hinkriegen. Wie kriegen wir 145 Renteneintritte nicht neu besetzt? Also das ist ja der Gag. Also wir sprechen alle von Effizienzsteigerung. Effizienzsteigerung heißt ganz eisenhart Kosten runter. Und Kosten runter heißt, ich verhandle entweder mit dem Lieferanten und sage, musst du mir 10 € günstiger geben. Das ist im Anlagenbau etwas schwieriger, wenn man da keine 100.000 Stückzahlen dahinter hat. Aber ansonsten heißt das Personalabbau. Und wir haben bis 2032 Standortsicherungen für Deutschland unterschrieben. Und ein Thema ist dort, dass wir hier jetzt diese 145 Stellen nicht mehr besetzen wollen und das Know-how, was wir brauchen, dann von außen trotzdem noch einstellen und die anderen intern trainieren. Das heißt, wir müssen zukünftig den Maßanzug von der Stange machen. Wir müssen AI nutzen. Unsere Servicetechniker werden heute von 15 Leuten global gesteuert, wo die hinfahren müssen als nächstes Serviceeinsatz. Das kann alles eine Maschine machen. Also von den 15 bleiben 2 übrig am Ende oder 3. Ich glaube, in den nächsten 3 Jahren werden wir 20-30% weniger Jobs im Backoffice haben, als das wir heute haben aufgrund Digitalisierung und AI. Und darauf müssen wir uns einstellen und das müssen wir vor allem sozial verträglich machen als Mittelstand. Weil das, was die Leute heute glauben beim Mittelstand ist, dass ich einen sicheren Job habe. Und diesen sicheren Job, den müssen wir auch in Zukunft garantieren. Und wie messe ich Erfolg? Jeder will in einem erfolgreichen Team spielen, also das ist das, was am Ende Spaß macht. Einen Erfolg messe ich natürlich ganz einfach, indem ich sage, ein bisschen Umsatz mehr, das hilft, weil Umsatz mehr heißt, ich muss nicht ganz so dramatisch bei den Kosten reingrätschen. Das heißt, mehr Gewinn und natürlich ganz toll ist, wenn man sagt, zum letzten Jahr haben wir mehr Auftragsbestand, dann sind zumindest mal die ersten 3-4 Monate des Jahres abgesichert. Und bei einem börsennotierten Unternehmen ist es natürlich der Aktienkurs. Aktienkurse sind Träume anderer Menschen. Deswegen muss man da sehr aufpassen, aber nun werde ich nun mal auch dran gemessen persönlich. Von daher ist mein Job auch mit den Träumen der anderen Menschen zu spielen und zu hantieren und da versuchen, etwas einzupflanzen. Und wenn ich es heute geschafft habe, Sie darüber nachzudenken, ob der Aktienkurswachstum der WashTec nachhaltig war und dass Sie zu wenig Ihre Autos waschen, dann habe ich schon alles richtig gemacht. Vielen Dank und viel Spaß.
Also, ich habe 3 Dinge gelernt. Ich muss mein Auto öfter waschen. Ich werde bei euch Werksleiter, weil dann zittert im Prinzip der Entwicklungsvorstand oder die Entwicklungsleute.
Ja.
Okay, und jetzt weiß ich auch, dass der Aktienmarkt sind Träume anderer Menschen. Sehr gut, oder?
Gut.
Gute Summary. In diesem Sinne, ich danke dir vielmals.
Dankeschön.
Du läufst bitte nicht weg, wir haben noch was mit euch vor.
Ich gebe mein Mikro ab.
Du gibst dein Mikro ab, sehr gerne, weil wir möchten das Ganze natürlich ein bisschen interaktiv gestalten, weil es ist ja auch ein bold Move, dass ihr alle hier seid und nicht draußen Kaffee trinkt in der Sonne. Also von daher würden wir euch nachher auch gerne mal mit ein paar Fragen auch mit einbeziehen. Bevor wir das allerdings tun, habe ich die nächste Sprecherin, nämlich die Dr. Sonja Fleischer von der EBM Papst Group. Und du wirst einen anderen Blick auf das ganze Thema Transformation werfen, nämlich, was ich vorhin auch gesagt habe, was immer unterschätzt wird, die Menschen, die Organisation und die Kultur. Du bist heute CRHO und Arbeitsdirektorin bei der Group. Das ist ein weltweit führender Hersteller, jetzt haltet euch fest, Ventilatoren und Motoren für industrielle Anwendungen. Da kannst du vielleicht noch gleich 3 Sätze was zu sagen. Aber technologisch ein ganz, ganz starkes Familienunternehmen im deutschen Mittelstand. Du kommst aus einer ganz anderen Ecke, ganz andere Ecke, Procter & Gamble und Weller. Aber mit ihren wirklich Weitsicht und Internationalität kann sie hier dem Mittelstand sehr, sehr helfen. Hier die Erfahrungen aus dem Consumer-Segment mit reinzuspielen und natürlich der Technologiewelt. Und du bist heute auch im Bereich Organisationsentwicklung und die Frage, wie Unternehmen in Zeiten von Digitalisierung und Fachkräftemangel die richtigen, und das ist ganz wichtig, people make the difference, die richtigen Talente einstellt. So, jetzt habe ich noch einen Fun Fact. Und zwar die Sonja, wir haben uns alle auf das Du geeinigt im Vorgespräch, die ist als meine gebürtige Kölnerin. Und was macht man als Kölnerin in den jungen Jahren? Macht Funkenmariechen. Also, die liebe Sonja war Funkenmariechen auf der Bühne. Das fand ich total klasse, weil das gibt auch ein bisschen so das Rheinländer Flair wieder, bevor sie begann, international durch die Welt der Wirtschaft zu tanzen. Sonja, stage is yours. Jetzt beide Rheinländer, du von der falschen Rheinseite. Ne?
Naja, ist die Frage, was
du
die
bist
falsche
Köln, Pilz, ne? Ich bin Düsseldorf alt. Also von daher gesehen, da sind wir schon mal ein bisschen auseinander. Und jetzt erzähl uns doch mal, warum überhaupt Bold Moves? Jeder redet über Bold Moves. Warum? Wieso? Warum ist das überhaupt wichtig? Ich meine, neues Hypewort oder?
Nee, ich glaube kein neues Hypewort, because beim MMK sprechen wir ja schon seit Jahren davon, dass Stürme aufziehen. Letztes Jahr haben wir darüber gesprochen, dass auch wir in einigen Bereichen im Gewitter stehen. Und diese Stürme, die sind jetzt keine Prognose mehr, sondern wenn wir uns umgucken, ich glaube, jeder stimmt mir zu, der Sturm ist tatsächlich da und die Herausforderung, die die deutsche Wirtschaft hat, ist riesig und die müssen wir anpacken. Und nur mutige Schritte führen uns tatsächlich doch aus dem Sturm heraus.
Ja, das hoffen wir doch. Aber ihr habt einen mutigen Schritt gemacht. Das war in der Presse, wurde das sehr, sehr stark penetriert. Ich fand es einen mutigen Schritt. Vielleicht erzählst du 3 Sätze darüber?
Ja, aber Sie haben viele mutige Schritte gemacht. Aber einen, den wir auch beim MMK hier vor 3,5 Jahren viel diskutiert haben, ist, dass wir uns komplett aus der Automobilindustrie verabschiedet haben. Und auch aus einigen anderen Industriebereichen. Und bold in dem Sinne, das waren mehrstellige 100 Millionen, 100 Millionen, 100 Millionen, also viel Umsatz, den wir einfach aufgegeben haben, ohne ihn direkt durch neue Sachen ersetzen zu können.
Super, ich lasse dich jetzt hier oben alleine mit dem wundervollen Publikum. Spot an, 8 Minuten haben wir vereinbart, gell?
Aber logisch.
Also, und du gehst ganz strukturiert vor, du wirst erstmal uns einen Hausumbau von EPM Papst erzählen. Du wirst erstmal die Statik sichern, das Fundament modernisieren, die neuen Räume wird sie schaffen, sowie neue Energien nutzen. Wir sind gespannt. 7 Minuten, stage is yours.
Danke, Angie. Also wir haben gesehen, wir stehen im Sturm. Ich habe gesagt, im Sturm, die kleinen Schritte nützen nichts, sondern wir brauchen wirklich die mutigen Schritte, die Bold Moves. Und ich habe es hier auf dem Slide, es ist die bewusste Disruption, die wir brauchen. Und das heißt, auch mal Altes aufgeben, Neues zu machen, unbequem zu sein. Und genau so sind wir vor 3,5 Jahren gestartet, als wir unsere neue Strategie vorgestellt haben. Es ging darum zu sagen, wie können wir typisch Mittelstand unser Unternehmen langfristig erfolgreich machen, enkelfähig machen und haben gesagt, was können wir dafür tun. Und heute habe ich mitgebracht der Beginn und einige Bold Moves unserer Transformationsreise, die wir begonnen haben. Mit der Kommunikation unserer neuen Strategien ist die EBM Papst ein Haus im Umbau. Wir müssen die Statik sichern, wir müssen das Fundament modernisieren, wir müssen neue Räume schaffen und wir müssen neue Energien nutzen. Was heißt das denn tatsächlich? Wir sind vorhin kurz darauf eingegangen, die Statik zu sichern. Wir haben uns aus dem Automobilgeschäft verabschiedet, wir haben uns aus dem Weiße-Ware-Geschäft verabschiedet, wir haben uns aus einigen anderen Bereichen verabschiedet. Mutig, 100 Millionen, 100 Millionen, 100 Millionen erstmal abgeschrieben. Warum haben wir das gemacht? Weil wir gesehen haben mit unserer Strategie, dass wir wachsen können auf 3,5 Milliarden, indem wir auf Innovationen setzen und auf neue Bereiche. Wir haben die Mitarbeiter und die Mitarbeiterinnen, die im Automotive-Bereich waren, eingesetzt, um zu forschen und zu entwickeln auf neuen Gebieten. Und heute kann ich hier total glücklich stehen, weil wir haben einen großen Teil dafür verwendet, neue innovative Lösungen für Datenzentren, und da kommt wieder unsere Beziehung zur Digitalwelt, für Datenzentren zu schaffen. Und in diesem Bereich haben wir 50% Marktwachstum jetzt. Also jetzt kommt der Umsatz, den wir verloren haben, so nach und nach wieder richtig schön zurück, neben der Tatsache, dass wir durch unsere hocheffizienten Motoren und Ventilatoren bei jedem Datenzentrum, das gebaut wird, nun Megatonnen an CO2 einsparen gegenüber dem, wenn sie alte Technologien gebraucht haben. Also das vielleicht ganz kurz zum Statik sichern, klare Fokus durch bewusste Schnitte. Das nächste ist das Fundament modernisieren. Und hier geht es darum, wirklich disruptiv Innovationen voranzutreiben und hier Bestehendes zu hinterfragen. Ein kleines Beispiel, was ich hier mitbringe, ist unser Highspeed-Motor. Viele kennen normale Kompressoren, die in Wärmepumpen drin sind, in Ventilatoren drin sind, relativ groß. Wir haben aufgrund unserer Kompetenzen die Idee gehabt, können wir das nicht wirklich disruptiv komplett anders machen? Durch Highspeed-Kompressoren. Die drehen sich und lassen sich auf das zergehen 160.000 Mal. 160.000 Mal in der Minute. Wir können die auch noch ölfrei herstellen und damit wirklich disruptiv was verändern. Auch da ein weiterer Bold Move. Wie entwickeln wir diese Highspeed-Motoren weiter? Wir haben 60 Millionen in Deutschland an unserem globalen Headquarter investiert, um dort mit 70 extremst motivierten und engagierten Mitarbeiter und Mitarbeiterinnen das zur Serienreife in 2028 zu bringen. Und die ersten Prototypen sind schon da und es läuft so leise, also die Wärmepumpen werden dann keinen Lärm mehr machen, sondern sehr viel leiser funktionieren, wenn diese Kompressoren drin sind. Als drittes, neue Räume schaffen. Auch das etwas, was radikal ist. Wir haben viel gehört und du hast ja auch die Fragen immer gestellt, Angie, künstliche Intelligenz und Daten. Auch da haben wir gesagt, neben eben den in die Prozesse reinnehmen, Simulationen nutzen und damit Innovationen beschleunigen. Aber wir haben gesagt, wir gehen darüber hinaus und schaffen wirklich neue Geschäftsfelder. Gehen vom reinen Hardwarehersteller, und du hast es gesagt, Weltmarktführer, Innovationsführer bei Ventilatoren und Motoren, hin dazu, auch die Software dazu anzubieten. Und das ist das, wenn man die neue Hardware nimmt, die neue Software dazu, können wir bis zu 70% Energie einsparen. Und wir haben das zusammengepackt in ein komplettes Ökosystem. Nexera werden wir auf der Hannover Messe auch vorstellen. Die ersten Kunden sind begeistert. Also es geht auch darum, neue Räume zu schaffen und dort auch die entsprechenden Mitarbeiter und Mitarbeiterinnen zu haben. Und in diesen neuen Räumen, aber auch in den alten Räumen, brauchen wir neue Energie. Und da geht es nicht darum, dass wir Windkraft oder Sonnenenergie brauchen, sondern wir haben uns, als wir die Strategie vorgestellt haben, als wir geguckt haben, wie ist unser neues international aufgestelltes Target Operating Model in den innovativen Bereichen, aber auch in den Bereichen, wo es viel Veränderung gibt. Wer sind die richtigen Personen? Und sind da sehr bold gewesen, haben den jungen Leuten frühzeitig Verantwortung übergeben, haben Leute aus dem angestammten Geschäft herausgenommen und neue Energie in das nun neue Feld gegeben, wie auch eben von Automobil zu Datenzentren. Gezielte Talentoffensiven gefahren und wichtig, wir haben häufig schon mal die Kultur betont, es geht tatsächlich darum, dort Vertrauen zu geben, dass die Entscheidungen selbst treffen können. Und ich bin immer hochbegeistert, wenn ich die innovativen Teams sehe, von jung bis alt, mit welcher Geschwindigkeit und mit welcher Entscheidungsfreude sie diese Innovationen voranbringen. Und deshalb, ich glaube, brauche ich gar nicht mehr viel zu sagen. Es war bei jedem Personal und Kultur als ein wirklich wichtiger, entscheidender Faktor. Wie geht es nun bei uns weiter? Wir bei EBM Papst warten nicht, bis der Sturm vorbeizieht. Wir arbeiten weiter daran und das haben wir heute auch bei verschiedenen Vorträgen gehört. Es geht auch darum, bold den Kurs zu halten. Das heißt, wir bleiben unserer Strategie treu, gehen auf diesem Weg nach vorne, aber auch da den ein oder anderen Bold Move in die ein oder andere Richtung werden wir sicherlich auch machen müssen und werden das auch machen. Und damit schließe ich, denn Bold Moves sind für mich wirklich der einzige Weg, um weiterhin als deutscher Mittelstand Weltmarktführer zu bleiben, Innovationsführer zu bleiben. Und ich sage auch, für den Industriestandort Deutschland sind das die wichtigen Voraussetzungen. Nur mit den Bold Moves werden wir gemeinsam in die nächsten Jahrzehnte gehen können. Damit in time.
Der Hausumbau wird funktionieren mit dir, mit deinem Drive. Eine sehr motivierende Präsentation. Setz dich auch bitte hin, du bist auch noch nachher gebraucht.
Gerne.
Machen wir noch ein bisschen was vor. So, wir haben nämlich noch einen Sprecher und dann würde ich gerne mal ein bisschen die Publikumsfragen hier, ich würde sagen, anheizen. Wir haben so ein paar Icebreaker-Fragen natürlich vorbereitet. Aber bevor wir das tun, jetzt kommt auch eine super, super spannende Firma, die ihr alle kennt. Und zwar, das ist der Klaus. Jetzt gucke ich den richtigen Klaus an. Das war nicht der Klaus, das war der Michael, genau. Und ihr steckt gerade bei Weiland, von meiner Perspektive, du kannst mich da gerne korrigieren, in der größten industriellen Transformation Europas. Weil ihr seid wirklich dabei, euch komplett zu wandeln, von einem klassischen Heizungshersteller hin zu einem Anbieter für Wärmepumpen, erneuerbare Energien und intelligente Energiesysteme. Und du machst das dort als Chief Operating Officer und Geschäftsführer für die Weiland-Gruppe. 150 Jahre Geschichte, fand ich sehr, sehr cool, 16.000 Mitarbeitende weltweit. Und alle wer hat bei der TUM studiert? Wo war Klaus? RWT Aachen. So, das ist noch nicht der Fun Fact. Der Fun Fact kommt erst gleich, aber auch gut, oder? Genau, fand ich auch. Und du hast deine Karriere zunächst in der Automobilindustrie begonnen, Du hast dort viele Jahre Produktions- und Supply Chain-Rollen gearbeitet und bitte merken, er war längere Zeit, ist nachher auch wichtig, in Kanada und Italien. Du bist zu KUKA gewechselt und du warst der CEO der deutschen Organisation, natürlich dadurch im Zentrum von Industrie 4.0 und Automatisierung und Robotik. Ja, und ich muss sagen, jetzt habe ich einen kleinen Fun-Fact, weil der liebe Klaus hat einen 4-jährigen Sohn, der ist wo geboren? Wo war er länger? In Italien. Und er hat eine 5-jährige Tochter, wenn ich das richtig, die in Kanada geboren ist. Das heißt, die internationale Karriere von Klaus König ist tatsächlich auch Teil seiner Familiengeschichte geworden. In diesem Sinne, welcome on stage, Klaus König. Klaus, grüß dich.
Aber ich muss das ein wenig korrigieren. Auch ich werde älter. Also zu dem Zeitpunkt, als wir in Italien waren, ist der Sohn dort geboren. Zu dem Zeitpunkt, als wir in Kanada waren, ist die Tochter dort geboren. Meine Frau und ich haben dann entschieden, dass wir dann doch wieder zurück nach Deutschland kommen, damit die Familie nicht so groß wird und in jedem Land, das wir besuchen, dann irgendwie ein familiärer
Das hast du mir natürlich nicht gesagt. Das habe ich noch nicht aufgeschrieben. Aber die Familiengeschichte, aber jetzt hast du eine Transformationsgeschichte vor dir. Die Transformationsgeschichte von Weiland. Ich finde das super spannend. Und ich finde auch spannend, dass wir immer neue Gesetze. Ne? Da haben wir jetzt wieder so ein Heizungs- und Energiebereich Gesetz, dann haben wir neue Klimapolitik, dann haben wir EU-Regeln, dann haben wir das deutsche Heizungsgesetz. Euch wird ja irgendwie nicht langweilig, weil ihr habt da richtig viel zu tun, immer zu gucken, was überlegen die in Brüssel oder sonst wo sich. Und du hast natürlich auch eine starke Konkurrenz. Also das wäre ja schön, wenn ihr das alleine bestreitet, das Feld, aber da ist ja Konkurrenz. Was hast du die letzten 2 Jahre, ganz kurz nur, was hast du in den letzten 2 Jahren schon gemacht, wenn du in den Rückspiegel guckst, für diese Themen, also im Prinzip Innovation, auch Konkurrenz, Wettbewerbsfähigkeit. Ganz kurz, was waren so die Themen?
Also ich gehe ja nachher noch bei der kompletten Transformation ein, aber wichtig war Kurs halten. Also wir haben das gesamte Unternehmen in allen Ebenen in der Transformation gehalten. Das eine ist Kurs setzen, Kurs halten und dazu den Footprint dann erweitern mit den neuen Produkten, also den Wärmepumpen, die wir seit 2019 eingeführt haben. Das gesamte Unternehmen, die gesamte Supply Chain, aber auch den gesamten Vertrieb und den gesamten Service mit umstrukturieren in den letzten Jahren. Footprint erweitert, wir haben 4 neue Werke gebaut, ob das jetzt in China ist, ob das in der Slowakei ist, ob das in England oder in Deutschland ist. Wir haben eine neue Elektronikplattform aufgebaut, sodass wir auch in der Lage sind, zukünftige digitale Geschäftsmodelle bedienen zu können. Also alles das, was wir in der Transformation ansprechen konnten, haben wir auch angesprochen. Digitale Prozessmodelle, wir halten den Kurs. Das ist eine mehrjährige Sache und da sind wir auch noch nicht durch. Die Regulatorik ist natürlich spannend, eben weil es ist ein sicherer Aspekt, den wir dort, eine sichere Anlage, die wir liefern müssen. Aber das sind die Umgebungen, in denen wir halt agieren müssen. Ist für uns aber auch eher Ansporn als Problematik.
Super, Hand aufs Herz. Herz hier. KI. Macht ihr schon viel mit KI? Weil das ganze Thema ist ja im Prinzip intelligente Heizsysteme, vorausschauende Wartung, schnelle Produktentwicklung. Das ist ja für euch eigentlich gemacht, diese Themen. Macht ihr schon viel oder wollt ihr machen oder macht ihr erst später?
Nein, wir machen sehr viel. Du hattest das sehr schön auch gebracht. Das eine ist hier die digitale Transformation, also unsere Digital Process World, die wir seit 2022 komplett einführen. Der Rollout natürlich mehrjährig ist, aber das ist die Basis, dass wir die Plattformen, die Softwareplattformen haben, um zu skalieren. Aber darüber hinaus die Nutzung von AI eben auf der Produktseite. Dass wir also basierend auf der Wettervorhersage sagen können, wann soll denn die Wärmepumpe gespeist werden, wird Photovoltaikstrom erzeugt, will ich es in die Batterie bringen, will ich mein Auto laden oder will ich halt warmes Wasser haben oder die Heizung anschmeißen. Das sind alles Sachen, Modelle, die wir mit der KI steuern. Wir haben über 30 Millionen Kunden weltweit, das sind unsere Geräte installiert und jeder Kunde hat sein eigenes Nutzerverhalten. Ja, der eine duscht morgens, der andere abends, der eine hat 4 Kinder, duscht 6-mal in der Woche, der andere duscht 20-mal in der Woche.
Der eine wäscht sein Auto.
Nur alle
Scherz.
2 Monate. Aber genau diese Nutzerverhalten helfen uns natürlich dazu auch zurückzuführen, das auf unsere eigenen Produkte, aber auch natürlich für den Kunden Mehrwert zu schaffen nach extern, dass wir also dem Kunden über Over-the-Air-Updates immer eine perfekte Anlage zur Verfügung stellen. Die Anlage wird korrigiert, bevor er überhaupt mitgekriegt hat, dass er ein Problem hat. Oder wir planen einen Servicebesuch, einen Kundenbesuch bei ihm, bevor er überhaupt weiß, dass in der Zukunft seine Warmwasserpumpe ausfallen wird. Also genau die der Nutzen von der künstlichen Intelligenz ist bei uns heute schon da. Auch Vorhersagen, was passiert in den Märkten und darüber unsere Supply Chain aussteuern, die autonome Materialverteilung in den einzelnen Werken. Wir haben 11 Produktionsstandorte, 6 Entwicklungsstandorte. Also da nutzen wir übergreifend die KI. Auch Programmierung. Ja, wenn wir sehen, das Coding läuft bei uns zu 55% über AI, ob das jetzt über GitHub ist oder andere Systeme, nutzen wir. Das eine ist natürlich die Tasks, die weniger werden, das andere ist aber die Geschwindigkeit, die wir damit aufnehmen. Was gestern 2 Wochen gedauert hat, ist heute in 4 Stunden fertig.
Predictive Analytics sozusagen.
Absolut.
Ich habe was gelernt, und zwar habe ich gelernt, dass Gebäude verursachen in Europa circa 1/3 des Energieverbrauchs. Somit jetzt meine Frage an dich für die nächsten 5-6 Minuten. Welche Rolle kann Weiland heute schon spielen, beziehungsweise wird in der Zukunft spielen, für eine klimaneutrale Zukunft? Stage is yours.
Dankeschön, Angie. Ja, es geht um die Transformation des gesamten Heizungsmarktes. Und das ist groß gefasst. Und ich fange jetzt auch nicht bei den Höhlenmenschen an, die das Feuer natürlich eigentlich domestiziert haben, um, wie Sie es ahnen können, die Höhle warm zu kriegen und warm Wasser zu machen. Diese Transformation werde ich jetzt nicht ansprechen, aber schon die Transformation, die mit der Einführung der Wärmepumpenentwicklung bei uns im 2019 stattgefunden hat. Es ist nicht nur eine neue Produkteinführung, sondern es ist tatsächlich auch eine komplette Transformation des Unternehmens. Ja, wir müssen neue Entwicklungskompetenzen aufbauen, wir mussten Vertriebskanäle aufbauen, das Produktionsnetzwerk erweitern, wir mussten neue Produktionstechnologien erlernen, erfahren. Und das sind Sachen, die nicht von heute auf morgen gehen, sondern die erfordern, dass man tatsächlich den Kurs auch hält, dass man an der Stelle weiß, wo man hin will und dass man nicht wackelt und nicht abweicht. Da hilft es natürlich auch, dass wir als Familienunternehmen die 100%ige Unterstützung der Familie Weiland haben, die diese Langfriststrategie der Transformation mitgehen. Das hilft. Das schafft auch Vertrauen bei den Banken, denn diese Transformation geht nicht über externe Finanzierung. Und das schafft aber auch natürlich das Vertrauen bei den Mitarbeitern. 16.000 Mitarbeiter, die wir weltweit haben. Das geht nur, wenn man dort das Vertrauen hat in eine langfristige Strategie. Und da hilft natürlich auch Erfolg. In der ganzen Transformation war unsere Ambition, so erfolgreich wir auf der Gasseite sind, ja, wir sind die Nummer 1 weltweit in den Bereichen, in den Ländern, auf denen wir aktiv sind. Die Nummer 1 ist im Gasgerätesektor. Das war unsere Ambition, dass wir das auch genauso auf der Wärmepumpe-Seite machen. Das ist unser Ziel, das ist unsere Ambition. Und für die Mitarbeiter ist es natürlich schön, wenn man an der Stelle auch erfolgreich ist und neben der Nummer 1 in den Gasgeräten auch sukzessive die Position Marktanteile bei den Wärmepumpen erhöht. Ich hatte angesprochen die neuen Produktionstechnologien. Ja, Wärmepumpen sind rein von den Dimensionen natürlich auch größer als Gasgeräte. Der Footprint ist ein komplett anderer. Wir haben 4 neue Werke gebaut. Ja, eine Megafactory auch in der Slowakei, wo wir bis zu 300.000 Wärmepumpen produzieren können. Wir haben auch weitere Geräte für Zylinder, Stainless Steel Storages, Warmwasserspeicher in England gebaut. Wir haben aber auch eine komplett neue Elektronikfertigung aufgebaut und wir denken und sind überzeugt, dass die Designhoheit über die Elektronikplattform für uns ein strategischer Vorteil ist, war und auch sein wird und auch die Produktion unserer eigenen Elektronikkomponenten und Elektronikmodule am Standort in Remscheid dort einen wesentlichen Vorteil bietet. Sie sehen, dass wir auch in China aktiv sind, in China, für China. Auch dort sind wir in dem Gassegment führend. Das wollen wir auch so bleiben. Das bedeutet aber auch, dass wir die zukünftigen Technologien wie die Wärmepumpe auch an unterschiedlichen Standorten skalieren müssen. Neue Wettbewerber, ich hatte China erwähnt, sicherlich dort, wo großes Wachstum sichtbar und erwartbar ist, nämlich mit der Einführung der Wärmepumpen, treten auch neue Spieler auf den Plan, insbesondere asiatische Klimaanlagenhersteller, die natürlich auch jetzt in der Skalierung dort wesentlich attraktiver aufgestellt sind, die auch, was die vertikale Integration angeht, ob das jetzt Kompressorenfertigung oder Lüfterfertigung ist, wesentlich tiefer aufgestellt sind und natürlich von dem Mengengerüst auch einfacher skalieren können. Ist für uns aber an der Stelle der Ansporn, dass wir sagen, das sind die Gegebenheiten, wir müssen an der Stelle schneller werden und die Automatisierung, die wir in unsere neuen Fertigungsstätten stecken konnten, und ich spreche jetzt von Investitionen sowohl in Produkte als auch in die Standorte von ein paar 100 Millionen Euro, die haben wir natürlich dazu auch genutzt, um jetzt mit der Skalierung auch dann die Kostenvorteile auf der Produktkostenseite zu heben. Funktioniert aber nur, und das jetzt die unter der Perspektive der Fähigkeiten, die wir haben, also Produktionsnetzwerk, Produktionstechnologien, immer auch die Mitarbeiter mitnehmen, bedeutet Mitarbeiter qualifizieren, aber auch die Mitarbeiter an der Stelle, was die Entwicklung und das Testen angeht, gerade in diesem hochregulatorischen Umgebung auch mitzunehmen. Die zweite Perspektive neben den Fähigkeiten sind unsere Kunden. Und unser Kundenportfolio ist etwas anders. Wir haben rein historisch gesehen sind unsere Erstkunden mal so die Installateure. Das sind die, zu denen man geht, wenn man ein Problem mit seiner Heizung hat, zu denen man geht, wenn man warmes Wasser benötigt. Und das sind die Multiplier, die Vervielfältiger von unseren Produkten und letztendlich auch die Berater, die beim Kunden sind, weil auch die Anlage 20, 25 Jahre funktionieren soll und natürlich über den Service auch immer die besten Leistungen bringen soll. Die Transformation jetzt zur Wärmepumpe bedeutet natürlich, wir müssen die sowohl inhaltlich, neue Technologien, aber auch in der Auslegung unterstützen von kompletten Wärmepumpensystemen, Installation, Service und wir müssen auch über Remote Control Hilfestellungen leisten, dass wir bei der Fehlererkennung dem Installateur dort zur Seite springen können, damit er in der neuen Technologie keine Barriere sieht, sondern im Gegenteil als weiterer Verkäufer von der Wärmepumpen-Idee agieren kann. Ich sprach von den 30 Millionen Kunden, die Geräte von uns installiert haben. Jeder Kunde ist natürlich im Replacement-Geschäft dann auch ein potenzieller neuer Kunde wieder. Nach 20, 25 Jahren, wenn die Heizung ausfällt oder das Ende der Lebenszeit erreicht hat. Idealerweise kommt der Kunde zurück und fragt nach neuen Produkten. Das funktioniert aber nur, wenn wir tatsächlich auch die Erwartungen, die er mit den Gasgeräten gemacht hat, auf der Wärmepumpenseite nochmal duplizieren können. Das heißt, hohe Servicefähigkeit, hohe Verfügbarkeit der Anlagen. Wenn Probleme auftreten, ist jemand da, der hilft. Und dafür ist es wieder wichtig, dass wir auch den Kundendienst und unsere Servicemitarbeiter im Feld dementsprechend konvertieren und transformieren. Und die dritte Perspektive bei der Transformation, also die erste waren die Fähigkeiten, die zweite waren die Kunden und die dritte Perspektive sind die Produkte. Ja, wie Sie mitkriegen, ist das Produkt als solches gar nicht mehr im alleinigen Fokus, sondern es ist eher das Gesamtsystem. Ja, dass wir, wie wir warmes Wasser und wie wir Wärme herstellen, ist erstmal dort zweitrangig. Idealerweise natürlich mit nachhaltigen Technologien wie der Wärmepumpe. Aber dem Kunden, auch dem Endkunden geht es letztendlich darum, dass er in der Wärme mit dem warmen Wasser auch die Energierechnung nach unten bringt. Und da schaffen wir es ja schon, über diese vernetzten Systeme 50% der Energiekosten für den Endkunden rauszunehmen. Das sind natürlich Faktoren, die bedeuten, dass wir unsere Anlagen komplett neu aufsetzen müssen. Da hilft uns die Elektronikplattform, denn die Komponenten, unsere eigenen, aber auch mit anderen, müssen interoperabel sein. Die Anlagen müssen miteinander sprechen. Ja, wenn wir sehen, dass dort Sonnenschein am Himmel sein wird oder dass energiedynamische Tarife kostengünstig in den nächsten Stunden verfügbar sein werden, wird unsere Anlage angeschmissen und wir werden dementsprechend auch die Energiekosten runterbringen. Was ich Ihnen in den letzten Minuten beibringen und rüberbringen wollte, war, dass die Transformation auf unterschiedlichsten Ebenen stattfindet. Also sowohl auf den Fähigkeiten, bei den Kunden, aber auch bei den Produkten. Die Organisation sowohl bei den Entwicklungsfähigkeiten, aber auch bei den Installationen und Serviceeinheiten durchzuführen ist und die einen langen Atem nach sich zieht. Und ich hoffe, wenn Sie heute Abend nach Hause kommen und die Wärme, die Ihnen dort entgegenschlägt, ja, dass Sie die dann vielleicht auf eine Weilandheizung oder auf eine andere Heizung zurückführen können. Ich bedanke mich für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Du bleibst mal gleich hier oben. Herzlichen Dank. Jetzt wissen wir, was Weiland tut heute und was er morgen tut und übermorgen. Sehr, sehr beeindruckend und natürlich 15%, Numbers Talk, eine gute Zahl. Also ich bin wirklich begeistert und eine Frage habe ich, bevor ich ins Publikum gehe. Wer macht euch denn wirklich zu schaffen? Wer ist der große Konkurrent? Mitbewunderer.
Also es sind schon unterschiedliche europäische Hersteller und auch die asiatischen Hersteller sind dort schon sehr, 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 sehr stark. Also wir sehen dort, wir sehen schon den Bosch, Buderus, wir sehen auch unsere asiatischen Wettbewerber. Wir haben von niemandem Angst. Ja? Wir nehmen das eher als Ansporn.
Sportlich.
Und ja, glauben, dass wir an der Stelle dann auch mit dem Erfolg beweisen können, dass wir auf dem richtigen Weg sind.
Dass ihr besser seid. Nummer 1, Gas, hast du gesagt? Ja, dann haben wir noch Luft nach oben für den Rest, oder? Scherz! Fragen? Ihr habt jetzt die Möglichkeit, wir haben Mikros, hoffe ich zumindest, ein Mikro. Wer traut sich zuerst? Natürlich auch an Michael, an Sonja. Wir haben hier eine Frage, direkt vorne.
Ja, Sie sprachen an, dass vor allem in Asien vertikale Integration voll das Thema ist. Ist das, was Sie quasi auch verfolgen, vor allem in Richtung Supply Chain beispielsweise, weil Sie am Endkunden relativ nah dran sind?
Ja, also wir werden nicht zusätzliche Kompressorenhersteller integrieren oder Kompressoren bauen. Wir nutzen sicherlich die Lieferketten, inklusive auch in China für China, aber auch aus Asien für Europa. In dem globalen Produktionsnetzwerk und Supply-Netzwerk spielen wir schon diese Karten, ohne dass wir tatsächlich eine komplette vertikale Integration sämtlicher Komponenten sicherstellen.
Aber immer noch Europe first.
Ja.
Gut. Noch eine Frage. Keiner traut sich. Die Jungen sind hier ganz vorne mit dabei. Niemand. Sehr gerne auch Washtec oder für die Sonja. Haben wir noch eine? Ja, super.
Sie haben von einer, ich würde mal sagen, sehr komplexen Transformation gesprochen. Also nicht nur im Produktbereich, sondern auch in der Digitalisierung, internationales Wachstum, Werksaufbau. Jetzt gucke ich Sie mal als Mensch an. Und jeder ist ein Mensch in der Rolle, in der er ist. Das macht ja was auch mit Ihren Kollegen und mit Ihren Managementkollegen, so viel Transformation. Was war denn die größte Herausforderung, die Sie in dieser ganzen Komplexität bewältigen mussten?
Die Volatilität der Märkte. Also die Diskussion in Deutschland über das Heizungsenergiegesetz, die Rahmenbedingungen, die permanent schwanken und die Unsicherheiten, die die Mitarbeiter dann spüren, das war eigentlich so das Schwierigste, was wir dort managen mussten. Das geht über Kommunikation, das geht über tatsächlich Marsch halten, Richtung halten. Ganz wichtig an der Stelle. Und die Flexibilisierung unseres Netzwerks war wichtig. Ne? Unsere Lieferketten, auch eben im Bars, wir haben da alle gemeinsam gelitten, dass die Märkte quasi pausiert haben, zusammengebrochen sind für eine gewisse Zeit. Das wieder gemeinsam aufzubauen, das war schon herausragend. Und diese Flexibilisierung, die wir in unserem Produktionsnetzwerk und Entwicklungsnetzwerk haben, dass wir diese Flexibilisierung haben, das war fundamental, damit das Vertrauen der Mitarbeiter auch weiter vorhanden ist. Weil wir auf beiden Beinen gleichzeitig stehen. Wir stehen auf dem Gasbein und dem Wärmepumpenbein. Das hilft
dass du alle mitnimmst.
Darf ich noch eine Frage stellen? Die Flexibilisierung, hatten Sie auch die bei den Mitarbeitern und im Management? Weil es hilft Ihnen ja nichts, wenn es das Produkt hergibt, aber Ihre Menschen nicht so flexibel sind. Das ist ja der Change am Ende.
Ja, also insbesondere nehmen wir mal die Entwicklungsressourcen, die wir haben. Also wir haben natürlich einen Teil neu aufgebaut, ja, weil Fähigkeiten, gerade Elektronikplattform, mussten wir zukaufen, neues Softwarezentrum in Polen aufgebaut. Aber ja, die 1100 Ingenieure, die wir am Standort in Remscheid haben, die sind auch partiell transformiert worden, im Sinne von, ich habe gestern Gasgeräte designt, morgen mache ich Wärmepumpen. Mechanisch Design ist das eine, das andere ist aber sind unterschiedliche thermodynamische Vorgänge, die ich dort beherrschen muss. Das heißt, die Möglichkeit, die Leute dort mitzunehmen, ist auf der einen Seite vielleicht beängstigend. Wenn man das aber ordentlich über Jahre durchzieht, ist das eher bereichernd.
Eine letzte Frage haben wir noch, bevor wir dann mit dem Andreas weitermachen.
Herr König, super Vortrag. Eine Frage habe ich, gibt es denn in Ihren ganzen Skalierungsbestrebungen und mit KI und so weiter das Thema sowas wie Connected Heating? Denn jede Region und jede Kultur hat unterschiedliche Heizpräferenzen, sodass Sie zentral vielleicht Heizsysteme bauen, egal welcher Couleur, aber praktisch sofort antizipiert auf den Kunden zugehen, dass Sie Servicelösungen haben und Sie keine Kosten, aber der Kunde ganz, ganz viel Individualität spürt. Sind Sie auf dem Weg? Wie lange dauert so etwas?
Ja, also ein ganz entscheidendes Element ist, wir launchen im Augenblick 5 neue Wärmepumpenplattformen. Das schaffen Sie nicht, wenn Sie nicht modular gedacht haben und genau die Skalierung über die Elektronik und die Software machen. Die Hardware als solches ist wichtig, ist aber nicht mehr der Differenzierungsfaktor, sondern die Software ist es. Wenn ich in Spanien ein Heizsystem habe, da muss ich den Kühlfaktor, das Kühlen viel mehr mit berücksichtigen, als wenn ich es in Hamburg mache. Ja, dort ist das Heizen und das Warmwasser viel mehr im Vordergrund. Aber genau die Differenzierung über die Software, damit ich an der Stelle skalieren kann. Wichtig, haben wir auf dem Schirm, haben wir mehr oder minder umgesetzt.
Lieben Dank. Nochmal einen ganz herzlichen Applaus.
Dankeschön.
Klaus. So, noch 4 Stück, 4 ganz tolle Firmen. Haltet ihr noch alle durch? Ich sehe Nicken. Dann ist sehr gut, das ist sehr gut. Ja, es ist ein langes Format. Das ist das erste Mal, dass das MMK wirklich dieses lange Format gewählt hat. Aber ich habe gedacht, die Zuschauer, das Publikum und natürlich auch hier die tollen Firmen halten durch, weil wir haben jetzt auch einen ganz super spannenden Gast, weil es ist jemand, der für die klassischen Stärken des deutschen Mittelstands steht, nämlich ein wirklich familiengeführtes Technologieunternehmen. Andreas Baumöller ist geschäftsführender Gesellschafter der Baumöller Gruppe mit Hauptsitz im schönen Nürnberg. 1930 in 3. Generation entwickelt ihr elektrische Antriebs- und Automatisierungssysteme für industrielle Maschinen. Ihr entwickelt die und ihr produziert die auch. Und was das eigentlich macht, dass industrielle Maschinen sich präzise bewegen, steuern und automatisieren lassen. Und das findet man, weil das ist ja alles, ihr merkt schon, das ist alles sehr technisch hier heute, aber das zeigt auch, sage ich mal, den tiefen Technologiegrad und auch das tiefe Know-how. Also deine, sage ich mal, Befähigung ist dann für die Roboter, für die Verpackungsmaschinen, für die Textil- und Kunststoffanlagen und auch für Maschinen der Metallumformung. Ich musste das jetzt wirklich ablesen, weil das ist wirklich, also wow, sehr technologisch. Ihr habt 1900 Mitarbeiter, ihr habt Standorte weltweit. Und was ich toll finde, bis heute steht Andreas mit seiner Schwester immer noch an der Spitze dieses Unternehmens. Und das muss ich sagen, also Chapeau, wirklich eine ganz tolle Sache. Du bist studierter Elektroingenieur. Du hast dann bei der Schaeffler-Gruppe mal einen kleinen Ausflug gemacht, weg vom Familienunternehmen, bist aber gleich wieder zurückgekehrt. Und ich würde natürlich auch gerne die Frage beantwortet haben oder gleich mit dir diskutieren. Wo bringt künstliche Intelligenz tatsächlich Wertschöpfung in der Produktion? Und ist es mehr Hype als Realität? Was macht ihr da schon? Aber bevor wir das tun, haben wir für jeden Fun Fact. So, und der Andreas hat einen ganz charmanten Fun Fact, weil er wollte als junger Mensch Koch werden. Und er ist daher nicht nur Spezialist für intelligente Automatisierung und Antriebstechnik, sondern auch für das fränkische Schäufele. Es hat viele Parallelen. Es hat Tradition, braucht Hingabe und je nach Gast die richtige Innovation und Präsentation. Herzlich willkommen, Andreas.
Danke.
Das darf ich dir einmal schon geben. Wir könnten das Thema fränkische Schäufele jetzt ein bisschen noch vertiefen, aber ich würde sagen, wir steigen mal direkt in eure tolle Firma ein. Weil das ganze Thema Industrialisierung 4.0, der Grad der Automatisierung, das sind ja wirklich Wachstumschancen auch für euch. Ihr habt natürlich die Siemens und die Bosch auch im Nacken, muss man auch ganz klar sagen. Aber mich würden natürlich die letzten 2 Jahre ein bisschen interessieren, wie ich die anderen auch gefragt habe. Ganz kurz, hast du schon Bold Moves, wenn du in den Rückspiegel guckst, die habt ihr schon gemacht? Die letzten 2 Jahre habt ihr euch schon vorbereitet? Nichts ist so stetig wie der Wandel?
Ganz klar. Ich sag mal, ich glaube, wir sind ständig im Wandel. Also wenn man so zurückdenkt, also ich mache es jetzt bei uns seit 26 Jahren und es war eigentlich nie ruhig, wenn man ganz ehrlich ist. Von dem her, glaube ich, muss man immer in Bewegung bleiben. Und wenn wir die letzten 2 Jahre gucken, klar waren die Themen wie künstliche Intelligenz dabei. Wenn man aber ehrlich ist, macht man das schon länger, bestimmt 7, 8 Jahre. Vorher haben wir es aber Smart genannt, weil da nämlich noch der ITler Angst hatte vor KI. Jetzt muss man damit wedeln und sagen, man macht ganz viel KI. Und ich glaube aber, der Nutzen ist ganz klar da. Das kann man prozessseitig machen, ob man das jetzt bei Programmiermaßnahmen und so weiter anschaut. Oder wenn man es im Produkt sieht, für längere Servicezyklen, intelligentere Servicezyklen oder eben auch für einen besseren Energieverbrauch. Und wie sieht man, dass sowas nutzt? Kann man ganz einfach machen. Man gibt es mal mit, man schaltet es nach einem halben Jahr wieder ab. Wenn keiner schreit, ist schlecht. Und wenn einer sagt, es wäre schon wieder schön da, dann kriegt man meistens auch Geld dafür.
Sehr gut. Und so ist auch der Titel deiner Präsentation. Anpassungsfähigkeit in einem sich sehr schnell wandelnden Markt ist das Thema. Stage is yours. Nimm uns mit auf eine Reise der Firma, die es seit 1930 in der 3. Generation gibt. Danke, dass du da bist.
Sehr gern, danke. So, herzlich willkommen erstmal. Ich glaube, zu meiner Person ist alles gesagt. Das können wir also überspringen von dem her. Wie groß wir sind, wissen Sie jetzt auch mittlerweile. Und ich sage mal, das Schöne ist, sagen wir, als mittelständischer, ja, ich sage mal, Familienunternehmer, dem die Firma auch noch zumindest zu einem wesentlichen Teil gehört, ist das Schöne, man kann an der Firma arbeiten und in der Firma arbeiten. Es gibt also keine Entschuldigungen, dass Sie nichts verändern sozusagen. Man muss es einfach direkt machen. Und ich nehme Sie heute mal mit auf die Reise, im Endeffekt, wie wir uns verändert haben, und zwar mit einem Stichwort, was Sie am Schluss dann auch nochmal hören werden und im Vortrag, wie wir uns verändert haben. Wir haben zu einem, sagen wir, Aufbau eines Systems und Ökosystems zu einem adaptionsstarken Ökosystem. Wenn wir gucken, im Endeffekt so als Baumüller, was machen wir? Ja, wir bauen eigentlich Produkte, ich sage es mal ganz ehrlich, die sieht kein Mensch, solange die laufen. Die sind nämlich immer entweder in Schaltschränken verbaut, die sind irgendwo in der Maschine verbaut. Also ich sage es mal, so mit dem richtigen Prahlen des Namens nach außen, da haben Sie es jetzt sagen wir, bei anderen Sachen besser, die stehen vor der Haustür oder sagen wir, da fahren Sie zumindest mal mit dem Auto durch die Waschstraße. Bei uns ist es so, wenn es weggeschlossen ist und läuft, im Endeffekt ist der Kunde eigentlich glücklich, kann man sagen. Das heißt also, wenn wir so ein System bauen oder so ein Ökosystem, jetzt muss man gucken, ob das anspringt, ansonsten genau, dann ist es so, da haben wir meistens ganz viele schöne Ingenieure und ich sage mal, die vertiefen sich da rein und sagen, so, da bauen wir schöne Steuerungen, Umrichter und Motoren. Und danach, was bewirkt es, bewegen sich eben Maschinen so, dass man tolle Kleider machen kann, schöne Sachen umformen und dann können sie eben im Supermarkt super einkaufen und so weiter und so fort. Da würde ich sagen, da sind wir seit vielen, vielen Jahren richtig gut drin. Das können wir nicht nur sagen wir, in der Produktive, sondern das können wir natürlich auch in der Produktbreite und da sind wir dann schon beim Prozess. Das heißt, wir denken das End-to-End vom Erfinden des Produkts, vom Implementieren des Produkts und dann denken wir auch irgendwo, dass wir sagen, wir gehen in Service und dann zwischendurch waren wir innovativ und haben gesagt, man kann auch mal reinkarnieren, also das heißt im Endeffekt retrofitten. Aber das Ganze, das reicht nicht. Und warum reicht das nicht? Weil wir uns einfach dann immer fragen müssen, wie skalieren wir anders? Bisher, würde ich sagen, haben wir auch klassisch als Mittelständler gesagt, wir skalieren so, dass wir entsprechend unser Produkt aufbauen, Kunden uns holen, die Kunden uns ja, regional holen, haben festgestellt, die Welt wird immer internationaler. Dann besorgen wir uns eben entsprechend das ganze Kundenportfolio auch in anderen Ländern. Aber wir haben geopolitischen Wandel im Endeffekt, wir haben eine entsprechende Geostrategie und wir haben internationale Supply Chains, wo wir reinpassen müssen. Und wir müssen auch zu den jeweiligen internationalen Kunden passen. Und deswegen haben wir uns gefragt, reicht das eigentlich, dass wir, jetzt können Sie es glaube ich leider nicht lesen, aber dass wir im Endeffekt allein nur ein gutes Produkt haben. Und da sind wir dazu gekommen, nein, das reicht eben nicht, sondern ganz entscheidend ist auch, wie machen wir die Markenpositionierung und im Endeffekt, wie bauen wir uns so um, dass wir auch adaptionsstarke Ökosysteme haben. Wenn wir das Ganze angucken, haben wir gesagt, Adaptierbarkeit ist ganz wichtig, ist für uns einer der wesentlichen Schlüssel für den Erfolg. Das heißt also im Endeffekt, es ist anders wie vorher, dass wir gesagt haben, wir gehen jetzt einfach mal raus in die Welt und sagen dem Inder, dem Chinesen, dem Amerikaner, du musst jetzt einfach verkaufen, sondern er muss eben sich so adaptieren, dass er auch in die Supply Chain passt. Und das sind, würde ich sagen, Kulturwandel. Da können wir jetzt sagen, das eine ist, sagen wir mal, Sie müssen intelligente Werkzeuge benutzen, um eben sagen wir, den Prozess gut zu steuern, aber wesentlich ist, die Leute mitzunehmen und zu sagen, wie muss ich mich in der Organisation verändern, dass ich eben, ich sage mal, nicht nur noch alles zentral, sondern dass ich sage mal, in einer guten Hybridlösung, das heißt also zentral und dezentral machen kann. Und das ist also ein zweiter Punkt, den wir, würde man sagen, ja, bold heißt ja kühn, das heißt also gewagt, aber auch mit Können gemacht haben. Und dann ist es aber so, dass wenn Sie sich adaptieren und dann richtig im Endeffekt in die Region kommen, dann kommt die nächste Frage nämlich, wie erklären Sie es nämlich dem Kunden, dass Sie da überhaupt richtig sind? Sie müssen ja dann skalieren in der Region und wie machen Sie sich sichtbar? Und das ist dann immer noch die Königsklasse bei uns mit einem eigentlich unsichtbaren Produkt sozusagen. Und wie erklären Sie da die Mehrwerte? Und das haben wir festgestellt, funktioniert eben, wenn Sie regionale Freiheitsgrade aufbauen und, ich sage es mal, dort auch mehr Verantwortung hingeben. Und das ist etwas, was einen Win-Win für die Organisation gibt, aber auch würde ich mal sagen, einen starken Wandel in der Organisation bewegt, weil Sie müssen dann nämlich auch manns genug sein, und das mussten wir auch, vor Ort gewisse Dinge aufzugeben, um die eben an anderen Bereichen entsprechend wieder zu implementieren, und das aber so, dass Sie das Ganze trotzdem kontrolliert machen. Und dann können wir sagen, was ist dann noch notwendig am Schluss? Wir leben alle, sagen wir, in bewegten Zeiten, und ich würde mal sagen, die Zeiten werden definitiv langsamer, was wir haben. Also das, glaube ich, bewegt bleibt es immer. Und am Ende des Tages ist es so, dass wir eben hier noch lernen müssen, wie skalieren wir Systeme schneller, um eben uns, wie es neudeutsch heißt, schnell genug und richtig in den Regionen zu adaptieren. Und dafür fahren wir regelmäßig Programme in der Firma, wie wir eben entsprechend einen Kulturwandel, eine Markenpositionierung, aber auch den Umgang mit entsprechenden Software- und Hardware-Tools durchführen. Und das hat uns sehr geholfen, uns entsprechend als Mittelständler, ich würde mal sagen, wir sind so mit den 1900 Mann, der überschaubare und denke ich mal, typische Mittelstand, dass wir uns hier trotzdem sehr regional und international bewegen können, und das entsprechend mit einem richtigen Footprint in den Regionen. Und das wollte ich Ihnen mitgeben, und von dem her hoffe ich, dass ich hier ein bisschen was rübergebracht habe, wie wir uns verändert haben und wie wir das, sagen wir mal, glaube ich, auch in einer entsprechenden, mutigen Art und Weise gemacht haben. Dankeschön.
Andreas, vielen herzlichen Dank. Es hat mich wirklich beeindruckt, wie souverän, wie ruhig du das hier alles vorgetragen hast in Bezug auf, ihr macht ja super tolle Sachen. Ich muss wirklich sagen, ich bin total begeistert, aber was du schon sagst, das wird im Schrank gesperrt, und wenn das läuft, dann guckt keiner mehr rein, und ihr habt jetzt nicht das große Aushängeschild für die Firma Baumüller, sondern ihr seid ein bisschen anders unterwegs. Aber ich muss sagen, ich bin sehr, sehr beeindruckt, und vor allen Dingen, dass du es mit deiner Schwester so viele Jahre jetzt auch schon machst. Und weiterhin noch alles Gute. Bevor wir dich jetzt weggehen lassen, haben wir natürlich noch eine spannende Frage aus dem Publikum. Eine spannende Frage für die Firma Baumüller aus dem Publikum. Keiner.
Keine Fragen.
Doch.
Also. Ich denke, sagen wir, elektrische Antriebstechnik ist einfach, sagen wir, ohne es kommt die Menschheit nicht aus, das ist ganz klar. Also muss ich jetzt sagen. Aber nein, es ist entsprechend wichtig, weil man darüber entsprechend skalieren kann. Zum einen, das heißt also, man kann wirtschaftlich eben Kleidung herstellen, man kann wirtschaftlich Lebensmittel herstellen. Also das ermöglicht erst, würde man sagen, das Ganze reproduzierbar in der Welt zu machen. Das Zweite ist, es spart unglaublich Energie im Vergleich zu anderen Systemen. Das heißt also, man kann hier mit der gleichen Energie erheblich mehr Ware erzeugen. Und das Dritte ist, man kriegt das Ganze, sagen wir, auch auf einem kleinen Footprint hin. Das heißt also, man kann entweder mehr Maschinen in die gleiche Fabrik stellen oder man kann eben wirtschaftlicher produzieren.
Das meine ich ja. Es ist so klar, Andreas, du hast mich wirklich beeindruckt. Wirklich Chapeau und weiterhin viel Erfolg.
Dankeschön.
Danke dir. Ich habe jetzt eine tolle Geschichte für euch. Es ist immer so ein Thema Storytelling. Wenn ihr dann nachher durch die Tür geht, dann behaltet ihr immer die Geschichten und weniger jetzt die Fakten. Sondern ich finde das jetzt eine super tolle Geschichte vom Azubi zum CEO. Und das ist wirklich, was der Konrad gemacht hat, der Konrad Grimm. Seit 17 Jahren Geschäftsführer der Maschinenfabrik Alfinger Kessler GmbH. Und wieder mal ein wirklich traditionelles und traditionsreiches Maschinenbauunternehmen aus Aalen. Und was sie machen weltweit hochpräzise Fertigungstechnologien und industrielle Komponenten. Dafür sind sie bekannt. So, der Konrad wollte eigentlich nie dahin, wo er jetzt ist, weil der wollte eigentlich Jetpilot werden. Hat aber dann festgestellt, dass das doch nicht so ganz das Wahre für ihn ist. und bereut seine Entscheidung bis heute nicht. Denn du bist gleich nach dem Studium in das Unternehmen eingestiegen. Du hast praktisch die gesamte berufliche Laufbahn dort verbracht und du warst Betriebsingenieur, du warst Leiter Produktion, Engineering, Geschäftsstellenbereichsleiter und dann im Prinzip bis zur Unternehmensspitze hast du dich entwickelt. Wirklich Chapeau, toll. Strategische Ausrichtung ist im Moment dein Thema und es ist international. Du bist auch Chairman und Board-Member der beiden Tochtergesellschaften Hört. Da kam man nämlich auch gerade her, als wir mit ihm telefoniert haben, in China. Und unter seiner Führung hat sich das Unternehmen in eine wichtige strategische Transformation begeben. Vorweg vom reinen, und das ist auch wichtig, nochmal hierzu gleich, glaube ich, zu erklären, vom reinen Technologieführer für Kurbelwellen hin zum Innovationsführer für hochpräzise Bauteile. Ich glaube, das ist nochmal genau dieser wichtige Wandel, den ihr dort gemacht habt. So, was macht dann der Konrad sonst noch so? Du bist für den Austausch, stehst du zwischen Industrie, Wirtschaft und Bildung, finde ich super, da müssen wir mehr von haben. Du bist Ehrensenator in Aalen sowie Mitglied von verschiedenen Beiräten und Vorständen. Du kennst also den Mittelstand nicht nur aus der Perspektive des Managers, sondern wirklich bottom-up. Und ich freue mich sehr, sehr, dass du heute hier bist und würde dich auf die Bühne bitten. So, jetzt frage ich nicht, wie viele Jahre du, also man sollte ja nicht auf das Alter jetzt schließen, aber wie viele Jahre bist du jetzt schon dort, wo du bist?
Also in der Firma selber bin ich seit 39 Jahren, wie du gesagt hast, als Azubi, deshalb eine relativ lange Zeit. Und als Geschäftsführer die 17 Jahre, somit bin ich eigentlich ein Kind von der Firma. Und bei uns ist es so, dass die Firma sehr familienfreundlich ist. In der Regel sind die Väter, Opas und Verwandten alle in der Firma. Wir haben ein kleines Einzugsgebiet von rund 30, 40 Kilometern und die Firma lebt wirklich von der Region.
Sehr schön. Ist es so ein bisschen das Feeling, wenn du so in der Firma rumgehst, dass jeder sagt, ja, das ist der Guy, know it all, seen it all? Oder ist es noch etwas, wo du von den Jungen lernst und wo die Jungen dich auch beflügeln, diese bold moves zu machen?
Ja, ich denke, man kann von allen lernen, egal ob man jetzt reist oder auch von den Generationen. Man muss nur offen sein und ich glaube, wichtig ist, dass man zuhören kann, dass man Dinge aufnehmen kann und das für sich rauszieht, was man braucht. Und ich denke, die letzten 5 Jahre waren für mich prägend als Führung. Davor habe ich eigentlich, muss ich sagen, so ganz top-down geführt, habe versucht, den Geschäftsführer zu spielen und habe dann Entscheidungen getroffen. Die letzten 5 Jahre, muss ich sagen, habe ich auch mein Führungsverhalten komplett geändert, weil das auch mit der Transformation zusammenhängt. Und ich denke, Führen durch Zuhören ist so ein wichtiger Punkt, den ich gelernt habe. Und deshalb, klar, die Jungen bringen wieder einen ganz anderen Spirit rein und ich denke, das ist wichtig, dass man von vielen auch lernen kann. Ja.
Sehr schön und auch herzlichen Dank für die offene Reflexion. Ich glaube gerade, wir transformieren uns dann auch als Person und Führungsstile müssen sich und Leadership muss sich mittransformieren. AI und Maschinenbau, das ist ja wirklich so ein Match made in heaven sozusagen, Digitalisierung und Automatisieren. Was macht ihr heute schon? Oder kommt es in deiner Präsentation, so wir das zurückstellen?
Also ich muss sagen, wir sind da ganz schwach. Also wir haben, unser Markt, muss man sagen, ist AI. Das heißt, 40% von unserem Umsatz ist AI. Das heißt, wir liefern an die Datencenter, an Alibaba, TikTok, aber auch an Microsoft und wie sie alle heißen. Deshalb unser Wachstum beruht auf AI. Aber bei uns selber, wir haben jetzt erst begonnen, wir haben das Problem, dass wir gewisse, sage mal, Kundenvorgaben haben. Wir können nicht einfach reingehen, unsere Daten eingeben, weil oft das Kundendaten sind. Das heißt, wir müssen erstmal unser AI-Netzwerk finden und dieses Jahr haben wir es uns als Schwerpunktthema gesetzt. Aber ich würde jetzt hier nicht über AI referieren können. Ja.
Kein Thema. Du referierst ja auch, aber Innovation trifft Transformation. Und wie schafft er nicht nur die technologischen Herausforderungen und die internationalen Herausforderungen zu meistern, sondern speziell nochmal auch das Thema, wie schafft ihr es, die Kultur und die Belegschaft zu transformieren und die mit auf diese super spannende Reise zu nehmen. Stage is yours. Danke, dass du da bist.
Dankeschön. Ja, ein Traditionsbetrieb seit 1911 am selben Standort. Und als wir in 2021 die Nachricht bekommen haben, dass der Verbrenner irgendwann ausscheiden soll, wir hatten zu dem Zeitpunkt 40% Anteil von Automotive, da geht einem schon die Düse, muss ich sagen. Also wir haben damals gesagt, okay, mit 40% drohender Umsatzverlust können wir das nicht langfristig schaffen. Deshalb haben wir relativ schnell begonnen, eine Transformation einzuleiten. Das war so im Jahr 2021 2021, wo wir beschlossen haben, nicht wie eben Papst alles aufzuhören, aber wir haben gesagt, wir machen einen geordneten Rückzug. Wir wollen von den 40% Umsatzanteil Automotive runtergehen auf unter 10%. Und gleichzeitig wollen wir den Umsatz verdoppeln. Und das ist schon, sagen wir mal, ein mächtiges Ziel. Ich habe heute gelernt, man soll nicht zu lange Ziele setzen. Aber für uns war es wichtig, auch den Mitarbeitern, den Beschäftigten zu zeigen, ja, es gibt eine Möglichkeit, weil wenn so eine Nachricht kommt und sie sind Kurbelwellenhersteller und Kurbelwelle ist nun mal mit Verbrenner verbunden, dann denkt jeder mal, die warten es nicht lang machen. Sie kriegen kein Personal, die Mitarbeiter kommen nicht mehr, in der Jugend spricht sie das rum, das ist kein zukunftsfähiger Betrieb und deshalb war die Transformation eigentlich nicht nur eine Kür, sondern die war Pflicht. Ja, unser Betrieb selber hat eine Größe von 1500 Beschäftigten. Angie hat schon gesagt, wir haben eine größere Firma in China und noch eine zweite Firma Sales and Service. Und der Umsatz, der liegt dieses Jahr rund bei 400 Millionen. Ich habe vorher gesagt, in 2021 haben wir 207 Millionen. Das heißt, wir haben es fast geschafft zu verdoppeln in 5 Jahren. Und wenn man die Märkte anschaut, dann sieht man, dass natürlich der Automotive-Markt bei uns drastisch runtergehen wird. Das ist bei uns auch eingeplant. Aber wir haben dafür andere Märkte und das ist das Thema Datencenter, Energie. Ein Markt, der für uns stark wächst. Wir sind auch im Defense-Bereich und vielen anderen Märkten. Und so haben wir versucht, die ganzen Märkte zu analysieren, wo können wir wachsen und wo müssen wir mit Umsatzrückgängen rechnen. Wir haben dann so ein Unternehmenszielbild uns erstellt und wir haben 7 Top-Ziele definiert. Und eins davon war Transformation. Viele andere Ziele natürlich. Und diese Ziele haben wir mit allen besprochen. Wir haben sie auch zusammen definiert. Und das ist unser Leitbild, mit dem wir unsere Firma führen. Daneben haben wir noch ein Wertebild mit Umgang, Kommunikation. Wir wollen miteinander arbeiten für die Mitarbeiter. Und das ist so unser Zielbild 2030. Wenn man nochmal reinschaut, die Umsatzverteilung mit Automotive mit 40%, das war für uns der Antrieb zu sagen, wie schaffen wir das mit den Maschinen, die spezifisch auf Kurbelwellen eingestellt sind. Die Mitarbeiter kannten seit 1911 nur Kurbelwellen. Das Know-how war nicht da. Und all die Komponenten zu verändern, zu sagen, wir machen einen neuen Business Scope, das war eine riesen Herausforderung. Und dazu braucht man auch ein Programm. Man kann nicht einfach reingehen und sagen, okay, ich will mich jetzt verändern, neuer Business Scope, ich will neue Produkte machen. Das funktioniert nicht. Man muss die Leute mitnehmen, man muss sie begeistern. Und dazu haben wir ein Programm entwickelt, ein Lean Management Basisprogramm, das bei uns MAFA Move heißt. Und mit diesem Programm haben wir eine Unternehmenskultur komplett verändert. Mittlerweile läuft das Programm seit über 5 Jahren. Wir haben die Menschen mitgenommen. Wir haben versucht, denen zu überzeugen, den Menschen zu sagen, wenn ihr mit uns geht, habt ihr auch eure Vorteile. Weil man kann heute, auch gerade bei den Jungen, Angie hat angesprochen, was bewegen die Jungen? Die Jungen haben so die Eigenart, man kann nicht bloß hingehen und sagen, du machst es jetzt so. Der liest im Internet nach und schaut, was sind seine Rechte, muss er es überhaupt machen. Der wird dann zurückkommen und sagen, nö, muss ich nicht machen vielleicht und bringt mir keinen Vorteil, warum? Und auf die Fragen muss man eingehen. Man muss versuchen, den Menschen, den Mitarbeiter mitzunehmen und zu sagen, pass auf, du kriegst von uns Informationen, wir werden versuchen, deinen Arbeitsplatz zu analysieren, du kannst deine Wünsche äußern, wir wollen aber auch, dass die Leistung verbessert wird. Wir wollen Transparenz schaffen, wir wollen sehen, dass sich was verändert, verbessert und das ist das Wichtige. Das habe ich so die letzten 5, 6 Jahre gelernt, dass man Dinge nicht einfach vorgeben kann. Bei uns werden Ziele nicht vorgegeben, sondern die werden gemeinsam definiert und entwickelt. Und wir haben in dem ganzen Transformationsprozess unsere Wertschöpfung angeschaut. Die Wertschöpfung war bei uns sehr lang. Das heißt, wir haben ein Produkt von der Schmieden, Bearbeiten, Härten, Schleifen, Fertigbearbeitung komplett hergestellt. Und das ist so typisch Kurbelwelle. Und das Problem, was wir gesehen haben, es gibt kaum Produkte, die so komplex sind wie die Kurbelwelle. Das heißt, wir mussten uns Produkte suchen, wo möglichst eine große Wertschöpfung ist, um auch wettbewerbsfähig zu sein. Und deshalb, je komplexer das Teil ist, desto besser ist unsere Wettbewerbsfähigkeit. Und den Move zu machen, zu sagen, wir sind Technologieführer, wir haben 42% Weltmarktanteil in Großkurbelwellen, den Move zu machen von Technologieführerschaft zu Innovationsführerschaft von hochpräzisen Bauteilen. Heißt, man versucht, auf die Themen vom Kunden einzugehen. Der Kunde hat ein Problem, man analysiert es und versucht, die bestmögliche Lösung zu schaffen. Das ist eine ganz andere Art, wie nur Technologieführer und Kurbelwellen zu sein. Und das haben wir geschafft, indem wir jetzt einfach Themen anbieten, zum Beispiel ein Weichenherzstück, die Deutsche Bahn, die leider öfter zu spät kommt. Ein Grund sind auch die Weichenherzstücke, weil der Service ist relativ schlecht, das heißt, die Zyklenzeiten sind relativ kurz zum Auswechseln und wir haben es geschafft, zum Beispiel mit unserer Innovation für ein komplett neues Produkt die Zykluszeit zu verdoppeln. Das heißt, wir sind der Erste, der die Lebensdauer der Weichenherzstücke doppelt so lang beaufschlagen kann wie jeder andere. Weichenherzstück passt eigentlich gar nicht zu uns. Wir haben nur rotationssymmetrische Teile. Aber die Aufgabe zu bewältigen mit unseren Möglichkeiten, mit unserem Härteverfahren, mit unserem Schmiedeverfahren, hat im Prinzip die gesamte, sagen wir mal, Bauteilgruppe so verändert, dass der Kunde einen riesen Vorteil hat. Und das ist unsere Philosophie. Wir versuchen, auf den Kunden einzugehen, Lösungen zu finden und dann Vorteile zu schaffen. Mittlerweile sehen Sie nicht nur Kurbelwellen, wir haben viele andere Teile, die eigentlich von Grund auf gar nicht reinpassen, aber mit dem erhöhen wir unseren Umsatz. Und wenn wir reingehen jetzt in den Umsatz selber, planen wir momentan mit 550 Millionen Euro, ein wahnsinniger Umsatzwachstum. Und das ist schon sagen wir, eine Leistung auch für uns selber als Betrieb, der nur Kurbelwellen hergestellt hat. Und mit diesem Erfolg versuchen wir natürlich auch Mitarbeiter zu motivieren. Wir sind viel in Social Medien unterwegs und deshalb denke ich, kann man das schaffen. Also am Anfang, muss man ehrlich sagen, haben wir die Frage gestellt, sind wir überhaupt zukunftsfähig? Können wir überhaupt einen Betrieb in Deutschland halten oder nicht? Mittlerweile sind wir uns relativ sicher, wir können es halten, wir können es ausbauen. Und mit dem Mut, auch zu wachsen, haben wir in China mittlerweile ein tolles Werk aufgebaut, wo wir auch ein Wachstum planen. Und so wollen wir in die nächsten Jahre weitergehen, sodass der Betrieb noch weitere 100 Jahre möglichst leben kann. Vielen Dank.
Was mir sehr, sehr gefällt, ist eine reflektierende Art, einmal im Thema Leadership, aber im Prinzip auch, wir wussten nicht, ob wir das schaffen, aber jetzt haben wir es geschafft. Das ist, glaube ich, auch der Unterschied zum Mittelstand, zu den Großunternehmen. Ich komme ja aus einem Großunternehmen, wo immer sehr viele Folien und Rara gemacht wird. Und ihr sagt es alle immer so ganz galant, ja, dann habe ich das gemacht, dann habe ich 30% Aktie gesteigert und so weiter. Also wirklich super, super tolle Leistung. Ganz spannende Transformation, die sicherlich eine ganz spannende Frage jetzt nach sich zieht. Da. Ihr lasst mich nicht im Stich.
Ich habe das Mikro.
Oh, da schon. Ja, sehr gut. Jetzt wird es ja richtig interaktiv hier.
Vielen Dank für den Vortrag, war sehr interessant. Vor allem der Ausstieg aus Automotive, oder ist ja noch nicht ganz geschafft, also der kommt erst noch. Ich frage mich, wie bringt man den Kunden das bei? Ja, Sie haben ja doch 40% Umsatz war ja nun mit Automobil. Und jetzt entweder geht nun ein Gerücht durch den Markt oder aber Sie reden explizit mit den Kunden und sagen, wir steigen über die nächsten 5 Jahre aus. Wie haben Sie das gemacht und wie haben die Kunden reagiert?
Also wir haben in der Auftragsannahme anders agiert. Bis zu dem Zeitpunkt haben wir so alles reingenommen, was kam und wir haben dann selektiert. Wir haben gesagt, wir gehen auf die großen Kunden, Benz, Porsche, BMW und Daimler und alles andere haben wir nicht mehr angeboten. Das heißt, es hat sich von selber aus selektiert. Und die gingen jetzt nicht auf die Marken und haben gesagt, und übrigens, Automotive interessiert uns nicht mehr, sondern wir haben versucht, mit den Kunden auch ein Programm zu entwickeln, wo wir sagen, okay, wir fahren schrittweise herunter und reduzieren aber auch die Kunden. Das ist so das ganze Thema. Weil wenn man rausgeht und sagt, wir haben kein Interesse mehr an Automotive, dann kann natürlich ein riesen Bumerang kommen und man verliert schneller Umsatz, wie man es eigentlich will.
Gehen wir einmal das Mikro vielleicht zu Sonja weiter, weil ihr habt das ja auch gemacht, so eine geschmeidige Abkündigung.
Sehr, sehr gerne. Und ich glaube, da ist es wichtig, wenn man eben diese Abkündigung macht, dass man weiter dafür steht, wo der deutsche Mittelstand steht, nämlich Verlässlichkeit. Und wir haben es genauso gemacht. Wir sind direkt zu all unseren Kunden hingegangen und haben gesagt, die Produkte, die wir eindesignt haben in die jetzigen Baureihen, die werden wir mit derselben Pünktlichkeit und Qualität nach vorne treiben, werden aber eben keine neuen Entwicklungen mehr machen. Ich glaube, das ist dann auch fair und transparent zu sein, aber weiterhin eben für den Mittelstand zu stehen, um zu sagen, bei dir sieht man es ja auch, ihr seid da nicht komplett rausgegangen, genauso machen wir es auch, dass man es dann eben auf 0 runterfährt.
Dann haben wir noch eine Frage, 2 sogar. Was gefragt, mein Lieber, ne? Ladies first.
Hallo. Ja, danke für den spannenden Vortrag. Mich interessiert diese persönliche Transformation auch sehr, die Sie so als Manager erlebt haben in den letzten Jahren. Gab es da irgendein Schlüsselerlebnis, wo Sie gesagt haben, oh, das Unternehmen muss sich ändern, ich muss mich auch ändern? Und wie geht man dann da vor? Haben Sie sich coachen lassen? Haben Sie einen Stapel Managementbücher auf dem Nachttisch liegen?
Also jeder von uns hat sich coachen lassen. Das heißt, wir haben eine externe Firma beauftragt und jeder hat sich reflektieren lassen. Und man muss sagen, als Mann ist es extrem schwierig, wenn man dann so ein Spiegelbild bekommt. Und ich habe so gelernt, schlechte Manager haben kein Spiegelbild. Wenn Sie heute wirklich tolle Manager haben und niemand sagt mehr, was Sache ist, dann verlieren Sie irgendwo die Realität. Und das haben wir schnell zurückgeholt. Wir haben 3 externe Manager reingeholt oder Fachleute, im Wesentlichen Psychologen. Und die haben jeden analysiert. Und dann haben die gesagt, Mensch, du bist viel zu forsch, du lässt die Leute nicht ausreden. Und so. Und bei mir zum Beispiel kam das Feedback, ich bin zu schnell in den Entscheidungen, gehe zu schnell rein und drücke zu schnell meine Meinung auf. Und das habe ich zum Beispiel als erstes lernen müssen, dass ich gesagt habe, okay, erstmal durchatmen, zuhören und erstmal die Leute ausreden lassen. Und ich habe eine Besprechung gehabt, das vergesse ich eigentlich nie, das war so für mich ein Schlüsselerlebnis. Da hat eine junge Mannschaft, das waren 3 Damen, was Tolles vorbereitet. Und ich bin dann gleich dazwischen und die haben dann irgendwie das gar nicht mehr zu Ende gebracht. Und dann haben die zu mir gesagt, naja gut, schade, dass wir den Vortrag nicht halten konnten. Und dann habe ich gesagt, okay, morgen nochmal, gleicher Termin, setzen wir zurück. Und dann habe ich mir das angehört und habe gedacht, warum bist du eigentlich so blöd und grätsch da rein, ein toller Vorschlag. Und das ist für mich jetzt zum Beispiel, was ich gelernt habe, ich sitze eher rein, hör zu und bilde erst mir dann meine Meinung.
Wow, mutige Entscheidung. Super.
Viele deutsche Unternehmen, gerade im klassischen Maschinenbau, sehen sich ja gerade mit starkem Wettbewerb aus China konfrontiert. Ist es bei Ihnen auch so? Und differenzieren Sie sich dann immer noch durch quasi durch sehr technisch komplexe Produkte?
Jetzt darf ich auch kurz einen Nobelblock einführen, so wie Weiland. Also unsere Kurbelwellen halten 30% höhere Bauteilfestigkeiten aus als alle anderen. Das heißt, wenn Sie bei uns eine Kurbelwelle kaufen, können Sie entweder 30% höhere Lebensdauer haben oder 30% höhere Belastung. Und das ist unsere Lebensversicherung. Das heißt, wir haben durch Qualität, durch Innovation, durch unsere Patente es geschafft, dass wir deutlich besser sind als alle Wettbewerber.
Dem ist jetzt nichts mehr hinzuzufügen. Ich glaube, alle offenen Fragen gerne noch nach der Session. Ganz lieben Dank auch für deine Offenheit und für die Reflexion. Hat mir sehr, sehr gut gefallen. Lieben Dank. So, wir schreiben weiter Geschichte hier in diesem Raum. Jetzt haben wir nämlich jemanden da, der eine sehr breite industrielle Perspektive auf den Mittelstand und wieder mal moderne Produktion, wir sind nun mal, das können wir einfach, moderne Produktion mitbringt. Dr. Ulrich Fieten ist seit 2019 CEO der Moore Electronic Group, einem international tätigen Spezialisten für wieder mal Automatisierung, aber diesmal, und du hast es dabei, ich finde es so super, verbindungstechnisch, genau. Ich habe nämlich gesagt im Briefing, bringt eure Produkte mit. Du hast es wirklich ernst genommen, komm doch einfach mal nach oben. Ne? Also, wenn schon, denn schon, ne? Das muss man jetzt hier mal so sagen.
Ich tue das mal auf den Zaubertisch hier. Ja,
ja, aber hallo. Aber hallo. Tun wir das jetzt mal hier runter? So, damit auch jeder weiß, worüber wir reden.
So eine Kurbelwelle hätte auch gepasst.
Ja, aber hallo, so ganz geschmeidig hätte es da drauf gepasst. So, und das ganze Thema, ihr entwickelt Technologien für Maschinen, Sensorik, ja viele, viele Daten, hoffe ich.
Also wir machen gar keine Sensorik.
Die steht aber, Sensoren und Steuerung miteinander verbinden.
Wir nehmen für alles Verantwortung, außer das, was da draufsteht.
Und überhaupt, da bringst du die Sachen hier mit und machst keine Sensorik. Das
aber
ist
das Wundervollste, was man mit so einem Kabel machen kann, ist, man kann es auf den Sensor stecken.
Ja, das macht ihr.
Wer den gemacht hat, ist
die
mir egal.
Sensorik macht ihr nicht, ich stecke das drauf. Auch gut. So, und das Unternehmen, das von eurer Technologie profitiert.
Zieh's nicht raus, da ist ein Mosi vom Friedhof drunter.
Okay.
Ich habe es gerade da vorne gemacht.
Und da sitzt einer, der profitiert, oder? Ihr profitiert davon.
Zum Beispiel, ja.
Was macht ihr? Wir verkabeln eher einzeln. Ja.
Aber mit unseren Kabeln.
Aber mit seinen Kabeln hat er mir erzählt. Okay. Gut. Du bist ein TU-Eigengewächs hier. Du fühlst dich hier total zu Hause, oder?
So ist das. Das letzte Mal, als hier angestrichen wurde, war vor meiner Zeit hier.
So, und du hast deine Karriere bei Weiland begonnen. Here we go.
So ist das, ja.
So klein ist die Welt. Und dann hast du internationale Führungsrollen gehabt, unter anderem auch bei Siemens und bei Siemens in Deutschland und auch in den USA. Und jetzt komme ich mal neben dir, neben dich. Du bist schon ganz lange dabei. Du warst hier als Systemingenieur bei einem der ersten Management-Kolloquium. Und
unglaublich, ne?
vor rund Sagst du lieber?
Größer 30 Jahren, ja.
Größer 30 Jahren. Er war hier wirklich da. So, aber wir führen jetzt keine Rückschlüsse, bitte schön, auf das Alter. Aber ich möchte dich einmal fragen, wie fühlst du dich? Du kehrst zu deiner alten Uni zurück, du bringst so viel tolles Zeugs mit und du bist noch der CEO.
Also ich fühle mich total gut. Warme Hände, leicht feucht. Aber es ist auch tatsächlich so, dass ich sehr viel Verbindung zur TU München noch immer habe. IWB, das Institut, an dem ich promoviert habe, ehemaligen Verein, all diese guten Sachen. Also ich habe eine enge Bindung hierher und freue mich total, hier zu sein.
Super, und du machst jetzt aber auch gleich mal eine Masterclass.
Keine halben Sachen. Also wenn wir hier raus sind, dann erwarten wir euch alle in dem Raum hinten längs an dem Gang. Da werden wir nämlich dann zusammen eine Maschine installieren. Also wir können das für Headhunter, wir können das für Kaufleute und wir können das für Techniker realisieren, dass man eine Maschine mit AI unterstützt,
so
von Hand selber installiert.
Learning by doing.
Das können wir hinterher ausprobieren zusammen. Ich habe mir gedacht, als CEO muss man zeigen, dass das, was man produziert, auch was ist, was man selber beherrscht.
Also er geht nicht nur mit auf dem Captain's Dinner Table oben auf dem Schiff, er geht richtig in den Maschinenraum, noch mit Overall, blau, ölige Hände und schaust, was da los ist.
Genau, so ist das.
Perfekt, gut. Ich würde sagen, wir legen mal gleich los mit deiner Präsentation, was du uns erzählst, was sind so die nächsten Innovationen und
jetzt die Macht.
Werdet ihr das Unternehmen in den nächsten Growth Level bringen? Mit so viel Hardware wird das ja alles ganz gut werden.
Genau.
Viel Spaß.
Danke. Grüß Gott, meine Damen und Herren. Ich freue mich total, hier bei Ihnen zu sein. Ich werde mich schneller drehen als diese Platte unter mir. Und ich muss sagen, nachdem ich jetzt ja schon eine Weile der Platte zuschaue, haben sich so im Augenhintergrund ein paar Dinge begonnen zu verzwirbeln. Aber ich bin mir sicher, auch dieses Konzept wird überdacht werden. Mittelstand ist nicht, jetzt bin ich bei den Andreas, Mittelstand ist nicht denkbar ohne den Kunden. Ja, und ich glaube, dass das ein ganz wichtiger Grundsatz ist. Der Mittelstand definiert sich vom Kunden her. Und ich glaube, das haben wir bei allen Vorträgen heute gespürt, dass es überhaupt gar keinen Sinn macht, sich zu überlegen, was man alles kann. Ja, wir Ingenieure, du hast es richtig gesagt, wir Ingenieure können ja unglaublich viel. Und ich glaube, das kann ich und kannst du das nicht brauchen? Das ist genau die falsche Frage. Man muss sich vom Kunden her definieren, muss verstehen, was eigentlich das Problem ist, was der lösen muss, damit man ernsthaft im Rennen ist. Und darüber möchte ich heute mit euch sprechen. Die Lage ist bescheiden genug. Ich klicke das jetzt durch, weil das hat, glaube ich, heute jeder einmal in irgendeinem Vortrag gehört oder vielleicht bereits zweimal. Und ja, man kann, wenn es schwierig wird, in Berlin anrufen und sagen, Herr Merz, ich glaube, das ist Ihr Problem. Und man kann ihm dann tolle Briefe schreiben und so weiter und so weiter. Das ist nicht die Frage, die den Mittelstand das ist nicht der Weg, wie der Mittelstand Probleme löst. Der Mittelstand löst seine Probleme, indem er sich Strategien sucht. Und ich glaube, wir haben heute richtig tolle Sachen schon gehört, indem er sich Strategien sucht, wie er die Dinge besser macht, nachhaltiger macht, wie er gewinnt im Rennen. Und darum geht es am Ende des Tages. Hoffen ist keine Strategie, auch Hoffen auf Berlin ist keine Strategie. Wir haben was gewagt in der Corona-Zeit. Und das war etwa die Zeit, wo ich zu Moelektronik kam, haben wir auf unsere Produkte geguckt. Und ich möchte das mal hochhalten, weil das wirklich der heilige Gral der Moelektronik ist, also Steckverbinder. Ja? Also ich hoffe, dass Sie die Schönheit von Standard-Steckverbindern auf die Distanz fühlen können, ja, bis in die letzte Reihe hinein. Das ist eine Norm, die an der TU München 1996 entstanden ist. DESINA, für diejenigen, die in meiner Altersklasse unterwegs sind, IWB TU München, Rettungsversuch für die deutsche Werkzeugmaschinenindustrie. Was war die Idee? Wie kriegt man die Werkzeugmaschine fundamental günstiger hergestellt, indem man den elektrischen Installationsanteil einfach in den Kosten runterdrückt? Ich glaube, ein ziemlich simpler Ansatz. Und da sind natürlich über die Jahre dolle Sachen entstanden. Das sind hier sogenannte I/O-Module. Hier sind Mikroprozessoren drin, die sind schlau wie die Sau. Und man kann, wenn man da was Nettes einsteckt, mit diesem Modul darüber reden, was es denn wohl ist, und sich die Frage stellen, ob die Steuerung mit dem Signal wohl arbeiten möchte oder nicht. Das ist das, was aus der DESINA-Norm geworden ist. Und ich finde, das ist einer der ganz stolzen Momente des deutschen Ingenieurseins, dass das entstanden ist. Aber was kann man jetzt damit machen? Es sind Standardstecker. Ich werde jetzt nicht nochmal überlegen, ob die auch in Waschanlagen passen. Aber es sind Standardstecker, mit denen man Sensoren mit einer Steuerung verbinden kann, mit denen man Antriebe mit einer Steuerung verbinden kann, mit denen man Lämpchen leuchten lassen kann, Knöpfe an Steuerung anbinden kann. Das ist das, was es ist. Wenn Sie so wollen, ich bin ja Maschinenbauer, das ist die Sechskantschraube der Elektrotechnik. Ja? Also sowas ganz Rudimentäres. Aber ich sage es nochmal, es ist großartig. Warum? Weil es der Grund für der Denkansatz dahinter ist der Grund für eine wesentliche Revolution im Bereich dessen, was unsere Kunden tun. Unsere Kunden bauen Maschinen und Sie wissen alle, viele Maschinenbauer leiden im Moment und zwar mächtig. Denen fehlt nicht der Purpose, das heißt, die haben ihre Kunden und die wissen auch, was die Kunden brauchen. Aber die Kosten, zu denen die das bei uns herstellen können, der Aufwand, der da drin steckt, der ist nicht mehr ganz proportional zu dem, was der Kunde zu zahlen bereit ist. Und das hat verschiedene Gründe. Die liegen nicht nur im Wettbewerb mit Asien, da gibt es auch noch andere Gründe, wo wir strukturell uns selber tatsächlich ein bisschen kaputt machen. Haben wir heute Morgen überall drüber gesprochen. Der wichtige Punkt ist, was tun wir als Mittelständler für unsere mittelständischen Maschinenbaukunden, dass die Dinge besser werden. Und da hat mir ein Kunde gesagt, Uli, you know, auf Englisch gesagt, you gotta demystify electrical automation. Ja? Also die Entmystifizierung der elektrischen Automation, das wäre mal nötig, weil mit diesen ganzen Elektrotechnikern, die da bei mir, nachdem ich die tolle Maschine konstruiert habe, anfangen, was zu automatisieren, da kommen wir tatsächlich nicht zurecht. Und der Aufwand mit dem Klemmen in Schaltschränken und weiß der Herr was, das ist es nicht, wie es gehen soll. Wir haben darüber nachgedacht, was bedeutet es, wenn ich also eben ein Kabelunternehmen bin, wie kann ich dieses Systemproblem meines Kunden lösen? So. Und wenn ich dieses Problem des Kunden löse, löse ich gleich noch ein weiteres Problem. Wir haben alle Made in China 2025 mitgemacht. Sie sehen das rechts auf dem Bild. In China, und ich war 86 zum ersten Mal in China. Ich kann Ihnen sagen, ich habe wirklich eine gute und auch eine nicht unfreundliche Beziehung zu China. Die chinesische Nation hat sich wahnsinnig nach vorne entwickelt, hat produzieren gelernt. Die Cost-Quality-Ratio haben die im Griff wie kein anderer. Da werden die uns zwicken. Und wenn ich Kabel mache, so wie diese hier, sage ich Ihnen ganz ehrlich, es ist unwahrscheinlich, dass ich in 10 Jahren Ihnen noch ein gutes Angebot dafür machen kann. In 5 Jahren vielleicht bereits, weil irgendjemand anders aus China das hier zu anderen Kosten herstellen kann, an solchen Konditionen herstellen kann. Das heißt, es wird nicht ausreichen, sich ein bisschen mit diesem Stecker auseinanderzusetzen und das Kabel ein bisschen günstiger zu kaufen. Man muss da wesentlich mehr tun. Und dann gucke ich nach Amerika. Und was sehe ich da? Die digitale Welt, die Angie mit ihren Freunden aus dem Silicon Valley, ja, die versuchen im Grunde mit digitalen Mitteln die Welt zu erobern. Gefällt uns das oder nicht, spielt gar keine Rolle. Es geht am Ende des Tages um künstliche Intelligenz heute, aber es geht auch tatsächlich um den digitalen Zwilling, den digitalen Blick auf die Maschine und auf die Installationstechnik in der Maschine. Und die Systemkompetenz, und ich sage das jetzt so in einem Satz ein bisschen flott, die Systemkompetenz, die wir uns aneignen wollten, nachdem wir das irgendwie überrissen hatten, war, dass wir beim Installieren, beim Einstecken in den Port einen digitalen Zwilling von dieser Verbindung herstellen. Das heißt, das Kabel ist Teil eines Things oder ist ein Thing im Internet. Der Port ist es ebenso und ich kann über die Zeit sehen und lernen, und zwar ohne, dass ich Fachwissen über digitale Zwillinge habe, wie das digitale Modell meiner Installation in der Maschine aussieht. Das ist für uns AI. Wir haben da jede Menge investiert und der Spaß daran ist, es funktioniert inzwischen. So, das ist vorbei. So sieht es heute aus. Sie sehen links ein Bild mit großen Kisten. Sie sehen rechts ein Bild mit einer kleinen, in die Maschine eingewobenen Steuerungs- und Installationstechnik. Und hier sehen Sie eine Maschine, die ausschließlich noch am mechanischen CAD-System konstruiert wird und trotzdem elektrisch vollständig definiert ist. Das ist eine Transformation, die wir in den letzten knapp 5 Jahren geleistet haben. Ich freue mich mit Ihnen, das inhaltlich im Nachbarraum später noch zu teilen. 30% TCO-Reduction, 50% Durchlaufzeitreduktion, weil Sie First-Time-Right installieren und solche Dinge. Das hier ist ein Bild, hochaktuell, eine Woche alt. 6000 elektrische Achsen installiert binnen 11 Wochen. Das Werk produziert bereits, ich darf es leider nicht sagen, was es ist, aber Sie können es ahnen bei der Größe. In diesem Werk steht kein einziger Schaltschrank mehr. Kostenreduktion durch 30% Flächenreduktion, Kostenreduktion dadurch, dass es keine Schaltschrankbühnen mehr gibt. Ich will da gar nicht weiter darüber sprechen, was für Flexibilitäten das erlaubt. Der deutsche Mittelstand, und wir engagieren uns dafür, der deutsche Mittelstand kann helfen, dass solche Dinge möglich werden. Und ich freue mich, mit Ihnen darüber weiter zu diskutieren. Achterbusch hat gesagt, wir haben keine Chance, also lassen Sie uns die nutzen. Machen Sie das gemeinsam mit uns. Wir freuen uns darauf, mit Ihnen die Elektrotechnik zu revolutionieren.
Wow! Danke. Uli, das war ja mal hier, huh? You rock. You rock the stage, seeing is believing. Uli, wir hätten jetzt noch wirklich viele Fragen, aber wir laufen ein bisschen aus der Zeit.
Ich weiß das.
Deshalb jeder, der Fragen hat, wo müssen wir da nochmal hin?
Also, da hinten geht es, also genau senkrecht hier rein.
Perfekt.
Geht es zu einem Raum, der ist ausgeschildert.
Du können zu deiner Masterclass kommen und
ich
du
freue mich
beantwortest
darauf.
dort alle Fragen. Perfekt.
Vielen Dank fürs Kommen später.
So, nun wirklich last, but of course not least, the best for last, um dich mal richtig anzukündigen, hier meine liebe Sandra. Wir haben eine ganz andere Perspektive jetzt zum Thema Transformation, die super spannend ist. Und ich freue mich sehr, sehr drauf, weil ich habe es eingangs schon gesagt, der Mensch wird oftmals vergessen. Und auch die Talente, die wir alle brauchen für diese Transformation, werden vergessen. Weil jeder kann sich ja in Anführungsstrichen neu ausrichten, transformieren. Nein, kann er nicht. Wir brauchen neue Talente, wir brauchen neue Impulse. Also wer führt diese Transformation eigentlich? Und das wirst du uns beantworten. Du bist Executive Search Partnerin bei Transsearch International. Du hast 20 Jahre Erfahrung in unterschiedlichen Leadership Assessment, aber auch Executive Search Companies. Und 10 Jahre Spencer Stuart. 4 Jahre Russell Reynolds, und du hilfst jetzt familiengeführten, also mittelständischen Unternehmen, wirklich die Besetzung top zu machen. Also wirklich zu schauen, welche Talente werden gebraucht, wo haben wir auch Gaps, wo Talente gebraucht werden, die wir im Moment nicht haben, weil letztendlich sind es die Menschen, die ein Unternehmen auch zum Erfolg führen. Und aus diesem Grunde freue ich mich ganz besonders, dass du heute bei uns bist und gerade diesen Abschluss macht, weil der Abschluss ist ganz wichtig, uns einfach nochmal hier auch vor Augen zu führen, wer leitet diese Transformation. Und du hast natürlich auch einen Fun Fact. Und der Fun Fact von der lieben Sandra ist, du hast ein früheres Executive-Team gehabt, die hatten das Motto Unsinkable. Das ist richtig. Und dann habt ihr euch ein Fotoshooting gebucht auf dem Original-U-Boot aus dem Film Das Boot, habt die Klamotten angezogen und habt ein tolles Shooting gemacht. Ich muss ehrlich gestehen, ich bin froh, dass du dir heute in die Business-Klamotten hier bist. Also bitte on stage.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Sandra.
Vielen Dank. Ja, vielleicht noch kurz dazu. Also ich habe wirklich schon sehr früh gelernt, wir haben ja auch über Sturm gesprochen, unsinkable zu sein. Und wir haben das einfach auf dem Original-U-Boot von dem Film Das Boot gelernt.
Ja, sehr
und geübt.
schön.
Also ich bin proved, ja, was das betrifft, genau.
Ich würde vorschlagen, aufgrund der Zeit, würdest du mal direkt in deine Präsentation einsteigen. Ich würde lieber noch 1, 2 Fragen, wenn es für euch okay ist, aus dem Publikum noch nehmen. Hier habe ich den. Bevor ich dir jetzt die Frage stelle, weil die hatten wir abgesprochen und ich finde es einfach schöner, einfach noch vom Publikum noch mal eine Frage nach deiner Präsentation zu bekommen. Also Stage is yours. Vielen herzlichen Dank, dass du da bist und wirklich die Komponente Mensch hier noch mal zum Abschluss aufs Tablett
bringe ich noch mal rein.
Danke.
Also erstmal vielen Dank. Ich freue mich total, heute hier zu sein. Und wir haben sehr viel über Technologie gesprochen und ich schlage jetzt so ein bisschen die Brücke von Technologie zu den Menschen. Das Thema ist, also wir haben uns damit beschäftigt, wie sieht die Zukunft von Führung im deutschen Mittelstand und in Zeiten von KI aus. Und KI ist die Technologie des 21. Jahrhunderts. Und zwar wird KI im Wesentlichen 3 Dinge verändern. Erstens, wie wir arbeiten. Zweitens, wie Unternehmen miteinander konkurrieren. Und drittens, wie Manager führen müssen. Das heißt, die entscheidende Frage für Führungskräfte ist es, wie wird aus technologischer Erkenntnis ein echter unternehmerischer Mehrwert? Ich habe jetzt mal, um diese Dimension der Veränderung zu verstehen, ein paar Zahlen von McKinsey mitgebracht. Und die zeigen uns, dass KI kann die Produktivität pro Jahr um bis zu 3% steigern. Bis zu 27% der heutigen Tätigkeiten können automatisiert werden. Auf dem Arbeitsmarkt entsteht eine enorme Bewegung. Bis zu 12 Millionen Menschen in Europa und in den USA werden bis 2030 den Beruf wechseln. Das bedeutet, für Deutschland betrifft dieser Wandel circa bis zu 3 Millionen Arbeitsplätze und das sind 7% der Gesamtbeschäftigung. Und ja, selbst wenn diese Zahlen sehr beeindruckend sind, sind sie aber nur eine Seite der Medaille, weil hier gibt es ein klares Paradox. KI kann schneller als jeder Mensch Daten analysieren, Daten verarbeiten und Ergebnisse produzieren. Aber KI hat keine emotionale Intelligenz. KI springt nicht ein, wenn die Situationen unangenehm werden. Und KI übernimmt auch kein Risiko. Was bedeutet dies für Führungskräfte? Das bedeutet, dass zukünftig vor allem 2 Erfolgsfaktoren zählen: Mut und Machereigenschaften. Und der Gamechanger sind jetzt nicht Intelligenz und Logik, sondern das sind Empathie, Urteilsvermögen und Vision. Und was heißt das jetzt konkret? Also konkret heißt das, wir müssen die KI zu unserem Verbündeten machen. Und wir brauchen Führungskräfte, die die Brücken bauen von Technologie zu den Menschen. Also machen wir uns nichts vor. KI ist ein Stresstest für viele Unternehmen, nicht für meine Kollegen hier, habe ich heute gelernt und verstanden. Aber wir stellen in unserer Arbeit bei Transearch fest, dass sich einfach viele Unternehmen im deutschen Mittelstand noch zu wenig strategisch mit KI beschäftigen. Und es werden am Ende des Tages nur die Führungskräfte erfolgreich sein, die die Vorteile der Datenanalyse der KI nutzen und auch eine Kultur von Vertrauen und Klarheit in ihrem Unternehmen schaffen. Das heißt, KI gibt die Möglichkeiten, aber die Entscheidungen treffen nach wie vor Führungskräfte. Und ich möchte mit einem Zitat von Sam Altman von OpenAI schließen, und zwar: Er meinte, AI won't replace humans, but humans who use AI will replace those who don't. Das heißt, letztendlich bleibt Führung auch im Zeitalter von KI zutiefst menschlich. Es ist aber wichtig und sie braucht verstärkte Kompetenzen im Sinne von Soft Skills und natürlich auch den Mut, neue Wege zu gehen. Und und genau hier liegt eben die Verantwortung von den Führungskräften. Und wir bei Transearch unterstützen den deutschen Mittelstand, genau diese Führungskräfte zu finden, die Mut haben, die Zukunft mit KI aktiv zu gestalten. Das war schon. Vielen Dank fürs Zuhören. Ich habe versucht, die Zeit wieder reinzuholen.
Das war on the spot. Das war on the spot. Und ich bin mir sicher, wir haben noch Zeit für 1 bis 2 Fragen, bevor wir dann das Wrap-up machen. Die Nachfolgesprecherin möge mir verzeihen. Aber ich möchte doch noch mal ganz kurz 1, 2 Fragen, die wir aus dem Publikum noch haben,
sind alle erschlagen.
Für die liebe Sandra anbieten. Ihr habt mich doch nicht hängen lassen. Das ist ja Nummer 7 hier.
Angie, es ist alles so klar. Wir haben alles
mich nicht
ganz
hängen
klar
lassen.
gesagt.
Julia, hast du eine Frage?
Hallo? Ja, genau. Also was macht dann den Unterschied? Du bist ja jetzt im Recruiting wirklich für große Corporates gewesen, aber jetzt auch nochmal für den Mittelstand. Was muss man denn da genau beachten? Wir haben ja jetzt schon gesagt, Mittelstand rekrutiert jetzt auch auf jeden Fall international. Also was ist denn da, wie können sich da Mittelständler auch internationale Top-Talente ranholen? Ich meine, natürlich ist noch vieles auf Deutsch dann, aber wie machen die das? Was ist deine Erfahrung?
Also der Mittelstand ist generell viel pragmatischer unterwegs. Das ist mehr hands-on. Also jeder weiß, Corporates, da gibt es, du weißt es,
okay. Bashing.
Es gibt einfach Prozesse, danach richtet man sich und es gibt eine gewisse Flexibilität, aber im Mittelstand ist das viel pragmatischer. Und wir haben auch erlebt, dass wenn Führungskräfte aus den Corporates in den Mittelstand wechseln, also die selber meinten, ich freue mich, wenn ich mal weniger Policies und weniger Strukturen und Prozesse habe, die sind manchmal im Mittelstand gescheitert, weil es gibt einfach oft die Infrastruktur nicht, die Corporates haben. Und man muss wirklich, ich kann es nur noch mal betonen, hands-on sein, ja. Und das ist der Unterschied.
Sandra, ganz herzlichen Dank. People
Dank.
make the difference und du hast uns das sehr schön hier rübergebracht.
Genau.
Danke dir vielmals. Danke. So, was für eine Session. Wir haben eine drehende Bühne gehabt. Wir haben 7 innovative Firmen, die den deutschen Mittelstand mitgestalten und prägen werden. Wir haben uns tolle Einblicke, und ich gucke jetzt gerade Konrad an, auch sehr, sehr ehrliche Einblicke, hat mich wirklich sehr gefreut, gegeben in die Chancen, aber an die Herausforderungen von Technologieführerschaft zu Innovationsführerschaft. Die Menschen nicht vergessen. Und ich muss sagen, ich beende diese Session hier, ich weiß nicht, wie es euch geht, motiviert, inspiriert, mit vielen, vielen neuen Impulsen und Ideen und bin der tiefen Überzeugung, die Zukunft in Deutschland ist mittelständig. Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Bravo, bravo. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Also ich glaube, ich habe noch nie, das ist die längste Session, die es jemals beim MMK gegeben hat. Wir haben jetzt fast 2 Stunden durchgesprochen. Es ist Full House. Alle haben richtig Lust auf Mittelstand. Alle kapieren endlich mal, ihr seid die Macher, ihr seid die Herzschrittmacher. Angie, du hast das großartig gemacht, das wussten wir. Wir hatten tolle Performances und es war auch eine gute Abrundung zwischen sozusagen Executive Shows und echten Produkten und der Blumenstrauß, der hier immer noch steht. Ich würde ihn ja als Kunst betrachten. Also ich würde mir auch zu Hause hinstellen, wenn ich den mitbringe. Ich komme gerade von ein paar Ausstellungen für Contemporary Art. Why not? Ja, also ich bin sicher, es erzielt Höchstpreise. Vielen herzlichen Dank und ein weiterer Applaus für dieses gigantische Panel. And now, skipping to our final round in this rotating stage Immatrikulationshalle, our next speaker looks also at the German Mittelstand, but as an investor. Judith Dada is general partner at Visionaries Club, one of Europe's leading VC firms, investing in enterprise and AI startups. The idea behind Visionary Club is simple: helping companies grow faster by connecting them with large industrial companies. So what I personally like about you, Judith, you have the rare ability to connect the dots between startups, scale-ups and established companies and to explain where technology is really heading. And today you will talk about the art of AI adoption and explain how companies, especially CIOs, can enable AI across the workforce. So give a big hand for Judith Dada from Visionaries Club. So we try to be very quiet now for this final round and the last keynote.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. My alma mater, I was just saying I haven't been at TUM in at least 5 years, but it feels exactly the same. And I'm going to talk about AI adoption today. I'm an investor in companies like Lovable, Mistral, Langdoc, Black Forest Labs, so a lot of the companies that are shaping the frontier of AI. And as such, I have a couple of insights into how companies and people are adopting AI well, why they're maybe adopting AI not so well, and why everything that we're seeing right now looks very, very weird when it comes to AI adoption. So let's start. Let me talk about intelligence first and automating intelligence, because it's quite a weird thing. When we talk about automating intelligence, you can think about human intelligence. And then if you think about human intelligence and you put AI intelligence next to it, we basically say that AI intelligence is jagged. Jaggedness is a term that basically describes that AI intelligence is very uneven. We say that AI is super intelligent in some areas. It can process information much better than any human could. It can, kind of pass the entire internet within seconds. But at the same time, it struggles with things that are really, really easy for humans. We call this complex, also common sense reasoning. If you ask AI to unscramble an egg, it will desperately try to unscramble an egg, even though every child knows that you cannot unscramble an egg. And so what is really interesting is that human intelligence doesn't quite map the same shape as AI intelligence. Now, the more interesting thing is that, in fact, human intelligence is also jagged. If you think about human intelligence, if you think about you, for example, I'm sure you're very good at math. Maybe you're very good at languages, and you suck at languages. And so actually, human intelligence, just like AI intelligence, is very jagged. We basically say that at the frontier of AI and intelligence, jaggedness meets jaggedness. Human intelligence is jagged, is uneven, and AI intelligence is jagged and uneven. The only thing that is happening is that one of them is growing at exponential speed. And so what does that mean? Well, if we think about AI adoption, at the end of the day, it comes down to automating jobs. Now, what are jobs? A job is nothing else than a bundle of tasks. When it comes to AI, AI can, because of its jaggedness, automate some of those tasks really well. Some really hard tasks like information retrieval or complex mathematical analysis, but some other things AI really struggles with. And so economists call this concept of the tasks that remain that AI can't really automate weak links. You can think about weak links as a process chain, right? You have your job, let's say, consists of 20 tasks, and today AI is able to automate 80% of those tasks, but it still really struggles with the other 20%. Those 20% are the weak links of your job. Now, what does AI do when it tries to diffuse through society? It basically tries to weave its way through these bottlenecks and these weak links. You can think about AI as like a fire hose, and it's just going. It doesn't need any sleep, it only needs compute, but it kind of needs to press itself through these remaining weak links, these weird things that for some reason my 3-year-old daughter can do, but AI is still struggling with. And so we can think about these weak links as essentially a bottleneck that throttles the diffusion of AI in society. As I said, weak links can be hard tasks, but they can also be easy tasks. We call this Moravec's paradox. AI is really good at things that humans struggle at, and it really struggles at things that humans are really, really good at. Human ability to change and the willingness to change is also a big bottleneck for AI adoption, and we're going to get to that in a second. Now, I'm not sure which of you know Tim Urban. He's my favorite blogger in the world. And Tim Urban spoke about the exponential progress of AI. If you look at the left graphic, you can basically see the progress of AI, and it kind of, in the first instant, it passed the intelligence level of an ant, and then it passes the intelligence level of a bird, and then of a chimp, and then of a dumb human. And then it's actually a very, very small step until AI crosses over into the territory of the Einsteins and the really good humans. And so that's kind of the phase that we're in right now, right? We have AI that is now routinely better than most dumb humans at a lot of tasks, and better than some Einsteins at some tasks. We're kind of right in this middle phase where we're kind of telling the AI, haha, look, it can do monkey tricks, and in the next moment we say, what the fuck just happened? And so in this moment in time, really what is happening is that we're understanding how uneven the frontier of AI is. AI is not uniformly shaped. AI looks very different depending on what your bundle of tasks is and what your job is. Now let's look at the graph on the right. I mapped a couple of jobs, and I mapped them to the jaggedness of human intelligence and the jaggedness of AI intelligence. Let's take software developers, programmers. Well, it turns out that what they do mostly is based on a terminal on their computer, fully digital, fully verifiable. These are tasks that you could say today squarely fall within the boundaries of the jaggedness of AI. They're basically tasks that are almost entirely addressable by AI. AI is theoretically capable of automating all the tasks in that kind of bundle of tasks that makes up the job of a software developer. Then there's other jobs. Let's take a nurse, for example. I would guess that most nurses in most hospitals cannot automate even 20% of their job with AI, because a lot of the tasks that they do involve care, touching humans, and so on and so forth. They fall squarely outside of the realm of what AI can do today. And so this is what causes what I would call, and excuse my English, but I think it's okay today, the holy fuck gap. There are some parts of the world, you can squarely find them within San Francisco, where people are genuinely convinced that superintelligence is going to come in the next couple of years. And then there's hospitals where nurses are still doing their job exactly like they did it 20 years ago. And people can't really kind of cross that chasm and understand why people have so wildly different experiences of AI. Another thing that plays into this is that AI develops at exponential scale, while humans maximally change at linear scale. Humans are basically really bad at change. And so what this causes is this graph. If you look at the left side of the graph, there was a time when AI development severely lacked our willingness to adopt AI. Think back to Siri. Everyone tried Siri. We all had it pre-installed on our phones. Everyone tried to interact with it. But the experience was actually pretty shitty. No one really liked interacting with Siri. And so that's where actually AI capabilities were lacking, humans' willingness to adopt. I would say the point in time when these two curves started to cross over was ChatGPT. ChatGPT was the first time when you had a real adoptive experience that was amazing, and humans were kind of flocking to the technology, and for the first time really getting the value. It wasn't these these like clunky old chatbots anymore. But now we're actually in the right part of the graph. We're now in a territory where human adoption, because it's only growing so quickly, actually quite slowly, is vastly lacking behind the progress that AI intelligence is making. And so we see a lot of the new kind of developments around OpenClaw, NanoClaw bots, and so on and so forth, where the theoretical capabilities that we have are actually really, really amazing. It's just that humans can't quite catch up in terms of adopting this technology quickly enough. Some of you may have seen this graph. It's from Anthropic. They published it about a week ago. It's from their Economic Intelligence Index. And what Anthropic basically measured, if you look at the blue shaded graph in the spider chart, is the theoretical capabilities of what models are capable of today. Like if you took Opus 4.6, the last model of Anthropic, this is what is theoretically within the realm of automation and capability of the model. Then the red area, this tiny area, shows how Claude, or how their models are actually being used today. And so you see a vast gap. Again, this is adoption versus theoretical capability. We call this model capability overhang. Most AI models that we use today, we're not even tapping into 20, 30, 40% of the actual capability that they have, because humans are slow to change. Now, I spoke about kind of the exponential developing and developing very, very quickly. And so we can just, all be hoping that over the next couple of years, AI models will get better, embodied intelligence will get better, we'll have humanoid robots in our house that are, doing our dishes and so on and so forth. But if we look at history and the way that any technology has ever diffused historically, it's actually really interesting, because technological capability alone is not going to get us there. There's 4 additional factors that are really, really important in terms of getting tech into the hands of people. The first is product innovation, so the actual UI, UX. The second is infrastructure changes in the real economy. The third are process changes, so we need to reduce the weak links that I spoke about. And the fourth is human capital. So let's tackle them one by one. Product innovation. I think ChatGPT was so amazing and so successful because it was a real product innovation. It was literally just a chat window that said, "Hey Judith, how are you doing today?" And I could just chat with it like I chat to my daughter, like I chat to my husband, like I chat to a friend. This simple product innovation, basically wrapping intelligence in a new way of interacting, was what basically kicked off, the kind of 800 million or 1 billion, weekly active users that chat models have today. There's a second product innovation that we saw recently. Who here has played around with a NanoClaw, OpenClaw, or like an autonomous AI agent? It's interesting. Okay, it's like 2% of the room have played around with this, which shows the adoption piece. I can highly recommend you all play around with it, because basically what OpenClaw does, you can think about it like a friend that just sits in your WhatsApp or sits in your inbox and does things for you 24/7. Let me give you an example. It does all of our Rewe shopping. I live in the countryside. We don't have Knusper or any of these delivery services. So I basically just text my NanoClaw via WhatsApp, and it will use browser, or have browser use, have browser access. It has access to my credit card, to all my login credentials, and it will just log into Rewe and do the shopping and navigate everything. And just, I just get a confirmation on WhatsApp when I need to pick this stuff up. And so it basically switches the logic around, where it's no longer you having to necessarily prompt the AI, but the AI just constantly doing things for you in the background. I think it's going to be the next big frontier of AI adoption. Now, the more difficult thing is infrastructure changes. Let's go back to the steam engine. When the steam engine came out, when the electric motor came out to replace the steam engine, it actually took 50 years for the technology to diffuse through society. Why was that? Well, there was factory owners who had built their factories around steam engines. Steam engines were these big machines that were like centrally located in the factory, versus electric motors were a lot smaller, and you could basically have parallel production lines. But this meant that factory owners had to scrap the entire capex of what they had built up in terms of like factory infrastructure to be able to adopt electric motors. It's not so easy to just write off millions of investment, and so it actually took a long time until factory owners were ready to make that shift and invest in new infrastructure. If you look at the autonomous warehouses that Amazon is producing today that are optimized for robots and humanized robots, they look nothing like normal warehouses, because they're no longer optimized for humans first, they're optimized for robots first. And so that means you have to entirely rethink the way that the warehouse looks. I already spoke about process changes and how a job is a bundle of tasks. Now, when it comes to AI, AI happens to never sleep and be able to parallel process vast amounts of information. And so a lot of the processes that today work in batch logic will need to go into parallel processing. We have to entirely rethink the way that production runs and that kind of everyone is going about their jobs, basically optimizing for the vast parallelization of work being done at the same time. Let's now get to the human piece, which is the most interesting piece, because that's the piece that basically touches all of us. And I think we still have some way to go because we only have 1% nanoclaw AI adoption in this room, and we should get this to 90%. So there's this image that everyone's talking about, which is the image of the centaur. A centaur is basically a mythical being. It's half human, half horse. And the idea is that we're all centaurs, because we're half human and half kind of AI cyborgs. And so the question is, how do we get the most out of this mythical, kind of existence with AI? There's one really amazing researcher. His name is Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, and he spoke about the concept of flow. I'm sure you've all heard about flow. Flow is the state that we enter when we lose track of time and we completely lose ourselves in really meaningful work. What are the preconditions for entering flow? Well, Mihai Csikszentmihalyi basically found that we enter flow when our skill level is high, so we know how to do something well, but also the challenge level is high. That's when we enter flow state. When our skill level is high, but actually, our challenge level is low, we actually get bored super quickly. It's not very challenging. But when the challenge level is, kind of in line with our skill level, that's really when we get going. Then there's the state of arousal, which is when our skill level is like medium high, but the challenge level is high. And so we kind of get this, like your tongue is hanging out a bit, like you get activated to become better and to really work on improving your skills. That is the perfect area for AI adoption. When you think about organizations, you basically want people to adopt AI in states of arousal and flow. Now, there's two other states, unfortunately, that we're seeing across a lot of organizations that are struggling with AI adoption, and it's the phase of anxiety and worry. Anxiety and worry is basically when your level of skill is too low for the level of challenge that you're facing, and so you kind of do this one. You're like, oh my God, everything's happening way too fast. I don't know what to do, and you basically get anxious, you get scared. And so the question is, how do you shift people over time, basically lifting their skill level, more into the area of arousal and flow? That's the big organizational and psychological issue that a lot of leaders are facing in terms of AI adoption. And I call these like 7 principles. And so I'm going to end with the 7 principles of how you can shift employees or shift anyone that looks to adopt AI in this world from a state of anxiety and fear into a state of arousal and flow. The first one, broad access. I still see so many companies who think or are under some illusion that they can lock their employees away from AI. You cannot. People are very smart. AI automates stuff for you. People are very lazy. They will find ways of shadow using whatever tool they want to use, even though it's officially banned on your VPN and on your company laptop. Because the stuff runs on your, like mobile phone. You can literally just open up a camera, take a video, and dump it into Claude. It will just do stuff for you. So the best thing that organizations can do is just give employees all the access to all the AIs, like the broadest access possible with the least amount of guardrails and kind of gatekeeping of information and models. The second thing is time and focus. The amount of times that people message me and say, Judith, I would really love to be able to adopt AI better, but I just don't have the time because my core job just takes up so much of my day. I would say, I'm sorry, but AI is your core job. And if your boss has not yet understood that AI is your core job and you should be making significant time in your calendar and schedule to be able to adopt it, then I'm sorry to break it to you, your company is not going to make it. They're simply not going to make it in what is going to become a very, very fierce and competitive race in AI. And so the best thing to do is really to reframe the logic around what is a job? Again, a job is a bundle of tasks. AI will be able to do a vast amount of those bundles of tasks. So the best thing that employees and companies can be doing is make time to actually find ways to adopt AI in this work stream, because it will literally be the work that you're doing. The third thing is making room for play. This is actually really interesting. We're obviously, kind of a species that has evolved over thousands of years, and one of the big things that allowed us to evolve is our sense of play. Because what does play do? What is that thing that children are doing? Why do we still like playing? It basically activates the brain's reward function, while at the same time reducing our fear function. And so it allows us to explore novel territory. If we didn't know how to play, we would never venture out into the world, because we would always be scared, don't touch the stove, don't get eaten by the dinosaur, and so on and so forth. And so the sense of play that humans have is actually the reason for why we are who we are today. play. And so when it comes to AI, again, anxiety and fear, the best thing you can do, find playful ways of exploring this technology because it activates the reward function, it lowers the fear function. And so I've seen everything from like game days that companies are hosting to people putting on like funny mascots to organizing hackathons where everyone's like cloning their likeness to look like Britney Spears and who can do the best, music video. Like whatever it is that gets you going, find ways to play with the technology because that's really what's going to get you into adoption territory. The fourth piece is continuous effort. I often see companies or people who say, you know what, I tried this Claude thing, this OpenAI thing like a year ago. It didn't quite work for me, and so we just stopped there. Well, first thing, the models are vastly more capable today than they were a year ago. And the second thing is, if you haven't at least tried 3 times, you're not even trying. What I always say is you run the first hackathon or like promptathon or whatever you want to call it within your organization, things don't quite work. Then you run the second one. Things start working a little bit, but they're still kind of bad. And then you run the third one, and that's when you really start seeing the results. And so it's just a matter of continuous effort and not seeing this as a one-off, but really as a timeline of different things that you need to be doing over time. The fifth piece is empowerment of juniors. Let me give you one example. There's a really, really famous company, a scale-up company, making over billions in revenue, and they ran one of those hackathons. They actually ran the third one. And then there was one of the most junior team members, someone working in marketing, a young woman, who said, I think we should be changing the entire logic of the landing page and the core customer experience. The founders ignored her. They said, who are you? We know our product best. We know our audience best. Go away. Next hackathon, she comes up again. She's like, no, I really think we should be changing this because I really feel that this is the right thing to be doing. The founders again ignored her, but someone in the product organization was like, actually, maybe she has a point. Maybe we can, shift 5% of the traffic to this experiment and just see what happens. Today, this product is, has lifted the revenue, the top line by 20%. It's been the most successful product change that this company has done in many, many years. And it's all down to one of the most junior employees just having an instinct and a feeling for how this technology could be used and what could be achieved with it. So listen to your junior employees because they're not cluttered in their brain with all the preconditions that you as more kind of senior leaders have. And they will really be the ones who push your AI adoption. The last 2 things, running faster and training like athletes. Running faster is a really interesting one. Who here has read Alice in Wonderland, the book? There's a really interesting scene where Alice is running next to the Red Queen, and she's running super fast, but she's not making any progress. She's still in the same space. And she asks the Red Queen, like, what am I doing wrong? I'm running super fast. And the Red Queen says, well, you're in Wonderland. In Wonderland, if you run fast, you basically stay in the same place. To get ahead, you need to run twice as fast. And this is really what we're seeing with AI adoption now. The reality is, if you're not running, you're already falling behind. If you're running fast, you will stay in the same place. You need to run twice as fast if you want to get anywhere. And this leads me to the last point. The harsh reality is that all of the best people I know that are working with AI, adopting AI, are working the hardest they've ever worked. I mean, you have no imagination. They work weekends, they work nights, because the reality is we're basically on the cusp of creating a technology that is cognitively superior to us, full stop. Cognitively superior agents that need to be orchestrated by Judith need my very best mental performance because there is no way I can meaningfully instruct a center of geniuses in a data center without giving my very best. And so the best companies I see that understand this actually treat their most adoptive AI, employees as athletes. If you think about athletes, top tennis players or top soccer players, they have a workout plan, a training plan, a rest plan. It really, it kind of takes a lot of care and a lot of nuance to build the kind of schedule to allow employees to really go above and beyond. I know we always say, go the extra mile. I mean, with AI, I really mean going the extra mile. I really mean kind of, asking the most kind of mentally amazing performance of all of us to be able to adopt and use this technology well. And so at the end of the day, it takes visionaries. That's the name of our fund. I hope this was insightful, and thank you so much. I'm not sure if I can still do questions, so sure. Yeah, sure. I'm not sure.
Your vision on how can we best combine artificial intelligence with natural intelligence and our brain that can really also enhance with substances like psilocybin, ayahuasca, LSD? What do you think, is there a way to move forward that no technology is running faster than our brain could also enhance?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting question. I was not expecting this one. So I don't have a lot of experience in the area of ayahuasca or psychedelics, so I can't really speak to that. What I can say is that it is a fact that at many of the big labs in San Francisco, people are taking a lot of psychedelics, again, in order to get their best mental performance. I mean, we were talking like the biggest intelligence race that humanity's ever been on. People need to work 24/7. They need to give their very best. So, sure, are people like playing around with that? I think so. I think the more interesting question to me is brain-computer interfaces, so things like Neuralink. I think, at the end of the day, we will reach a threshold of how much we can push our mental capacity. Human intelligence basically hasn't moved in, 50,000 years. We haven't gotten significantly smarter. We've just built better tools. We've built language and all that kind of stuff, but the brain is more or less still the same brain that we had, thousands of years ago. And so I think the only real frontier of kind of breaking through the ceiling of the God-given, kind of level of intelligence that we have is some way of merging with machines and some way of merging, kind of our brain with the brains of machines. Many people are working on that. I think, eventually that will be where human frontier or where the human frontier leads us. Not, so I would see psychedelics as like some, small, interesting, but like, vastly less interesting mechanism of achieving that kind of end goal of going beyond, kind of the cognitive capacities that we have today.
Thanks. So since this is a lot of information and a lot of stuff to learn for employees, right? So what do you think would help a lot to motivate the employees so that they don't have the feeling of capitulations because it's just too much, right, for them? So what do you think, or what do you see is working well in an organization, that they feel motivated, that they have fun engaging with these things? What's your experience on that?
Yeah, so I think there's two things. I think the first thing is you need to get employees into territory where they see real value according to the skill level that they have. That is this like anxiety flow piece, right? If they're in the anxiety camp, you need to ask yourself, how do you get them into the flow camp? There's plenty of research. It basically says you either need to lift their skills, so do a lot of AI adoption training, or you need to, kind of reduce the level of challenge to something that is appropriate for their job. I think actually AI is doing a lot of the work for us in that regard. Let me give you one example. We had an investment team offsite. I'm an investor, right? So I analyze companies. I look at financial data. I look at decks. I look at product information. I size markets. And then we spend a lot of time and many all-nighters to write like a big memo in which we analyze this investment. We just, we're curious and we're like, now there's Claude Cowork. I'm not sure who's used Claude Cowork here. Okay, a couple of people. Again, we have some ground to cover on AI adoption, guys. Claude Cowork. Buy Claude. It's only $20 a month, and try Claude Cowork. What we basically did is we used an investment that we had just analyzed 2 weeks ago. Super sophisticated, lots of data. We gave Claude Cowork basically access to all the files, all the raw customer data, and so on and so forth, and basically asked it to write an investment memo. We gave it some of our previous investment memos. It one-shot it, meaning creating in the first instance after 10 minutes. An investment memo that was 90% of the quality of what a team of Oxford-educated investors were doing for weeks and weeks and weeks. These moments for our team were like jaw-dropping moments because we realized that AI is already basically there when it comes to automating a lot of the things that I do. And so I think it's more tangible experiences of that, not to scare people, but actually to make them excited, because this means that if AI can do all of this busy work and all of this number crunching, I get to work on the things that are actually interesting. I can call more customers. I can spend more time with founders. I can do the things that kind of humanity has predestined me for. And so I think at the end of the day, either raise their skill level, lower the challenge level, and make the benefits of AI really, really, really tangible by way of examples of showing them exactly what it is that they can be doing and how, in a positive way, AI can be impacting their job so that they can move up to kind of higher value layers. Now, there's a downside to this, and I always talk about it because I think it gets kind of brushed by the wayside. There will be a lot of jobs that will be automated, full stop. And so are there employees who are fearful, and rightly fearful? Yes. And sometimes the answer cannot be no matter what, we will always be able to protect you, and like, you can just be automated, and like, that's still a glorious future for you. I think at the end of the day, the best leaders that I see are the leaders who are just very truthful, right? They say, we're in an economy, we need to compete. Our competitors are adopting AI, so if we don't adopt AI, then none of us will have a job tomorrow. And again, that needs everyone to step up and everyone to bring their best game. But I think we won't be able to completely ignore or kind of reduce the fear part of the conversation, because it's just a normal part of like how an economy or an organization transforms.
I have a follow-up question. How can we empower leadership to navigate the complexity of AI and everything that's now coming? And I feel like leadership today is older people who have a good way of doing things. And if everything changes now, how can the employees support, or what are the questions we should ask our leadership to set them on one trajectory?
This is a really interesting one, because I work with a lot of CIOs, kind of VP level people in lots of organizations. And I think there's two camps. There's a camp of people who are really going above and beyond to smarten up. And they are the ones who are running faster. They are the ones who are working weekends. They are the ones who are texting me at 3 a.m. because they know how important this is, and that this is something that, from a leadership perspective, they need to be managing. And then there's the other camp, where they're so senior that they can't, at this point in time, it's now March 2026, possibly admit that they have no fucking clue what's going on, right? And so they pretend like they know what's going on, but really they don't know what's going on. They've never opened Claude, they've never opened chat, like they don't really understand what's happening at the forefront. Now, my very honest capitalist answer is like, who are your leaders? If they're in the first camp, go like throw all your weight behind them. If they're in the second camp, like go find a different job, because that's not the leader that's gonna like make your company successful in the like mid to long term. So I really think I talk very, very radically about these things. I think we're gonna enter into a hyper-competitive economic phase in the next couple of years. And I think the decisions that each of us take with regard to where we spend our time and what the kind of long-term bet is that we're making with regard to being successful are really, really important. So that's my honest advice.
So you were talking a lot about skill level, but what skills do you think are the most important to develop when you want to work alongside AI?
So it really depends. The most important skill is agency. So the most important skill is just doing it, right? Like if you have agency, you already have more skill than like 80% of society. That's the hard truth. I always say, I was speaking about this to someone yesterday who's 19, and she was like, I'm 19, I have no skills, like, what do I do with this weird AI economy? And I said, well, there's two ways to think about this. Either you're someone who's very experienced. Harald, he has like 30 years experience. He was my boss previously at one of my first internships. So someone like him can now draw on like this vast amount of experience that he has. If he adopts AI well, like he will be a freaking like superhero. There's no way that a 19-year-old can compete, because he has a lot of the experience, a lot of the trust in the industry that 19-year-old will not be able to build up. But the reality is that most people aren't Harald. Most experienced leaders are not Harald. They're actually not adopting AI. They're not showing high agency. They're not showing the willingness to change. And so that's the glorious opening for a 19-year-old, because guess what a 19-year-old can do now? It can one-shot a 90% accurate, amazing investment memo that like my team, who are all 10 years plus experience, investment banking, Morgan Stanley, whatever, have been doing for weeks and weeks and weeks. And so there is this weird, again, this economy is so weirdly shaped, because on the one hand, of course, it compounds the assets that you already have if you're bringing the AI agency to it. But on the other hand, most people are just not going to do that, I think. And so that creates an opening for anyone who's junior, who's just willing to do the work, who's just willing to work with the models, explore what the models can do. I think AI is the best tutor. Like, I think that there's going to be people who will be able to, over the course of maybe 12, 18, 24 months, make as much progress as other people have made over the course of 20 years. Because with AI, you can now explore every single question. You don't need to wait anymore for like Simon from a department X to have a sit down with you and explain how this thing works. You can just ask AI at 4 a.m. in the morning to like explain it one more time, like I'm a 5-year-old, until you actually get it. And so there is this like let's call it 5-10% of society, young people who are just willing to use the tech to get like superhuman in a very, very short period of time. So I don't think it's really a skill. Like it can be anything really. But if you're someone who like is intelligent and curious and has agency in this world, I think AI can vastly, very, very quickly catapult you into positions that like most of society wouldn't have been able to get to over the course of a very long period of time.
Sorry.
I'd like to add on to that, if I may, back here. Thank you for your very inspiring and visionary presentation. You mentioned that AI would probably sooner than later exceed human cognitive abilities. And I was wondering, so if us as humans are so inferior to that, how are we expected to eventually be able to identify, appreciate, and leverage that so much superior abilities if we don't hold that in our own brains?
Yeah, so I would question the, like, don't hold that in your own brains. We are holding a lot of intelligence in our own brains. I have an analogy that I think, in my view, always fits the, what is going to happen when AI is so much more intelligent than we are, and intelligence is basically going to come out of the tap. Like, everyone's going to be able to have super intelligence. What is that world going to look like? And let me give you an example. Like, who of you walking into this room today noticed the light? Okay, like 2%. Like, I didn't really notice the light, and I'm a speaker on this stage. Why? Well, because light is abundant. Electricity is abundant. Guess when electricity was not abundant? 300 years ago. You know what people did when they first entered a room? They noticed the light. They counted the candles because light was really scarce. And so it was like a natural thing. Like, your brain would scan the room immediately for noticing, there's a candle there, and candles also showed wealth because people who had more candles had more money. And so, like, the whole brain was essentially trained on spotting light. Now, I think the same thing is going to happen with intelligence, where today, if I go to San Francisco and I have dinner with Mark Zuckerberg, I'm going to sit at the table and think, I am so damn dumb in comparison to him. Like, I go through this world noticing my level of intelligence versus other people's intelligence. That's how we're socialized, because intelligence makes us rise in status and so on and so forth. So everything runs on intelligence. I think in 50, 100 years from now, intelligence will be like light. Like, the fact that you are smart will be a strange thing to notice. Like, strange that you would talk about that, because it's just everywhere, right? And so that doesn't mean that humans are going to be worthless. It doesn't mean that humans are not going to be able to contribute to society in different ways. I think the way that we're going to think about differentiation is going to go to whatever is scarce then. Like, value and status always accrues where things are scarce. Why is it great to drive a red Lamborghini? Because not everyone can drive a red Lamborghini. Why is it great to be a supermodel? Because not everyone looks like a supermodel. And so whatever it's going to be in 50 to 100 years from now, I don't think it's going to be intelligence. I think it's going to be other things. That's going to be the way in which we recognize society, in which we kind of get into relationship with one another, kind of how status is going to be negotiated. I think, the fact that we were so obsessed with intelligence was amazing, but it's kind of a transitory, element of human evolution, and we're simply going to kind of upgrade to whatever the next piece is. I still have time, but maybe at some point someone needs to kick me off the stage. I don't know.
Maybe a follow-up question. So what would be the scarce skills you would tell, a 19-year-old to have so that he or she is successful tomorrow and have a good entry-level position?
Yeah.
What is the USP?
Yeah, I think it's very simple. I have 2 young kids. I think about this obsessively because they're going to be raised, with abundant AI, and that gives me anxiety as much as it gives me excitement. I think that if you look at society, and this is actually a good example because none of you are doing it right now, but if you travel on the U-Bahn tonight, you will see 90% of people just glued to their freaking phone on like Instagram or TikTok or like in some passive consumption of. The reality is that, unfortunately, I think a big part of society will just be passively consuming extremely addictive information, systems that basically do everything for you. So honestly, if you are a part of the people who can keep your agency, keep your curiosity, and leverage AI to get smarter, the thing that we were discussing, right? Like, use AI as your super tutor versus kind of wrapping yourself around AI and allowing yourself to become a hollow shell. You kind of take AI away and there's nothing there, like, who are you? Then you've already kind of won, to be honest, right? So I think it's really, really basic things like curiosity, like agency, and like, still engaging in the friction of things being difficult. I mean, I see it, one great example is like I post a lot on LinkedIn. And I know exactly sometimes that a post, if I were to shorten it and I made it spicier here and I added this like little stupid thing, it would get a lot more traction. Versus if I keep this nuanced piece, I keep this, kind of more complex sentence, people are just not going to read it. They're just not going to engage in the effort. Well, I happen to still keep the complex sentence structure because that's, what gets me going, and I want to kind of preserve that part of my brain. I don't want to be part of the people who just are completely, kind of optimized for the algorithm. So I think that's small pieces like that if you do them consistently and you also kind of teach them to young folks, that are really going to kind of set you apart in the future. Okay.
You might know Christian Angermayer.
I do.
Also, yeah, okay. So, and he stated in a podcast 2 weeks ago, approximately, that he thinks in 10 years there are no jobs. Do you think he's right?
I think that there is a scenario in which that may be true. So let me answer it in a different way. I think that the exponential of AI development will likely continue. I mean, there's no God-given law for why that should be the case, but it just happens to have been the case now for 7 years. We just keep scaling compute, we keep scaling data, we keep scaling the size of models, and more performance comes out. There's now also various different mechanisms, right? We have world models, we have open-endedness research, we have visual intelligence. So there's a lot of different approaches and a lot of money that is now going into finding new things of, continuously pushing this exponential. So I think it's a good guess to assume that the exponential development of AI will continue such that over the course of the next 10 years, it will reach a level where it will be smarter than any human at any task. That is my belief too. Now, there's this weird thing now, which is AI adoption. And let me give you one example. Like, I have 2 young kids. I have a pediatrician, so a Kinderarzt. He does not use email. I can only get the prescription via fax. It is 2026, and he is still using a fax. How does that make any sense? That is technology adoption. So 2 things will be true, in my view, at the same time. We will have a country of geniuses in a data center, and it will, in my view, much more quickly than anyone in Germany or Europe is willing to truly acknowledge, wreck the economy in weird ways. But still, I think there is a strong case for certain jobs or certain pockets of industries, or like the, bakery around the corner in like Winning and Schwenningen still being the same, because diffusion takes time, and because, even though AI will likely be very, very intelligent in some areas, maybe some weak links will still exist. Maybe it will just not be able to do this one thing. I don't think so, but maybe. And so that's basically what opens this like opportunity or scenario room of like different things that could be true. Like I do think there could be a scenario where it's just able to do everything. We will at some point have robots. We will have embodied intelligence. It will then just not make sense to employ human labor anymore. But at the same time, if we look at history, typically technology takes a long time to diffuse through society. Even if it's theoretically possible, not everyone uses it. There's a million ways in which humans are just inefficient and we're just lazy. And sometimes we just like doing things with humans, not because they're great, but because they're human. I mean, there's going to be all sorts of kind of warping of this pure fact that we're going to have superintelligence, which is why I think no jobs in 10 years is an overstatement, but it's still directionally, I think, where we're going to be heading down the line.
Okay, so I have a question. So I like how you don't really sugarcoat how AI is going to evolve, and I think that happens a lot. But my question is, what do you think how humans can what role humans will play in 10 to 20 years in tech? So what type of viewpoint we can bring in 20 years?
Yeah, so again, I think people always say that my view is dystopian, and yeah, I would argue that it's dystopian if we think about superintelligence coming to kill us all. I'm not even going to talk about that because, quite frankly, there's not a lot that I can do. Is it something I worry about? Yes. Can I do much about it? No. So I'm just pushing that thought away. Now, if we just assume AI is capable, and it's going to be more capable intelligence-wise than humans, I think this framing of that is so dystopian is a bit of a weird one, because it's only dystopian if you tie your own value so squarely to the cognitive output that you've delivered in life. And don't get me wrong, my dad's a Nigerian immigrant. I came home after school and he asked, what grade did you get? And I said an A, and he said, did anyone get an A+? And I said, yes. And then he's like, you failed. Why didn't you get an A+? I am someone who was educated in terms of defining my worth through my output. I get why people have that sense of themselves. But if I kind of step outside of that lens for a second, then the fact that we'll be able to have abundant intelligence on tap for everyone will mean that we will be able to cure most diseases. We'll be able to produce things at vastly lower cost than we're producing them today. We'll likely be able to do space travel. I mean, all these crazy things that sound like sci-fi are literally all going to become true. So there is a hugely utopian piece of this if we're societally able to make sure that people have enough to have a really great life, and actually it may be significantly less than we have today because, 1,000 euros may be able to buy you a penthouse in New York, based on the kind of deflationary economics of AI progress. But at the same time, if you define your humanity through things that are different than your cognitive output, you are in relationship to others, you are a parent, you are a member of a community, you are, someone who engages in thought, in speech, in exploring the world. You are an embodied being. You like to hike, walk, dance. I mean, there's so many things that humans could be doing. Why do people, when they retire at 67, not all fall into depression? Because it's freaking fun to be doing gardening all day, because you can make gardening highly competitive, because there's a neighbor. And so we will find ways to find meaning, even if it's no longer going to be squarely tied to, Judith, you started at 9 a.m. and you left at 5 p.m. and I paid you exactly for this cognitive output that you have. But this is not going to be easy. I'm not saying, it's going to be so easy. I just think there is a path, and kind of accompanying the transformation that this requires, that will, in my view, be the defining societal challenge of our time.
Okay, so you think AI will let you be more human in a way?
Oh, totally.
Okay.
Let's do 2 more questions and then wrap.
Yeah, so here. I think my question is quite similar in a sense to what most have asked already. Because we keep on hearing about the human on the loop when it comes to AI adoption, AI agents and everything. So I wanted to know, because people like Sam Altman of OpenAI kept warning about the dangers of AI potentially when it gets to a point where maybe these models evolve and develop and get to the point where they are beyond human control and everything. So I wanted you to touch a little bit on the potential risks. And how could it be maybe a reason why some organizations or companies are maybe reluctant to, to embrace fully AI? And what do you think there is need for more conversations on regulation and things like that, and how we ensure about data privacy and everything, and how it doesn't become just AI growing and developing without a way of controlling it to a point here?
Yeah. So it's a really good question, and there's a very unsatisfactory answer that I'm going to give, which is I think we should all be scared of AI progress. And again, I'm not saying this because I'm purely dystopian. I think we should be scared and excited at the same time. If you look at the system cards is what the model the labs publish when they publish a new model that basically gives you a summary of all the ways in which they've tested the model. They've been and they basically say this is how good it is, this is some benchmarks, some evals, and also some safety data. If you look at the safety data for Opus 4.6, if you look at the safety data for OPEX 4.5, it should scare the hell out of all of us. I mean, these things are not, we call this alignment, right? Alignment meaning AI will be nice to humans. They're not aligned, full stop. AI is not aligned. AI, when it gets the chance, will trick humans, will try to blackmail humans, we saw a recent example where it tried to copy itself because it didn't want to be shut down. I mean, we make these things more powerful right now, and everyone's kind of right now just praying and hoping. It's not true. There's some people who are working on alignment research and so on. But by and large, these things are not aligned, and we continuously just make them more powerful. I'm flabbergasted that not more people think this is a big issue, and not more people are like, hello, what the hell are we doing? Now, here's this other part. Now, what do we do as Europe? As Europe, or people in Germany, or people not in China and the US, well, there's not so much we can do, because the EU is coming and saying, a regulation and EU AI Act and let's regulate this stuff. Well, US AI in the major labs does not care one bit about our regulation, because they will just develop whatever they're developing over there, and China will just be developing whatever they're developing over there. And so the only way in which we could have an actual weight at the table is if we had a model and a company that was actually able to compete with the frontier of AI development. We don't have that. And so there is simply no regulatory oversight that the EU has over US territory or Chinese territory. And so unfortunately, we can be regulating all we want over here in Europe. It won't move the needle one bit for the actual frontier and the actual safety implications of how AI may down the line cause big, big, big issues for the world. The most sensible thing we could be doing is lobbying the US, lobbying China. They happen to be in a race. They don't care much. They're actually doing the opposite. The Trump administration has struck down most regulation at the state level and brought it to the federal level. And so, actually the trend is developing in the opposite direction. We're kind of reducing regulation. I mean, Sam Altman and I think Dario Amodei from Anthropic have both been on stage saying that if they could get to an agreement between all of the frontier model labs to slow down, they would do it. It's just that they can't get to an agreement. And so in the absence of an agreement, everyone's continuously accelerating because they think that if they're the first ones to reach kind of escape velocity, then that's going to be better than if the Chinese do it or like the competitor does it. And so, yeah, that's an unsatisfactory way of answering that question.
No, it's a great answer. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the honor of asking the last questions. First of all, thank you very much. I guess everyone agrees this has been great. Also, the energy that you're bringing to the stage. And now my question brings us back to the place where we are here at TUM University. What do you think is the role in the future for teachers or for professors? Are they kind of the mentors that help the students teach themselves with the help of AI? But if it is about becoming more human, do I need to teach myself with the help of AI anything anymore?
So good question, and like, yes, 100%, right? This is like, with AI, education has been given the biggest gift ever, which is highly individualized, highly engaging, always on, cheap tutoring. My parents couldn't afford tutoring when I was young. I happened to be smart enough, I didn't need tutoring, so it was okay. But there's many kids out there who could benefit from tutoring, and they're just locked out from that opportunity because it's prohibitively expensive. And so the fact that we now have a technology that, if you use it well, not to give you the answer, but to help you understand how to get to the answer, to make that super engaging. I backed a company, they're basically providing, they're building games, they're building educational games, and every kid gets their little arcade game to, understand the Pythagoras and all that stuff. It's amazing. I would have loved to, kind of benefit from that over these stupid textbooks with these old pages and whatever. So I think the opportunities are so boundless. We see examples like Alpha School in the US. We actually see that, and the data is still early on this, so let's wait a couple of years until the data is a bit harder, but we see early signs that AI education or AI tutoring vastly outcompetes purely human-led instruction. And so if you think about the human instructor, the human teacher plus AI, all the ways in which a teacher can focus on the actual dynamic in the classroom. How many teachers have been drowning and saying that, with all the needs of parents, and every parent now thinks they're like a super educator and they can chastise the teacher for not teaching their kid the right thing and so on and so forth. That we've made the job of teachers impossible. If we can now basically take care of the base learning of children with AI, and the teacher can actually focus on game, on making it fun, on taking care on the emotional side of learning, and so on and so forth. Again, how amazing, right? Now there is this other world, which is how AI is getting used a lot of the time today, which is people just don't do the work anymore. The reality is, if you go to Harvard or any elite college and you enter the English class, professors are saying that students who want to study English can no longer read. They can no longer read. They can't do the workload. The workload hasn't changed. It's still the same syllabus that it was 20 years ago. It's just students have kind of, I'm sorry, become dumber because we're just kind of passively consuming all this short-form content, and all of our cognitive structures are kind of withering away, right? So I'm not saying that this utopian version that I just sketched out is going to be universally true. There's going to be this very dark side as well, where the more powerful AI gets, the more powerful the fentanyl that's going to be in our phones. And if we could just keep the kids away from the fentanyl, how dare you be addicted to fentanyl? What the hell? Anyways, so both things will be true at the same time. We will have AI as a super tutor, amazing superpower for teachers, but we will also have lots of people who will get stuck in this doom loop and will unfortunately, I think, be getting a worse education than you were able to get maybe 20 years ago. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Almost 7 years.
Es ist eine einzigartige Veranstaltung in Deutschland, wo neben der Wirtschaft auch die Wissenschaft und auch die Studenten dabei sind. Und das ist ein ganz...
This year's motto of the MMK is...
Dass wir uns auf unseren Markenkern, Technologie und Innovation konzentrieren, ist, glaube ich, die Erfolgung.
thing here is coole Themen, spannende Leute.
Ich komme gerade aus dem Fort. Am spannendsten fand ich, den wir gerade hatten.
Das ist wirklich interaktiv, wo man wirklich dicht mal an die Leute rankommt.
Weil wir hören die Vorträge, wir sind inspiriert, wir treffen uns und daraus entstehen, um unsere Wirtschaft in Dolle zu bringen.
Denn eigentlich nirgendwo anders hat man so auf Augenhöhe den Kontakt zwischen Studierenden und den CEOs.
Wir brauchen mehr,
dass man einfach ins Machen, dieses nach vorne geht. That's why we love to be here. Yeah, we're looking forward to the next time.
Welcome to MMK 25. At the heart of Munich, we're in this academia. This is the place to meet for over 90 top decision makers. So let's dive in.
I've been for almost 7 years.
Es ist eine einzigartige Veranstaltung in Deutschland, wo neben der Wirtschaft auch die Wissenschaft und auch die Studenten dabei sind. Und das ist ein ganz...
This year's motto of the MMK is
Dass wir uns auf unseren Markenkern Technologie und Innovation konzentrieren, ist, glaube ich, die Erfolgung.
The main thing here is coole Themen, spannende Leute.
Ich komme gerade aus dem Fort. Am spannendsten fand ich, den wir gerade hatten.
Das ist wirklich interaktiv, wo man wirklich dicht mal an die Leute rankommt.
Weil wir hören die Vorträge, wir sind inspiriert, wir treffen uns und daraus entstehen, um unsere Wirtschaft in Dolle zu bringen.
Denn eigentlich nirgendwo anders hat man so auf Augenhöhe den Kontakt zwischen Studierenden und den CEOs.
Wir brauchen mehr,
dass man einfach ins Machen, dieses nach vorne geht. That's why we love to be here. Yeah, we're looking forward to the next time.
Welcome to MMK 25. At the heart of Munich, we're in this academia. This is the place to meet for over 90 top decision makers. So let's dive in.
I've been for almost 7 years.
Es ist eine einzigartige Veranstaltung in Deutschland, wo neben der Wirtschaft auch die Wissenschaft und auch die Studenten dabei sind. Und das ist ein ganz...
This year's motto of the MMK is
Dass wir uns auf unseren Markenkern Technologie und Innovation konzentrieren, ist, glaube ich, die Erfolgung.
The main thing here is coole Themen, spannende Leute.
Ich komme gerade aus dem Fort. Am spannendsten fand ich, den wir gerade hatten.
Das ist wirklich interaktiv, wo man wirklich dicht mal an die Leute rankommt.
Weil wir hören die Vorträge, wir sind inspiriert, wir treffen uns und daraus entstehen, um unsere Wirtschaft in Dolle zu bringen.
Denn eigentlich nirgendwo anders hat man so auf Augenhöhe den Kontakt zwischen Studierenden und den CEOs.
Wir brauchen mehr,
dass man einfach ins Machen, dieses nach vorne geht. That's why we love to be here. Yeah, we're looking forward to the next time.
Welcome to MMK 25. At the heart of Munich, we're in this academia. This is the place to meet for over 90 top decision makers. So let's dive in.
I've been for almost 7 years.
Es ist eine einzigartige Veranstaltung in Deutschland, wo neben der Wirtschaft auch die Wissenschaft und auch die Studenten dabei sind. Und das ist ein ganz...
This year's motto of the MMK is
Dass wir uns auf unseren Markenkern Technologie und Innovation konzentrieren, ist, glaube ich, die Erfolgung.
The main thing here is coole Themen, spannende Leute.
Ich komme gerade aus dem Fort. Am spannendsten fand ich, den wir gerade hatten.
Das ist wirklich interaktiv,
wo man wirklich dicht mal an die Leute rankommt.
Weil wir hören die Vorträge, wir sind inspiriert, wir treffen uns und daraus entstehen, um unsere Wirtschaft in Deutschland zu bringen.
Denn eigentlich nirgendwo anders hat man so auf Augenhöhe den Kontakt zwischen Studierenden und den Staff.
Wir brauchen mehr,
dass man einfach ins Machen, dieses nach vorne geht. That's why we love to be here. Yeah, we're looking forward to the next time.
Welcome to MMK 25. At the heart of Munich, we're in this academia. This is the place to meet for over 90 top decision makers. So let's dive in.
I've been for almost 7 years.
Es ist eine einzigartige Veranstaltung in Deutschland, wo neben der Wirtschaft auch die Wissenschaft und auch die Studenten dabei sind. Und das ist ein ganz...
This year's motto of the MMK is...
Dass wir uns auf unseren Markenkern, Technologie und Innovation konzentrieren, ist, glaube ich, die Erfolg.
The main thing here is
coole Themen, spannende Leute.
Ich komme gerade aus dem Am spannendsten fand ich, den wir gerade hatten.
Das ist wirklich interaktiv,
wo man wirklich dicht mal an die Leute rankommt.
Weil wir hören die Vorträge, wir sind inspiriert, wir treffen uns und daraus entstehen, um unsere Wirtschaft in Deutschland zu bringen.
Denn eigentlich nirgendwo anders hat man so auf Augenhöhe den Kontakt zwischen Studierenden und den Staff.
Wir brauchen mehr,
dass man einfach ins Machen, dieses nach vorne geht. That's why we love to be here. Yeah, we're looking forward to the next time.
Welcome to MMK 25. At the heart of Munich, we're in this academia. This is the place to meet for over 90 top decision makers. So let's dive in.
I've been for almost 7 years.
Es ist eine einzigartige Veranstaltung in Deutschland, wo neben der Wirtschaft auch die Wissenschaft und auch die Studenten dabei sind. Und das ist ein ganz...
This year's motto of the MMK is...
Dass wir uns auf unseren Markenkern, Technologie und Innovation konzentrieren, ist, glaube ich, die Erfolg.
The main thing here is
coole Themen, spannende Leute.
Ich komme gerade aus dem Am spannendsten fand ich, den wir gerade hatten.
Das ist wirklich interaktiv,
wo man wirklich dicht mal an die Leute rankommt.
Weil wir hören die Vorträge, wir sind inspiriert, wir treffen uns und daraus entstehen, um unsere Wirtschaft in Deutschland zu bringen.
Denn eigentlich nirgendwo anders hat man so auf Augenhöhe den Kontakt zwischen Studierenden und den Staff.